You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to Film Junkie Live. It's Friday. You made it through another week. Yay! Let's sit back, relax, and let's talk some nonsense, huh? Why not? So I'm doing something different tonight, guys. I'm doing something different. Doing something a little bit different when it comes to tonight. If you actually follow my Instagram, Junkie Film, I'm actually live. My phone is sitting right here. I'm actually live also on Instagram. I figured for the Q&A portion, I would have like another angle and another like feed kind of going on right here. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to try that. I figured why not? I've been pretty active on Instagram, posting reels and images and news that has been showing up on Twitter, just kind of utilizing the Instagram a little bit more. I've also been active on TikTok, but you have to have like over 1,000 followers on TikTok, and TikTok's just like a whole other beast. It's like I'm trying to do some stuff on there, even though I don't really want to. But it's like, it's TikTok. You just do it, bow to the China overlords, right? But so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go live on here also for like the Q&A portion and have something kind of different right there. And man, I think what did you say? Let's see. We already have somebody. Dandaman 2323. What's up, Dave? New Superman theme or John Williams throwback? I hope it's a new theme. I definitely hope it's a new theme. So what's going on, Andrew? And we got Rocket Fox right here and everything like that. So yeah, I'm just trying something different, but I'll say hi to you guys too. And of course, this is the Q&A portion of all this. So go ahead and ask your questions. What's going on, Game City Savior? Glad Gun is at least giving me state recognition on creation of Superman, because when it comes to this in the first plane, every other state try to take credit. Okay, you're talking about the Ohio thing? Okay, I think that's what you were saying right there. But yeah, cheers, everybody. All right. Thank you for loving the shades there, Rocket Official. That's right. That's right. Keeping that chill vibe, Yeah, okay. So you're talking about the Ohio thing, because they're going to be shooting in Ohio. And of course, it was confirmed today by Zazzy Pants when it came to, the investors thing, which, he had to reassure some things. But yeah, basically, they're going to start shooting Superman Legacy in a week. I think they're going to start in Norway, though, at first. It's going to be doing some, nothing in this country at first. So, all right, what's going on, Darkness on the Wind? Dave, would you prefer the Beyonder Kang taking the big bad spot until Doom gets introduced, maybe in F4, so the Council of Kangs are still around and not wasted? Yeah, but I mean, I wonder what they have to do for the actor who's going to be playing that. So that's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Hey, what's going on? We got I am over here on Instagram. I've never seen this angle on the Film Junkie K before, right? Exclusive, I know. Nothing really on like this part of the wall, because usually everything's angled this way. But yeah, there's like I got like nothing right here, because my daytime work computer is like right there, so I don't really have much right there. And then howdy, JR in Australia. Good to see you. You remember Chris? Yeah. He was at Full Circle. I hope that he's going to show up, though. I have not heard from him. We talked earlier today, and everything was gung ho. And I told him, like, think about like 7:30. But when it comes to other things, like, I didn't get like a follow up thing. So hopefully he does show up. If he doesn't, it's fine. We'll still have a panel tonight. But yeah, hopefully. Chris Boulos, if I'm saying his name right. You guys know me, I always mess up names, but yeah, he's somebody who we met at Full Circle. Phil was there. Jesus, everybody's just blasting through my apartment complex with right now loudly. It's always great. It's Friday night. Gotta love that. But yeah, we talked to him. He works in the business, and the business, of course, is not how the business has been for a little bit. So it's like, geez. It's crazy. What's going on? All right. Hey, we got Bang right there. We got EM. Your sounds, your voice sounds different, probably because it's not coming through like this microphone. That could be it. Randy, I'm drinking vodka currently right now. Cheers. Drinking some vodka. Anyways, all right. What's going on? Manalo, that's right. Is Ben here? And Ola. Ben might be showing up. I don't know. He always gets an invite, so and Ben, he showed up last week, so if he shows up tonight, maybe he will. Could be that. All right, who else we got here? We got what's going on, Shane? Happy Friday. Good to see you. And then of course, Mr. Jason McKenzie, always being like the savior of the channel right here, and always being helping out the pirate ship. So cheers, my friend. You've been donating those super chats and much appreciated. Cheers. Much appreciated. Love you, man. All right. I'm guessing the camera's mirroring you because it looks backwards. Oh, yeah, probably is. Oh, I wonder if I could fix that. I didn't even think about that. Can you flip it? Oh, I screwed it up. I don't think I could flip it. Yeah, you're right. It probably is, if you could notice that. I didn't even think about that. So I tried to flip it, but I don't think maybe next time I do this, I'll flip the damn camera because I hate that. I always hate that. I always like, when people post their stuff, it's like, yeah, it's always reversed. But yeah, I guess it can't do that. Oh no, that flips it to the front. That's what it's doing. Yeah, I guess it can't. I wonder if you can't even do that. All right, see, just trying something new. That's what happens. Like I said, guys, anybody who's joining on the YouTubes, I'm also live on Instagram right now with my phone right here. Antonio, what's happening? I think the sell of WB might happen next year because remember, this is an election year, and the corporation wants to be in the headlines with Congress and its presidential election. I think they want to sell as soon as possible, and there was even reports saying that they want to sell in April. So I wouldn't be surprised if it happens this year. I would not be surprised. Yeah, it's fine, right? And so thank goodness it's Friday, right? What's going on? I say, hey, Enosh, what's going on, man? Hey, if you want to join tonight, hit me up. Hit me up on in the DMs if you feel like joining tonight, joining the conversation. Hit me up. Let me know. I know your schedule is busy now, so. And let's see, Jason okay, you're talking about him. Let's see what's going on. Max Wolf Danger. Hey Dave, what up? I'm doing fucking awesome because I watched the new Avatar The Last Airbender reboot series. So yeah, well, that's good. I never got into that. Maybe I'll check it out. I'll probably maybe check it out. I mean, I know the M. Night Shyamalan movie was, a lot of people thought that was a piece of shit, pretty much, but never got into the anime, so maybe I'll try to get into this show. I've seen some mixed reviews out there, though. I will say that. So, and we got Dan DeMan right here, 2323 on Instagram saying, Dave, are you buying WBD stocks at 860? You know what? I mean, with the stock of Warner Brothers Discovery being so low right now, you might as well try to buy. I mean, who knows? Maybe not. I don't know. See, that's the thing. I'm not good with the whole stock. I've traded stocks before. I've tried to do all that. I've made some money on stocks, not a lot, but I try to be like doing all that. And it is just, it's interesting because yes, Warner Brothers has gone down. So the only direction is up, hopefully, if things get better when it comes to some of the moves they're making. And obviously when it came to the articles that came out this week, basically just kind of saying like, hey, one of the reasons why they got they signed Margot Robbie for a deal, and they signed they're trying to fully sign on Tom Cruise and get Quentin Tarantino, is to make WB look shiny again, so then maybe a merge or a sell happens, which whatever you got to do, man. Whatever you got to do. What's going on, Mr. Balga right there? Geeks and Nerds, what's going on? Talk to you a little soon. Yeah, I know. I found this at I forgot. I think it was an FYE. I found this at. Yeah, no, I was like, I have to have it. Let's play a game. What's going on, Droga? Good to see you. Eleanor, good to see you as well. Hope you had a good week. Yeah, up and down. Like I said, it's times right now are just kind of really strange right now. When it comes to me. But I've been really, like I said, been focusing a lot on just putting out the content, and that's why I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give Instagram Live a try, because why not? Let's see. Jarden on Instagram says, "Why is Joker 2's budget $200 million? Does WB want a movie to flop?" Well, I mean, I think they have faith. They definitely have faith in the movie. They definitely have faith in the movie because the first one cost $55 million. I didn't realize that. I remember when I talked about it on Film Junkie Live on Wednesday. I thought like, okay, it cost like 60. I was like 80, 60. I got confused, but then I said 60, but it turns out it was actually $55 million because Toby Emmerich didn't want to give a big budget. But then, he thought it wasn't going to go anywhere because it's Toby Emmerich. But then, yeah, it makes over $100 or it makes over $1 billion, R-rated, gets nominated for all these awards. So yeah, I still as much as like, yeah, you increase the budget, but $200 million, like what? You're going to give it that much? That's a little excessive. I'm just saying. To me, that's pretty damn excessive right there. It's like double it. Give it 120 million. That's fine, but then of course Lady Gaga for the whole music aspect, I mean, she's getting a hefty paycheck. I assume that Joaquin's getting a pretty hefty paycheck too. Probably, I would guess about 24 to 30 million dollars between just their paychecks. So, yeah, but it's just, is it going to capture that magic that the first one did? I don't know. Decided to come to YouTube. All right. So you checked out the Instagram feed too. Hey, like I said, it's pretty cool. Shaner on Instagram said, which character or characters you want to see most? Obviously, I want to see the return of Brolin's character. I'm totally blanking on his name. And then I'm blanking on all their names. I'm not, because their names are so difficult to pronounce. And you guys know how bad I am at pronouncing names. Imagine pronouncing fictional names in a fictional world. I mean, obviously, Florence Pugh, Pew, Pew, Pew. I want to see like her character. She's playing like a princess or something. I don't know. I forgot it. Again, I'm bad with those names right there. So I was wondering, is Zack Snyder rich? Yeah, I think he's got some, yeah, they're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good. Salud, Mr. Trevino. Cheers. Cheers. Good to see you. Good to see you. What else we got here? We got Antonio. WB doesn't want to be a punchline with folks crying on their campaign. So next is a best bet is to sell WB, and Congress will not let Universal merge with WB because they're both it's like a monopoly kind of thing. Yeah. What's going on? Let's see. We got some people right here at Instagram joining right here. I know it's something different here. So I'm seeing who's joining. Dude, Dune 2 is sold out. I know. Yeah, Sunday Dune is like sold out. I thought about seeing Dune on Sunday, but I was like, I'll see. I'm gonna see it on Thursday, first showing. So, yeah. Anyways, Lady Gaga is getting $12 million. Phoenix is getting 20. Jeez. All right, that's right. He's getting $20 million. So yeah, there you go. We got $32 million between both of them. I wonder why the long delay of Mickey 17. I know. I was really looking forward to that. Two movies this year that I had on my anticipated list got bumped to next year. Mickey 17 and Ballerina both got bumped to next year. And I'm like, damn it, man. Come on. What's going on, Cortez? Good evening, Dave. Hope everything's going well. If Superman has the Kingdom Come logo, I think it'll look good with the yellow. I've always preferred a more alien-looking S than more normal looking. So he likes an alien S. He likes an alien S right there, lady. Yeah. There's actually something I'll show when we talk about it with the panel that I saw online that was kind of like a little spin on the Superman Kingdom Come logo. We'll see if it's going to be interesting to see if he actually goes with something like that. He might not. It could all just be a tease. You never know. So what's going on? We got Real Anarchy at the IG right here too. Oh well, yeah, there you go. And then Vin Diesel announced Fast X Part 2 is the big finale. Do you think that's true? Hopefully, because I'm one of those that's like done with it. But I mean, I think we already kind of knew that. But it's like you have to finish with a bang. This whole thing when they talked about going back to the basics, I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be back to the basics when it comes to the finale. I don't think you could do back to the basics with the finale, but I could be wrong. I don't know. But yeah, it just doesn't seem like you can go back to the basics when it comes to that. You saw Alien yesterday, and what did you think, youngster? What did you think? You're gonna have to tell me what you thought about that, because and that is an old movie. It's a classic. It's a classic. And Dave, I'm still waiting for God of War TV series. I'm sure that's coming one of these days. JR watching Zone of Interest tonight. Anyone else seen it? I have not seen that. I have not seen Zone of Interest, so I can't help you on that one. Let's see. Antonio put Congress on hold until after the election is over. I don't see Universal buying this company because it's in debt. It will, in my opinion, still be Apple. What about Microsoft? Huh? What about Microsoft? Could be Microsoft. Could be Microsoft. They could get into the game. Let's see. She Digs says, you think we should start worrying about Batman 2 yet? I'm a little worried. I'm not going to lie, but I think it'll be fine because the Penguin series just wrapped up and apparently Robert Pattinson was part of it. So I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay with the Batman. It would be so stupid if they do that. Any news on Zack Snyder? Not really. I don't know what news we're looking for, but I mean, we had the runtime for part 2 that got reviewed this week, which was like 2 hours, 2 hours and 1 minute, something like that. So, so we had a little bit of that. And I was kind of wondering, I'm like, why is it only 2 hours? But and then Shaner says, you think Madam Web killed the Sonyverse? Well, they still have 2 other movies coming out, so I don't know if it completely killed it, but yeah, it's just like, yeesh. All right, let's see. We got Venom Hernandez right here. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. You're talking about Dune. I thought you were saying Deadpool. Yeah. Well, I mean, Deadpool, looking forward to that too. And of course, with all the MCU struggles that are happening, at least they got Deadpool and Wolverine. That's going to help that out. Let's see. Jordan on Instagram says, how is J.J. Abrams still employed at Warner Brothers and hasn't released any? I know. I don't know what the heck he's doing over there, but hey, he's over there. He's over there. I know he hasn't really done much right there. Rock Stanksy, another project like Army of the Dead universe. No, I mean, he's going to be doing Rebel Moon all like craziness right now, but hopefully we get that Army of the Dead Las Vegas. Good to see you, Artifice, right there from Puerto Rico. Nicholas Hoult is going to kill it as Lex Luthor. Seems like he will be. Got that bald, shiny head. That kid, Ryan, me and my brother saw the Lord of the Rings 2 Towers live at Radio City. So it was like, what, the orchestra or whatever? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Live orchestra. Those are always fun. Those are great. Let's see. Roca Channel, he said WB didn't like the movie Mickey 17, Pam and Michael DeLuca. Really? So they didn't really dig what was going on. So according to him, but that's the thing with but again, scooper madness kind of stuff right there when it comes to that. So it's like, Roca, he's been on the Vodka stream before. Talk to him. Maybe I'll talk to him again. But you got to like take that stuff with a grain of salt for sure. So you definitely got to take it with a grain of salt. Let's see what else we got here. I heard this theory from Boba Talks. Superman Legacy could be a reverse kingdom. Oh, okay. Like a reverse kingdom come. So something like take it. Yeah, I mean, there's like a theory. There's a video out there that I saw that kind of broke it down a little bit too. And it seems like Gunn's going to be pulling elements from there. So that's pretty cool, to be honest. Imagine seeing Man of Steel at the live orchestra. I know, right? With Hans Zimmer. Jeez. Let's see, Dave, are you stoked that Otis will be in Superman Legacy? I mean, I didn't think that Gunn was going to bring in Otis, but hey, if he brings in Otis, fine. Again, there's got to be elements. There's going to be elements of Donner Superman in there, and there's going to be, again, you just got to find that balance between Donner and Snyder. That's what I've always said. And I saw a clip from Miss Grace earlier today where she said she was like, oh, he's copying Snyder, he's copying Donner. It's like, no, yeah, there's always going to be things that they pull, but yeah, you got to find that medium. I do agree with her that the balance that you should find should be somewhere in, the Superman the animated series world right there. I'm just saying, like, with Scott and I on the DC Fanimated stream, we've been revisiting all of that. I'm just kind of going like, yeah, hopefully James Gunn is looking at some of this right here. You can find a little bit of that balance when it comes to what do you need to do with this new Superman. Let's see, Sony killed the Spider-Verse. Right. Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. What's happening? Dave, I was watching Scary Movie 3. Definitely my favorite out of the 4 God D's movies. It never gets old. Yeah, that's right. That was when the Zuckers came back. First 2 were the Wayans, and they were a little bit more, R-rated. And then the Zuckers came back, the guys who did like the Naked Guns, the Airplanes, those movies. They came back and did a PG-13 version, and of course they had like Charlie Sheen and Simon Rex, and still had Anna Faris in there. But yeah, it took it to a different direction. I actually kind of agree with you. I actually like probably. I mean, the first one's great, but I mean, like the third one is it could be my favorite too. So the director from Shang-Chi left the Avengers movie for something else. Well, yeah, he's gonna do that anime movie apparently, right? Gonna do that anime movie. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's actually fully left that. You never know, but I guess we'll see with everything that's happening with the MCU right now. By the way, I saw a clip online from the Avatar show where they had a blueprint moment. Oh yeah, the Man of Steel thing. Yeah, somebody sent me that. It was like kind of like when Jonathan was It was like when Jonathan was talking to Clark and saying, "I am your father." There's like a similar thing that happens in that Avatar, the Airbender thing. These rumors going around that Storm is going to appear in I don't know. Yeah. I'm so out of the loop. I completely forgot about Grace. I know, right? She's still around. She's definitely still around. Jordan, where do you rank Collateral in your top movie list? It's up there. Michael Mann, you're talking about Collateral, of course, with Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. That's why I keep on saying, like, can we get another like Tom Cruise villain role, please? Can we get another Tom Cruise villain role? Nicholas, blah blah blah. To do a good job, definitely. And then, of course, what's up, Phil? Did you see the trailer for Boy Kills World? You know what? I forgot to watch that. I saw like it on my timeline. Totally forgot. But I'm sure it looks pretty killer, Do you feel it's more likely Brainiac hasn't been cast? Yeah, I'm kind of, or like it's being kept a secret. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering myself. I mean, I'm hoping that. I mean, I thought we knew that Lex Luthor is not the main fucking protagonist in this thing. I'm hoping that it's not, that he's not, that it's that Lex Luthor is just kind of like, secondary, and Brainiac's like, hopefully he's keeping that a secret. That's what I can only hope for. Shane, if you take a pick of your rogues gallery, who do you want for Batman? I do want Two-Face, or at least a Harvey Dent. And I was very intrigued by the Clayface whole thing. If you do the Silver Age version of Clayface, I was actually pretty like, you know what? I think Matt Reeves can pull off something when it comes to that. So, all right, let's see. I still think it's being put in 2025. Yeah, apparently they want another Wonka. Yeah, who knows when we're gonna get. I mean, the Batman too. I a little worried, but what can he do? What's going on, Poe Jags? What's happening? Good to see you. We got Braden right here. I was trying to say Superman Legacy would be a reverse Kingdom Come, where the Authority would be the old heroes in Superman. Oh, okay, yeah. And I think that's kind of what that video that I saw on the timeline was kind of like saying that. It was saying like, hey, if you kind of reverse a little bit where like you have, and then it talked about like having superheroes are assholes. So then Superman is trying to not be the asshole. He's trying to show the world that, hey, superheroes aren't assholes. And I'm kind of thinking like, well, I mean, the Green Lantern that's flying around is Guy Gardner. That's a fucking asshole. So maybe it's got kind of, and in that video it said like it's called Superman Legacy. So he's trying to establish his legacy as being a good superhero. And I'm like, all right, that's one way to do it right there. I mean, it's nothing too crazy, and it would take like, elements of like of Kingdom Come where it's like, instead of just like Superman retiring and because he hates how everything's all being right there, it's like he's doing like a reverse thing. Yeah, could be something like that. Let's see. At this point, is Brainiac even gonna be the villain in them? I know. I really hope so. I hope it's not just Lex Luthor again. That would be pretty lame if that's the case. By the way, Phil, if you want to join tonight, let me know. I'll send you a link. I should have hit you up on the Patreon. Let me know if you want to join tonight. Let's see. Okay, I hope that's the case too, because Lex has been the villain. I know. And I think that Gunn has a trick up his sleeve. I'm hoping that that's the case. I'm hoping that when it comes to, we just haven't heard, and he wants to keep it a secret. And it'd be pretty awesome if you got somebody that like, has like this crazy voice and crazy presence or something like that. I really hope, and I think that that's going to be the case when it comes to that. I think, why would you need the big baddie to be like the to be there for a full-on table read, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's also weird. It just seems like it's kind of just planned where it's like, all right, we're going to just trying to build that hype. We got this table read. Nathan Fillion talks about the table read. So does Rachel Brosnahan. And then, of course, we just sit there and we got this core group. We'll take a picture. We'll show a logo. I don't know. It just seems like, just try to utilize the social media machine to build up some hype because it needs it. It definitely needs it. Anybody know what Edgar Wright's next film is going to be? I don't know. That's a good question because he's one of my all-time favorite directors. I thought that there was something that was announced a little while ago, but I don't know. Let's see. Artifice. Maybe they're going to fusion Lex and Brainiac. Wouldn't that be insane? Yeah, they combined. Like somehow there's going to be like some AI, human and AI kind of thing that happens. That would be pretty interesting. Never know. Maybe they're going to do the fusion Lex with Brainiac. Like, see, they might be onto something right there. What's going on? Running Brave 09. What's up, Dave? I'd like to see the Court of Owls. Yeah, I think the Court of Owls should be in the background when it comes to the Batman universe. So we'll see what happens with that. I wonder what Marvel will announce at SDCC this year, if anything, related to who will direct Secret Wars. Yeah, I mean, I would think that that's the case. Hopefully they do all that. So just jumped in stream. I'm sipping some vodka. Just sipping some vodka. About to wrap up the Q&A in a little bit. Got my guest in the backstage, and we'll talk to him a little bit. And he's, he works in the bays, so we'll talk shop, and then we'll get the panel on here and have some fun. Yeah, cheers. Cheers, Ryan on Instagram right there. Stephanie T, been a little bit. Haven't seen you in the chat for a bit. Was wondering, I was like, oh, what's happening with Stephanie T? Good to see you. Hopefully you're having a good night, and hopefully things are going well. Maybe the engineer is a villain. I mean, could be that. I mean, the Authority might end up being like the villain. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Like I said, I'm just along for the ride and for something different. Jeff Snyder said on Twitter something DC related will drop at 8 p.m. I'm guessing. Okay. So in about a half an hour, we're going to drop. But I can't stand that guy. I can't stand that guy. Somebody's going to have to tell me what he drops because he blocked me on Twitter a while back. Because I made fun of him when he had a meltdown one of these times. Greg on Instagram, Gunn said no Batman in Superman Legacy, but do you think, yeah, there should be some Easter eggs. I wouldn't be surprised there's some Easter eggs in there. Yeah, no we don't need Batman in Superman Legacy, but have some Easter eggs in there. I know life has been lifing. Yeah, I know. I feel you. 2024 has just been absolutely just, and we're 2 months in, essentially. And I'm just like, I'm already like going, all right, well, 2024 is starting off like this. All right, cool. Saw fan cast of Booster Gold. Yeah, James Marsden, and Glenn Powell. Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby. There's Mama Film Junkie. There you are, Mom. Good to see you. Good to see you. If you check, Mom, I'm also live on Instagram. Different angle. Of course, I'm going to wrap that up in a little bit. So, but yeah, I'm also trying something different. I think it's kind of cool to do like a different angle when it comes to the Q&A thing. Get a whole other perspective and group right here. But let me take a couple more questions. K1 on Instagram says, hey, Dave, who's your choice of actor to play Batman? I don't know. I mean, I like Lee Pace. Kind of like I've been looking at him for a bit. I was like, all right, I think he could be pretty good. And after he released the fight training thing, and the dude's like big, tall, and ripped, so I thought maybe that'd be pretty cool. Dave, would you be okay with Superman suit without a cape? I don't know. That's I don't know. It's a little risky. I mean, obviously the black suit, the solar suit in the comic book had no cape, so there is that whole thing. Let's see, Jarden. Why do you think Sony is hesitant to add they're just weird. They're just weird. I don't know. Dave, he is having a conniption on. Oh, was that what he was having? Yeah, I'm not with the Alan Richardson. I'm not with that one. I don't know. I don't like the Alan Richardson one. So, but anyways, guys. All right. So that's it for the Q&A. Cheers to everybody. Thank you for asking the questions. The vodka is now gone. So, and thank you to everybody who joined the Instagram live. Just thought I'd try that, and yeah, that was pretty cool to get like to have like this whole other perspective and everything like that. I think it might be a thing that I do moving forward. So thank you everybody on Instagram, and of course thank you for all the questions for everybody here. All right, guys, talk to you later on Instagram. Go ahead and just go to YouTube and watch the the one-on-one, and then of course the panel. So see you guys. End video. There you go. Careful. All right, we're good. Yeah. All right, cool. That was pretty fun. Just thought I'd try that since I've been pretty share. Okay. I don't know. All right, I guess I could share it. I have the okay, so it's allowing me to share it. All right. Cool. Hold on. Let me do this first. Junkie. Oop. Where'd my glasses go? They fell. Oh man, my glasses fell down. I don't know where they fell to. Q and A. Number 1. Oop. Jesus. All right, there you go. Shared that shit. What the hell happened to my glasses? Jeez, I had my glasses right here, and of course when I was moving something, I just freaking knocked them over. All right, guys. My Instagram is Junkie Film. So just reverse Film Junkie. It's just Junkie Film. So yeah, like I said, go ahead and follow me on there. I mean, like I post a lot. I've been posting a lot on there. So, but anyways, all right, let's go ahead and bring the guest in, and we'll talk some shop. It's somebody I met at the Full Circle event, and I had some good conversations with them. Also talked to him too at the Godzilla -1 event. He works in the biz, so I figured, let's get him in. And I've been wanting to actually bring him on, and so we could talk shop, especially with everything that's happening in Hollywood right now. My God. So anyways, Chris.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Great.
And Chris Boulos, am I saying your last name right?
Boulos.
Boulos. There it is.
Yeah.
I'm terrible with last names. I'm
It's all
surprised
good.
I can even announce my own last name. But thank you for joining, man. How you doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm good. Just laid around today. There's not a lot going on in Hollywood right now.
Yeah, I know. That's one of the things that we'll definitely like talk about today,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I was just like, obviously we met at Full Circle and, we had some, cool conversations. I mean, I know there's maybe some things you might not be able to talk about, but
things here and there I can. I've got a long leash.
Yes. Okay. So there's that. But with Hollywood, man, I tell you, it's so interesting because there's things to be excited about, but then there's things that to not be excited about. I don't know. Like, how are you feeling when it comes to?
So if you don't know, post writer strike and post actor strike, it is still incredibly slow. The studios are not making anything because the Teamsters and IATSE contract is up in July. IATSE is pretty much like all the like different department like unions.
One of the things I wanted to talk to you about,
yeah. So like my union, the lighting union, I'm a gaffer, so I'm a chief lighting technician. All the technical unions, camera department, art department, everybody that's below the line, and then the Teamsters there's contract, the Hollywood Teamsters. Their contract happens to line up with ours this July. Now the studios know that. And part of the reason why the writer strike and actor strike went so long is to make everyone below the line as broke as possible, not only to breed resentment from the crew members towards the writers and actors who, sometimes there's a division of like, well, they make so much more than us, blah, blah, blah type thing. So trying to basically get them a strike busted by everyone that's striking, worrying about us hating them. Yeah. And only the stupid people fall for that. But, work slowed down like 5 months before the writer's strike.
Really?
Yeah, the studios started slowing down production like 4 or 5 months before the writer's strike even started. One, knowing they weren't going to negotiate with the writers. I don't think they foresaw the actors actually striking. And DGA, the Directors Guild, they're notable bootlickers. They usually always break. It's been around like that for years. They're company men. They fall in line. Even for as vocal as some of them are, that you can see like they wanted to strike, the majority usually fall in line. But yeah, work slowed down like 4 or 5 months before the writer's strike. So I'm lucky. I happen to have been finishing up an AMC show called Cooper's Bar with some Better Call Saul alum. Like the day I was wrapping our gear was the day the writer's strike authorized. And so I went into the strike having finished work, luckily, but I have friends that haven't worked for almost a year and a half. And, everyone was hoping that after the strike, the writer and actor strike, that it would pick up. And unfortunately not. Like I've had some gigs. Once again, I've been lucky. I don't know if it's just the network I have or the way I carry myself on my Instagram. I market myself as your friendly neighborhood gaffer. So I get hired a lot,
that could help.
As a personality hire, but also like, I am skilled, but sometimes I do get hired just because I'm a good time to have on set. So that's kind of gotten me, some more gigs during the slow time, but I haven't worked since the beginning of this month. I have a job in 2 days. That's kind of like a favor job for a friend. So the rate isn't my usual rate. And then I have a job the first 3 days of March. I started the year strong. I had a job on some 16 millimeter film in the beginning of January, but everyone is still, in the crew pages on Facebook. There's a big one called Crew Stories, where it's crew members that have been in the industry 30, 40 years, all the way down to a couple years. This is my 14th year in the industry. And there are people losing their houses. There's crew members that are like, I don't know what to do. There are people who've left the industry completely just because they simply can't afford it. And it's all because the studios want everyone to be as broke as possible to hopefully not strike. And the sentiment right now is no one can afford to strike. Everyone agrees we should have gone on strike last negotiations 3 years ago. That was like the best time to do it. I think we authorized a strike. It would have been the biggest strike in like 100 years of Hollywood, because it would have been the first time in like 100 years that all of the unions, all the locals struck. And some of the locals didn't even exist 100 years ago. And we didn't. Our leadership, Matt Loeb and IATSE, didn't get us the best deal. And a lot of it is like to do with like safety and like work hours. And, you know, we do 12-hour days are usually standard days. And then we end up sometimes 14, 15, 16-hour days. We have this thing called fratter days, which is where the schedule ends up pushing you into a Friday split where you actually wrap on Saturday. So it's this, if you do 12 hours, you're supposed to have a 12-hour turnaround time. So you can't show back up to set without being offset for 12 hours, or it's a forced call. And, you know, you get paid overtime for a forced call. But essentially what ends up happening is you go into overtime, and then the call time pushes the next day. And then that day goes into overtime because they're still shooting 14, 15 hours. Then the call time pushes. Then by the time you get to Friday, your call time's not till noon or 1, 2 p.m. And so you're not finishing till Saturday morning. And, you know, or you lose your weekend, essentially. It's not a real weekend. And so that was something that was like talked about in the last negotiations. And it was kind of one of those things where we should have struck. It was the perfect time to strike. We had the leverage. We didn't. And now the studios knew that. They knew everyone intended to strike because we got boned last time. And they slowed down work before the writer's strike. They extended the writer's strike and the actor's strike longer than it needed to be for the purpose of making Below the Line as broke as possible. And now they still have slowed down productions. Pretty much, there's a lot of productions that are, if something is shooting that's union right now, union usually means like a studio picture. Non-union is usually indie stuff. There's a lot of them have hard deadlines to end in June, to either wrap up shooting in June or take a hiatus in June, because the July is when the contract is up.
Yeah. And
they don't want anything to, if a strike happens, which they're hoping it doesn't because everyone is so poor. And a lot of sentiment is, yeah, we should strike, but I can't afford to, or I'm going to lose my home, or I'm going to lose this. I don't know if we're going to strike. Everyone agrees we should.
Yeah.
The reality of the matter is a lot of people can't afford it. And then the other end of it is they've made people have nothing to lose also. So it's like, well, fuck it. At this point, if I have nothing to lose and you guys aren't giving us work anyways, we might as well strike. It kind of helps that the Teamsters contract is up at the same time. But also the Teamsters always get what they want.
Yeah.
Whatever they ask for, they usually are one of the locals that always gets what they want. Nobody fucks with the Teamsters. Offset, on set, you want to be friends with them, so they put your truck in a nice place and you don't have to walk up the hill or down the hill for your gear. And that kind of extends to negotiations as well. They usually get what they want. You know, a lot of people are like, well, they're just going to take productions out of state to right to work states like Atlanta, you know, out of the country,
Vancouver,
yeah, and the UK and stuff. They have different union rules and such, obviously. There's a lot of just nobody knows what's going on. It's tough. Yeah.
Jeez, man.
It hasn't been this bad in a while. I was when the 08 writer's strike happened, I was a sophomore in high school. So all I experienced from that was seeing all the shows kind of get messed up with the writing.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, like, when you got into like your, you know, getting into the business, I mean, obviously, you know, when it came to wanting to just like be part of like a crew or something like that, I mean, obviously anytime when it comes to movies and, you know, when you get into the movie business, everybody just has like aspirations of being like, hey, I want to make movies. Movies are great and stuff like that. I mean, like what was it that made you get into into the business?
So I grew up in SoCal in a town called Cerritos, which is like 40 minutes south of downtown LA with no traffic. It's a suburb. The high school I went to had a broadcast journalism department, and I was in that for 4 years, and we went live on green screen every day. We produced if you bought a yearbook, we made like a DVD that went with the yearbook that had like things filmed on it, like major events and prom. And I ran that class for about 3 years. And made sure everyone's scripts were done for their episodes, make sure, kind of assign that. And so I knew probably my sophomore year of high school, when I was 16, I was probably going to go into the film industry. And when I was, I was always shooting stuff anyways with friends. And so when I was a senior, when I was like 17, 18, I was already shooting, DPing music videos for, bands and such and making stuff. And then my first job, my sister, she's 16 years older than me. She's a makeup artist in the industry. She has 3 Emmys for makeup. Nice. Yeah. She works at Spectrum Sports. So she's done a lot of the Kobe Memorial stuff, a lot of Dodger stuff. And so a month after I graduated in June of 2010, she got me my first job on set, which was in August of 2010. And it was some Comedy Central pilot that didn't get picked up. It was insane, like 17, 18-hour days, 19-hour days. I was working for free. And then a couple months later, in like October of 2010, I went off to film school, which great for networking. But you don't listen, if anyone here wants to be in the film industry, you do not need to go to film school.
That's what I've heard.
It is fantastic for networking. I wouldn't be where I am, and I probably wouldn't have worked on some of the things I've worked on in my career had I not gone to film school and met some of the people that I met. But you can take that money and you can buy yourself a bunch of equipment.
Yeah.
Or you can fund your first 10 short films that you make with friends. And that experience, you unlearn everything technical that they teach you in film school, and you learn it on the job, how you're actually supposed to do it. It's kind of, it is it's a physical labor job, quite honestly. It's not glamorous. I always joke around. I'm like, people are like, do you like working in film? Do you like making movies? I'm like, it's the best, worst decision I ever made. Because when it's awesome, it's awesome. Yeah. And when it's bad, it's bad. When you're doing 15-hour days, insane amount of like script pages, insane amount of lighting setups, it's physical labor. Yeah. And so it's kind of like a construction job almost, where it's like you get a buddy that's like, hey man, you available for this job? And you're like, yeah, I'm available. And then when you're first learning, it's kind of like, no, we don't do it that way. Like, this is how you actually do it. Like this is, the school way is usually the wrong way. So if you're thinking about going to film school, film school is great for this. The film school I went to was LA Film School on Sunset and Vine. It's across the street from the original ArcLight, the Dome, the Cinerama Dome, that has been closed since the pandemic. Yeah. And that school was great at the time. They let you focus more on what you want to do more. But back when I went, every month you were in a different focus. So like 1 month you were in cinematography, 1 month you're in production design, 1 month you're in script writing. It was fantastic for people who wanted to be directors, because the best directors know how to do every department's job a little bit. You know what you're asking of your crew members because you have some type of experience in lighting, in production design, in grip, in camera. So your asks come from a place of realism, of like, I know what it actually takes to do this with the amount of time and budget and people we have. And so that was great. That type of formula was great for directors. For people like me, when I entered, I wanted to be a cinematographer, and I did DP for a while. I found myself, I'm way less high strung as a gaffer. I'm way more fun. A lot of people don't realize a cinematographer, director of photography, if the director is incompetent, the production kind of falls on their back, and they have to carry the production to the finish line. And there's a reason why first-time studio directors who get picked up at Sundance and all of a sudden they get to direct their first like tentpole, like Marvel movie or whatever, they don't get to bring their DP with them. Their indie DP, they get a studio assigned DP that the studio knows can carry this fucking movie to the finish line if this director crumbles. And so the DP is a below the line crew member. They don't get points on the back end. They don't get, residuals, but we call it, you're the bridge from below the line and above the line.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of politics, and it's just very stressful. And so I found myself being far too high strung, not enjoying myself. And as a gaffer, 90% of the time, I get to be just as creative when I was a DP, without all the political stress. I just have to deal with the political stress of my department, protecting my department, handling that stuff. And, you know, with a lot of the cinematographers I work with, we have a good shorthand where they kind of let me kind of just dictate the look lighting wise. You know, we'll talk about a base thing.
They let you figure it out.
They're like, hey, this is the vibe I want.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
and you're like, okay, I could see where you're going for, and you
got it.
Figure it out.
Yeah. And so that's kind of how I came into this being a gaffer full time.
Wow. Oh, man, I just to even think, I mean, to have like for you even to say that, and I'm just kind of going back and like, oh man, how many movies has you know, all the pressure been on the cinematographer? You know,
a lot.
Like, yeah, I'm sure there has, like, more.
I just finished a movie, an indie film in September. Very, very low budget indie film, like passion project type of thing from the director. Not enough money, and the director was also acting in it. And just not experienced enough to be doing that. And so literally nothing happened without me and the DP carrying it on our backs. No actor got called to set without me and the DP willing it. No prop made it to set without the DP and I willing it, like, very much. And you know, it's a very, very, we have a lot on our plates already. You know, we DPs are working with the director to establish the look of the film, and they have the camera department under them, they have the grip department under them, they have the lighting department under them. That's 3 departments that you're managing. And obviously, as a gaffer and a key grip, we're the right hand and left hand to the DP, and we're managing those departments, you know, for them. But you're still overseeing 3 departments. So when a director just can't get it together, or can't make a shot list, you know, you come to set and you're like, all right, what shot do you want for this? And they're like, it's like, brother, we talked to, like, it's your movie. Do you want a medium shot? Do you want what lens? Do you want a tight, wide? Like, what do you mean you don't know?
Yeah.
It becomes like a little hand-holdy thing, you know, and so it is tough.
Let me guide you. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's tough when you're ready to just have so much on your plate you're looking out visually of like, all right, is this consistent with the look that we've shot before, or the tone that we've set, you know, lighting wise or camera wise? Like, okay, the whole shoot's been handheld, right? And so we have this handheld look, but all of a sudden the director is like, I want this one on tripod. And it's like, well, that doesn't, is there a reason story-wise? Like, is this a calm moment?
Is that helping the scene kind of thing?
Yeah, or do you just want it like that because you think it'll look good, but we haven't established that visual language? So it is a lot of hand-holding with inexperienced directors, and that does extend to these big $200 million movies. You know, just because someone has made a film that was amazing, it picked up at Sundance and it was great, there's a huge difference between a $1 to $5 million film, even though that sounds like a lot of money. Those are low budget films.
Oh yeah, of course.
To getting a $150 million film, like where the craft service budget is bigger than that $1 million indie you did. Like, there's so much. It's one of those things where even I get overwhelmed, you know, hopping when I hop on from a small, like, $1 million thing to like a $50 million thing. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh shit, like, yo, we gotta get it together. There's like, I'm now in charge of millions upon millions of dollars worth of decisions as this department head, and it's a double-edged blade of, you now have as many resources as you need because you throw money at the problem. You know, it's like, fuck, like, we don't have this piece of equipment, like, to get this shot. You know, we can get that piece of equipment when the budget is that high, but also the stakes are higher. So fucking up is just so much. So from directors down to department heads, it is a thing.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, like, what would you actually prefer? It's like, I mean, obviously you want all the resources you want to achieve, success when it comes to whatever you're trying to shoot. But at the same time, like you said, now you got bigger people that you're reporting to, and this is there's still, like you said, higher stakes. This is supposed to be a movie that's supposed to make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, something like that. Indie film, it's like, okay, yeah, we want to make a profit. The finish line a lot closer than it is way over here. And even though you have like all the resources, you have, if you're running, you have the shoes, you have the trainers, you have all the equipment to get, to get everything there, but you still got to get there.
You still got to get. It's one of those things. It's ironically one of those things where you swap what you want to be in every 6 months of like, so like, during the strikes, I was doing a bunch of indie stuff, non-union, like indie, like passion projects that are a rate that I haven't done in years, just purely because like I got bills to pay, like whatever, like get your favorite jobs now while my rate is whatever. And when you do a bunch of indie jobs for a while where you don't have all the resources or you're dealing with whatever bullshit or like just like you're working around all these limitations, you're just like, get me on a goddamn sound stage. Get me on a fucking volume. Like, oh my God. And then when you're doing that for like 6-7 months, like I have a lot of buddies that are on Mandalorian, Ahsoka, all those shows. And you get sucked into those shows for quite a few months, 4 or 5, 6 months. And if you're doing those back to back, you get into a place where you're like, man, I just want to do like an indie thing. Like you're just like
the grass is always greener, right? Kind of thing.
It's literally, it just swaps back and forth. Yeah. You'll do a bunch of indie stuff and you're like, God damn, I miss craft services on like on the lot,
That's interesting because it's like, because I would think that when it comes to like the more indie stuff, when you don't have the resources, it kind of can be a little bit more satisfying to figure out how to achieve like a scene or anything, just because you're so limited and you figure it out. And I'm sure you've had successes trying to figure that stuff out. But then when you have the resources and you have it all there, now you're just like, but there's that burden of like, well, is that good enough? Because we have all this. So yeah, I mean, I could see like both where it's like, you have all the resources and it's like, all right, we achieved it quickly. That was easy. We're good. But then at the same time, you're like, but is it good? But yeah, but I can also see like, because even things that I do with my little like YouTube stuff, when I'm like, all right, how can if I wanted to do something like this, how do I achieve it like with something? And then you figure it out and you kind of go, there's like, you feel like this, like, oh yeah, it's satisfaction that I figured something out. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like
back and forth. I could totally see that.
Yeah, there's definitely like levels to that on just like indie and big stuff. Like the nice thing about big stuff or properly budgeted stuff for how much script you have is just like having the time to do it correctly. A lot of times on smaller things, there's only so much budget and so much time, so you're doing a lot of script pages in a very tight schedule. So sometimes you just don't have the time to finesse something the way you want to, you and the DP want to, and you're just like, it is what it is. Like we got to move on. Like we made it look as good as possible. Like, and it's one of those things as an artist, you're later or like, even after when the day wraps, you're like, dude, I'm like, I'm kind of like not cool, not happy about like that one lighting setup, but like, it is what it is. And on big stuff, on big stuff, you're spending 12 hours doing 1 page of a script, 2 pages. So you can finesse it, where on indie stuff, you might be doing 6 pages in a day, 7 pages, which is insane. Lifetime movies and Hallmark, notorious, terrible. Tyler Perry as well. You do 12, 13 pages a day. They're doing 124-page scripts in 9 to 12 days. And that's why all of those movies look like that.
It's so funny because, I mean, when you bring up those and like, yeah, you watch those and they're just, but there is a fan base for that. So it's like they don't give a shit. It's like, even though like you might give a shit on set, like, well, that doesn't look like, doesn't matter. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
And they don't let you, their producers do not let you. So like Lifetime, they have like a base look, like exposure wise, that they do not let. Yeah, it's like, oh well, I kind of want to I want to give this more contrast. They're like, nope, too dark, or too whatever, like, or you want to get this one shot off.
Nope.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
And it's just like, it's like, okay, like you're not making some. They have their formula, and you're making it the way. And then Tyler Perry, do not work on a Tyler Perry production. Every time he opens his mouth.
Recently in the news talking about how, which was
every time he opens his mouth, it's just like, shut up.
You know what? I'm with you on that. I've always thought that guy's full of shit. I mean, he obviously is rich as shit. He's made a bunch of movies, and sure, there's a lot, but like with that whole thing that he said, like, oh, I'm canceling this whole thing because of the whole AI thing. I'm like, is that really the reason?
No, he's notoriously cheap. All of his productions are non-union productions. He refuses to flip a show union so people can get their healthcare hours. If he will shoot things like 6 cameras to shoot something in like 3 or 4 days. I have an acquaintance that DP'd one of his like films. And it was a big deal for that DP in his career and just like steppage or whatever. But there's a reason why I don't work with that DP. Because I don't want to work on that type of production where it's like,
he figured out a formula for himself to just like pump out all this stuff, which essentially is just the same shit. But
you see like the wigs, the continuity of wigs and shots. Like they're shooting so fucking fast with so many cameras. Some people, a lot of producers, it's a problem across the board, and cameras at it will shoot faster, right? No, because now you're doubling the amount of crew. You're limiting the areas you can light from if it's not a studio space lit from above, because now you have double the eyes pointing in different directions. So I can't put a stand over there. There's a camera pointing that direction, and there's a camera pointing this direction. Having a multicam show or film, it gets more complicated. There's more logistics. It doesn't. Sometimes it's like, yeah, okay, we got the tight and the medium, at once or whatever, stacked or whatever.
Easy to do,
yeah. But sometimes it is not like, and it's
cameras.
Yeah, it's tough, man. And it's one of these things. It's like failing upwards is a large thing for people who make decisions in this industry. It's not a joke. It's not over exaggerated.
I've always thought that Tyler Perry was like a hack. I never thought his shit was good. Like I never understood it. And I mean, I get it, like, with the whole, Medea thing. And I'm like, all right, I'm like, okay, cool, fine. But I'm like, all right, but how many of these are going to just keep on going? And then I remember he had his sitcoms that came out. I remember I tried watching them. I'm like, how this is not even good. There's nothing good here. Ugh.
Yeah, it's obviously like there's an audience for everything. Just kind of like everyone's got their kinks for porn and stuff. It's kind of like there's something for everybody, and there is that for film and TV. But like it is interesting being on the crew side and having worked on some of these things and seeing the actual kind of like pipeline of we can't. It's not possible to make it better the way that it's currently run. Like it's just not possible. And here's the thing. Sometimes being on Twitter, I don't partake in a lot of the discussions on Twitter, in the Discord on Twitter. I enjoy comic book stuff. As you see, I have a bunch of this stuff. I've got, Batman Beyond here, and I got a Batman here, and I got the Justice League here. I'm a big geek. I love DC. I like Marvel. I grew up with both of those things. I'm a 90s kid. Seeing the Discord online about how these films are made, or decisions from people who have never made anything in their life, and probably would crack after a week on set, is sometimes so insufferable.
I'm sure.
There's many times where I've typed in a response on Twitter where I'm like,
you left it in the drafts.
I just delete it. And what a lot of people need to realize, and I think the Madam Web discourse that has happened recently with kind of has brought it back. A lot of more people being vocal that work within the industry is like, hey, a lot of these decisions are not us.
Yeah.
For some of us, some of these jobs are not passion jobs. Some of these jobs are a business transaction. I do a lot of indie films where I could not give a fuck what happens to the film after. It's a business transaction. When we have a bunch of bad days on set, and then we have the meeting, the team meeting in the morning, where it's the producer or the director whose passion job it is giving us the pep talk of like, I know we've had some bad days recently, but we're a family and we're blah, blah, blah. We're going to get it because we all like making movies. That does nothing but piss us off more, quite honestly. Because now I'm wasting 20 minutes of my day that we're already behind a week on schedule to hear you talk, hear yourself talk. Let's just shoot. This is a business transaction. This is not a family. And there are the films that I work on that end up being a wonderful time that I track all the way through. I go to the wrap party. I check up on where it is in like production, post-production, and I will market the hell out of when it comes out. And a lot of people don't realize that watch films or critique films, a lot of this for us, for crew members, it's out of our hands. A lot of decisions, we know when something is stupid on set. When we're on when we hit take 9 on the slate of something that's not like like a very complicated action move or camera move, we're like, what are we doing here? Yeah. Like, we got it. Let's move on.
Going here, yeah.
Like a lot of the crew members know the problems that are happening during production. Like we can be like, this is not going to be like, that's not going to work, huh?
I know. I mean, with the whole Madam Web stuff. I mean, that's that. I mean, there was like that whole discourse with like Chris Stuckman, and people were like, you know, like his video, and I commented on it. I'm like, okay, I was like, totally. I defended Chris, and I disagreed with certain things too as well. But at the same time, I was like, you know what? He decided to talk about how he pointed out it's like this is a studio thing, and I think everybody just kind of. And when I watched that movie, I'm like, there is no soul in this fucking movie. This seems like we should like get it out there.
It's the best example I can give as someone who is the Flash.
Oh,
the theatrical Flash. When you look at that film, the bones of a good film is there. You see the stuff with his mom, the stuff with him and Affleck, you know, saying, you know, you can't change the past. It's what makes us who we are, that type of stuff. The bones of a film with heart and emotion and character is there. And everything else, the meat around it, is the studio system.
Putting that beyond meat around it. That's what they're doing. Yeah. That fake meat. Yeah.
And that is, at a certain point, so beyond any of the individual artists on the film, technical to decision makers. Like a director at a certain point on a studio film is a figurehead. They're a Queen Elizabeth. They're a monarch. They can kind of point out some stuff, but you know, it happened to Zach on theatrical JL. You know, I think with what happened to Zach on that film was really one of the not first times, but one of the biggest times that the public really kind of got to see throughout the years of like, no. The director is not in charge of a lot of these things you think the director is in charge of. And there are layers to that. There are exceptions to the rule. There are directors that get final cut like Nolan and, you know, Scorsese and stuff. And there's a reason why Nolan left Warner Brothers, quite honestly. It's been, as I have said for many years since BVS, Warner Brothers is run by 2 kids in a trench coat. And sometimes it's 3 kids in a trench coat. Right now, it's a demon in a trench coat. It's a lot of this stuff. I think people who review movies and critique movies and stuff, and just general Twitter and fan base stuff, you guys got to give these filmmakers more grace than you do, because 90% of the time, when things are really bad, or you're like, how did they mess this up? They didn't. Yeah. They got people they answer to. These are millions upon millions upon millions of dollars worth of decisions. I'm a silly, goofy guy on set. I'm a very I'm a verbal shit post and ADHD goblin on set. There are times where I'm like, I'll say something, make a joke, and I'll be like, can you believe you guys pay me to make millions of dollars worth of decisions? Like, there are times where I'm like, I am in charge of, and I don't get my way sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, to make this shot or these scenes work, I need A, B, and C, and I need this many crew members, or it's just not going to work, or it's going to look bad, or whatever. And they're like, we can't. Sorry. Like, you can't get it. And I'm like, all right, well, then I can't give you this intended look, or I can't, or it's not going to look good, or we're not going to make our days. The Ridley Scott thing that came out about the Gladiator budget.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
So a lot of the times, sometimes it is the director's fault. Sometimes the director just cannot fucking make their days. They
But what's weird about that is
takes.
Ridley Scott's known for just going, let's go, let's go, let's go. So that's
so sometimes it's not the director. Sometimes there's technical stuff, man. Sometimes it's just like, you know, a giant stunt just didn't work, and it takes a crazy amount of time to set back up the you know, the props or the set, because, you know, you had to destroy half of this wall or whatever, and it takes a certain amount of hours or time to reset, and now you are 3 hours behind in the day, and because you're 3 hours behind, you have to cut a scene that you were going to shoot that day. You have to now push it to another day. You have to make it a pickup shot, and now everything shifts. It's a snowball. So once you're behind, you're like, all right, well, we got to put this scene on this day, and then maybe we'll do pickups for this day, or like all the stuff we couldn't get on this day, we'll put it on this reshoot day. But now we didn't. This wasn't intended to be on a reshoot day, so now we need 2 reshoot days because we already had all this other stuff we were going to reshoot. And it quickly balloons because to be transparent, as a gaffer, a full union rate as a department head gaffer, I think like tier 3, and everything is negotiable within our industry. You can negotiate a higher rate. But usually $750 a day is my rate, $750 for 12. And then anything after 12 is time and a half. And then a couple hours after that, it's like double time and such like that.
Okay.
I'm one guy.
Yeah.
If my rate is $750 to $850 a day before overtime, before meal penalties being every 6 hours, you have to have a hot lunch, a sit down catered meal, or you get a meal penalty. And for every certain amount of minutes past 6 hours that you haven't been broken for lunch, it's like an additional $5 on your thing, an additional 10. And then I think it maxes at like 25, you know, per $25. It doesn't go higher than like 25 per certain amount of minutes. Studios often eat that cost. They're like, yeah, just meal penalty, whatever. But you got meal penalties, you got overtime, you've got if you get forced call, meaning you got called before your 12-hour turnaround. So now you're getting overtime coming into the day. I'm one guy. If I have a department of 7-8 electricians, which on a big show like on Gladiator will be way more. You got the rigging electrics, you've got the rigging set guys that aren't even on set with me, and then you've got me, and then my set electricians, lighting guys, and there's hundreds of people. My best boy, who's a best boy grip and best boy electric, if you don't know, if I'm the manager of the lighting department, they are the assistant manager. And they usually stay on the truck. They organize the gear. They talk to the rental houses for the gear. They do our time cards for the department. They make usually like $50 less than me. So that's another guy. That's like $700 a day. And then my electrics say they're at $650 a day, and I've got 7 of those. And then you've got the key grip. He's making the same as me. And then the Steadicam guy, he's making $2-3 grand a day. You know, like these are the technical departments. Yes. So it's super easy for these budgets to just snowball and snowball and snowball. Yeah. You fuck up 1 or 2 days, could be not the director's fault. Could be a light, an entire thing came down, entire set came down. Rain came and destroyed an entire set piece.
Dude, I mean, that's what people don't understand. And then like when we see this kind of stuff, and we see like, and then of course when all these studios go like, oh, the budget was this, I'm like, well, you could probably tack on, 50, 60 more million on that, because yeah, they're reporting that, but who knows? Like when it came to like something like for instance, like Aquaman, it's like, they report the budget and then they kind of go, I don't know. I think, with all the reshoots that had to endure and all that.
Dude.
Dude.
The reshoots on that. The reshoots on that. There was, I believe, you probably know some of this. I think there was 3 or 4 different versions of that movie. There was the Affleck version.
Yes.
Which Keaton I believe version? Test screened. Yeah, the Keaton version. I think there were test screenings of both of those. Yep. There was the original version, which was, I believe, Juan's actual vision. Yep. There was versions where they kill the baby.
Damn it! Oh my God! Don't tell me that they did it. They killed the baby. They did not. I knew Juan would do it. It
didn't test well.
Yeah, I know.
It did not.
Of course it wouldn't. But I mean, oh my. That's
don't obviously I'm hearing, don't no one take any goddamn headlines from me. I'm a gaffer that knows people, everything. A lot of things are telephone, but from friends that I know, that I trust what they're telling me, and people who have seen things. So, but obviously no one go and blast a fucking, like, they killed Aqua Baby in one of these cuts, according to Industry Insider. Everything is hearsay, but...
Okay, if I clip this, I'll just be like, hearsay from the Aquaman. I'll disclaim that.
But like when you do that many reshoots, you have to get all of those crew members at all of those rates and all of these set pieces and all of these, you're renting whatever the fuck you're renting, props and all that. Like, obviously something like Warner Brothers, they have their prop house, they have their stages. So they're not like spending money on stage rentals or prop rentals. But like, you got to build stuff. You got fabricators, you got electrics and construction people and camera department, and it's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
So even adding a week of reshoots is a lot of money. Like with a skeleton crew, even, which a film that size, a skeleton crew is what we refer to. And it's like, we have some pickup shots, but we're not taking like everybody. It'll be like the department heads and like a few like key people for us to be able to get this scene. Cause we're like, all we're doing is like walking around and getting some shots of our guy walking around downtown LA. Like, like natural daylight shots. Like you don't need a big crew for that. You can make a skeleton crew or whatever. But like, on a studio picture, there's usually not a skeleton crew. No. It's everything you're doing is so massive. It's very easy for it to balloon and snowball. And a lot of times, sometimes it is the director's fault of just, they don't know how to manage their time or what they're asking for. Sometimes directors will get an idea in their head and not know what it takes to achieve that thing they're asking for. So of course, the first assistant director comes to me and he's like, hey, how much more time do you need to light that? And I'm like, another hour. Leave me alone. Another hour. Every time you ask me, I'm adding 5 more minutes. Yeah. Like if he wants this done, like I told you that we probably shouldn't do it, but he is adamant. So when you have the directors who are being very adamant about very ridiculous asks, that can very easily put you behind. And then, it does fall on the director. And, sometimes it falls on the actors. Sometimes it's like you got talent showing up late. And, music videos have a big problem in that world. There's a reason why I stopped doing music videos many, many years ago.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I stopped. I don't do many music videos except for like if a friend is DPing it and asks me, hey, man, can you come out? Or like it's a production company that I've worked with before that I know treats me well and gets me paid quickly. But in like 2014, 2015 is really when I stopped doing music videos. So just a lot of
talent that just like not working well with
talent showing up, talent can show up 5 hours late and you still have to shoot that 5 hours worth of stuff that you didn't get that they were 5 hours late on. So now you're doing, a 17-hour day for something that isn't worth enough money, I don't think. Music videos, it's not the MTV days anymore.
Yeah,
it's
not the 80s or the 90s anymore.
A lot of these labels aren't paying for video. A lot of these music videos are out of the artist's pocket.
That's okay. That's what I was just about to say, is because like anytime you see a music video now, it seems like, because the things, like with artists that I love, it's like, like a Metallica or a Foo Fighters. So like if they do a music video, there's like passion in it. You could tell it's like, this is what they really wanted. And I'm like,
yeah.
And they're probably not getting much return from it because it's not so much a thing anymore. And it's like, maybe they get some return off of YouTube or whatever the fuck. Sure. But at the same time, I'm like, these music videos, I mean, and maybe they hire like some of these like people that they find that are like, that have these talents that submitted something and they do something, and you could just tell like now it's like with certain ones, even not like how it was before. It's like, well, you have to have this lighting and this, like, and you just do this, you do your thing. When it came to the 90s and like the early 2000s, it seemed like a lot of it was just like the same shit and whatever the hell. But yeah, nowadays it seems like, and I was wondering, I'm like, yeah, it seems like it's the band that's like putting the input in it and saying like, hey, let's put a music video out and we're going to do it for every song. And we're going to do like this little thing with each song. And it's going to be like a different, like director on it that we pick up from YouTube or something like that. And I kind of like that because it's like, it seems like there's just more passion when it comes
to like sometimes, a lot of times recently and past however many years, it is the artist fronting the video. Sometimes the label will put a certain amount of money, not nearly enough for what they want to do or whatever. So sometimes it'll be like a half and half thing. And it's just like, it's not, the focus isn't there as much unless you're like a Beyonce or, or a, one of those premier artists that making a video, a day in those videos alone is going to make the ad revenue back for the label or whatever, a Taylor Swift or something. So a lot of the times it's very under budgeted. I found that bands, in my experience, it's been a while, obviously, bands in my experience and are usually really great. They're usually like, yeah, where do you want us? Like, they're usually very excited and stuff. That's a lot of the times it's solo artists or like
the egos coming to play.
Yeah, like Nicki Minaj is a nightmare. She's a terrible human being. She's a bad person. You're not supposed to look her in the eyes.
Oh, it's one of those not look her in the eye things. I hate
yeah. Like I know that there's been productions where they've had the grips build a partition between her trailer and the set so extras couldn't look at her.
Right.
She is a bad person. Just a nightmare human. I've worked with a lot of very famous artists, and some of them are cool, and some of them are weird, and some are like mostly fine, but like just like have weird things. You're like, this isn't great for a work environment. Like you showed up with way too many people, and like
What's J-Lo like? You worked with J-Lo?
I haven't worked with J-Lo, but J-Lo is very particular. Her makeup artist has a lot of say in lighting, actually.
Of course.
There's a specific light that you have to rent for a J-Lo video. It's called a Breezy. It's a big beauty light. And it's a very nice, soft light. It's an expensive day rate on that light. It's not a necessary light because we have so many different types of lights now that can achieve that look. But there are certain artists and actors and such that know the brand, know that name of light because it's the one that they like. That's the one that makes me look good. And that's what you. So like I did a Missy Elliott Pepsi Super Bowl commercial in 2019, and with Missy Elliott and her.
I think I remember that one.
And there was two parts of that commercial. There was one where it's like it's on a DJ table and it comes up and Missy Elliott's got a Pepsi or whatever, and then it's like her playing the guitar, and then there's like a whole like music video like where it's like a bunch of people in like Coke colors, which are like the opposition, and it's like a big dance thing. So I did the smaller part, but the Missy Elliott's people were like, she wants this light, which is a breezy, which certain artists like J-Lo and certain other big artists, where their makeup artist has a lot of input on their lighting. You know, they're particular. They're not so much like difficult to work with. Like Missy she was very lovely. You know, she was particular in the way of like when she wanted to step onto the set and such, but she was very nice. But her people were very particular of the asks, even down to lighting. So there are sometimes there are times where I become a glorified electrician, set lighting guy with a fancy title of gaffer, where I need to do something very specific, and it needs to be lit a very specific way, and there's not creative freedom in it because of, you know, the artist or their management.
Jeez. I mean, okay. Oh man. I mean, I can only imagine music, and it's funny too, because it's like, you know, going back to even like Zach. I mean, he did music videos, and Michael Bay started with music videos and stuff like that. And you know, it's like music videos are cool. I mean, I remember back when was this? Like 2008, 2009. I remember there was like a Pepsi rock. Remember Rock Band?
Yeah.
They did like a challenge, and me and my friends were like, you know what, let's try it, because we play Rock Band all the time. And we went out into the desert and just fucking, and I was like I was like, all right, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna direct it. I'm gonna edit it and do all this stuff like that. And you know, it's like it you know, hearing you talk and just you know, trying to like achieve something like, I mean, obviously we're not in the biz, and we're just like, hey, let's try to do. And it's funny too, because there's times where, I mean, there's things where I was like, all right, I want to shoot this sequence like this, and we're going to do it like 3 different ways like this. And then when you go to edit, you go, well, only one of this works, you know, kind of thing, you know. And it's just like, but it's just so, you know, it's a crazy process, but at the same time, when you at the scale of, you know, what you do and stuff like that, like, and the time and the management, and then of course, like when it's like, all right, you're trying to achieve this, and you have this crew, and you're trying to work with them, and then sometimes it's like, no, you have to do it, how much time it's going to take. I mean, Jesus Christ, it sounds like, I'm surprised you have hair.
Yeah, I got a lot of hair here. I'll keep that off. It's actually
but at the same time, there's something fulfilling about it too when you achieve it, I'm sure. I mean, that's why you keep on doing it, right?
Yeah, it goes back to that. It's the best worst decision I've ever made. Of like, you know, currently, like, we're all struggling really bad, and like it's very uncertain, and all of us have imposter syndrome. If you are in the entertainment industry, you are a little bit neurotic. You're a little bit mentally ill. My girlfriend, she is not in the industry at all. She's one of the few people I've ever dated that it doesn't come from the industry, so isn't like an actress or model or work in the industry. And she does not she's showed up I brought her to set with me a couple times, and she's just like, I don't know why you guys do this shit at all. She's like, what is wrong with all of you guys? Like, you know, her ice cream machine is fully operational up here.
Yeah.
So she doesn't understand the like, I had to explain imposter syndrome to her when we first started dating, because that she's just good with herself. Like, you know, she doesn't exist in an industry or an art form where you're constantly like, am I ever going to, the cycle is, I'm a god. I'm never going to work again. Everybody hates me. I'm the best to ever do it. I'm a god. I'm never going to work again. Dude. Like it's that cycle. And if you've done anything creative from YouTube to Twitch to,
that's what I was going to say. I mean, it's even like in this field right here, it's like, I mean, you know, like when it came to, well, now my ex, because, you know, like we recently broke up, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, and we were on and off for like 9 years, and, you know, she never like, I mean, it was hard for her to grasp like what I did when it came to here. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, it's and it is one of those things where it's just like, yeah, even with like the YouTube space, you just kind of go like, I mean, it's a mini set. It's a mini thing like right here where it's
Mhm.
like, all right, I do this thing. This is where I'm at. I have my camera set up. I'm trying to, and I don't know how many times I complained to her, like, ah, that stream sucked. I was off.
Mhm.
I said this wrong. Oh, my focus was a little off. She's like, I didn't see any of that. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's like, yeah, you
It's
don't.
and the reason why my setup looks like this
Mhm.
is because I haven't done it in a year because ADHD and just personal schedule and stuff is I have a Twitch, and for a hot minute I was doing basically a stream on Twitch, and my whole thing was a guy who lights movies talks about lighting in video games.
Yeah.
And so I totally get part of the reason outside of the ADHD that I haven't done it in a year is it's hard, man. It's fucking talking into if you're chatting and there's not really anyone in the chat, you're talking into a void, but you got to keep talking
Oh,
and
dude.
getting there's maybe no call and response. It is very difficult. It is very people. That's what people who kind of get down on themselves is like, oh, I only do this. Like I don't do something at like what you do or whatever. Like, because people see making movies and TV is like that's at a different level. Yeah, technically,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, we're all trying to make something, and we're all trying to get people to enjoy the thing that we're making, and it's hard. And there is a rejection sensitivity to that when you're putting yourself out there, and when you're talking, and you're like, oh man, no one's chatting back. It's exhausting.
Oh
like,
yeah, dude, I've been there. Been there.
And when you have to, especially like for you like edit content as well that you put out afterwards, then you're going from the live thing where you're like, okay, I hope all my lighting is good, my sound is good, which I don't know what it is with computers and mics and shit. Sometimes it just doesn't work. I haven't even turned the computer off.
Yeah.
Like I logged on 30 minutes before this because I haven't used my setup in a minute to be like, all right, is my Elgato thing working? Is my mic work? Like there's no reason why this shouldn't work. So you have those problems, and then now you got to go put it all together into a thing that you upload and hope gets engagement. That then, and it's tough. And I think people need to realize, from my level down to any creation level, it is tough. Like just you got to make stuff. You just got to make stuff.
I mean, obviously just, when people ask me like, hey, how could I start a YouTube channel? I'm like, just turn on the fucking, camera, turn on the mic and just go, and you're going to learn. Like there's people that I watch that are way up there that I could tell that they are learning still, whether it's like down to the way that they craft their thumbnails and their titles and just the way that they, camera shots. I mean, I'm constantly just trying to like adjust things. And anytime that I do my live stream and I'm trying to be like, all right, I got, I try to be on point, energetic, and, not stumble on stuff. Well, obviously it's hard, but I always utilize that. And I, take my topics and make it their own videos, but then I have to like make those videos, to be, I had to make a hook. I got to like, start off with a hook and bring people in. So then they listen to the rest of it and see, and they're not just like, yeah, it's a whole process, but it's fun.
Yeah. This is my advice to anyone who also asks that type of thing. Like, well, I want to, start on Twitch or YouTube, or I want to get into film. Like, what's the best way, especially for people who want to be directors? You got to make stuff. You just got to make stuff. It doesn't matter if it's good. Make stuff with your friends, because every time you make something, you're figuring out what the hell didn't work, and you're like, oh, next time we should have done this. So next time you're able to be like, all right, like, or even when you're in editing, when you talk about that like Rock Band thing you did, you're like, only one of those things worked. But now the next time you're like, all right, we needed to get these 2 extra things to make that thing work that we wanted to do last time. And the only way to know that is to do it. You could watch a million fucking YouTube tutorials. You can you can go to film school, but until you do it and you're doing it with people who everyone has their own skill set and knowledge. Me as a department head, when I hire the people I hire under me are people I think are better technicians than me. I think they're smarter than me. I think a lot of times I'll hire friends that are also gaffers. And I'll be like, I think they're better gaffers than me. And I use their skill set and knowledge to learn things or get ideas from things that I didn't even think. I tell my crews all the time, especially people I've never worked with before. I'm like, hey, if I ask you to do something on set or ask for a specific light or specific setup, and there's a better way to do it than the dumbass way I'm asking you to do it, if I'm asking for a light and that is unnecessary, tell me. Yeah. Obviously, have some social tact. If I'm with the cinematographer and the director, don't be like, actually, pull me aside and be like, hey, I actually think it'll work better if we use this light, or like, I don't think we need to do this and that to get this look. Like, you could just do this. There's plenty of times where I'm like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, do it that way. Totally do it that way.
That's what, collaborating with people. Yeah.
And then giving those people that credit. That's a big thing. That's a huge thing. Is a lot of times I'll do something on set where the director, the DP, are like, oh, dude, that was killer idea, blah, blah. And I'm like, that wasn't me. That was Charlie. Yeah. Because if I take the credit for that, then what's the incentive to work for me?
Exactly.
But that's the point of working with other people.
Yeah.
And even when you're just starting making stuff, because your friends, even your friends that might not work in like making content or film or whatever, that they're just helping you for the day, they still watch stuff. They still have ideas. And sometimes that idea will be like, oh shit, I didn't, sometimes making stuff in a bubble is nice. You can focus, you can think. But collaboration, make stuff with your friends. For Twitch and stuff, even, I'll get back to doing the Twitch thing eventually when I beat the little ADHD goblin in me. You just got to do it. I have friends that are very big YouTubers, very big Twitch people with millions and millions of followers, and they still, struggle and talk to me. Yeah. And they're like, man, I don't know. I have friends that are people that I was a fan of, that are now friends, actors and actresses, that will just be talking, and the stress stuff that they're talking to me about is literally the same shit that I'm stressing about, and they have massive fan bases. I was one of their fans at one point, so it's literally at every level. So don't let it stop you, any of you, from trying, because no matter what, as good as you get, you will self-criticize and be like, I don't know, man. If I'm doing it right,
always part of the process, no matter what. I mean, I could have, just me personally, I could be like, I'm like, hey, I was firing at all cylinders. I felt like when I was doing that stream, because, when I do my Film Junkie lives, it's just me by myself talking about the topics, chatting with the people and blah, blah, blah. And then I could be like, you know what, that was good. I'll feel great afterwards. And then when I go back and I start watching some of the stuff, because I'm clipping it out, I'm like, fucked up right here. And and I start just you start just going criticizing yourself, but but at the same time, it's like, all right, I always find myself going like, you know what? It's not that bad. Come on, just take a step back, edit it out. You know how to edit, you know how to make it flow. You've done this so many times and you're learning as you're going. It's like, you could still make something out of this. And then sometimes a clip can just all of a sudden just get in that algorithm and blow up a little bit. And all of a sudden you got 20 more subscribers because of that one clip or something like that.
And that's the thing. That's the thing a lot for any of you that are pursuing YouTube and TikTok and Twitch and all that. Sometimes it's not you. You're at a mercy of an algorithm you do not control. No. That changes constantly in a very, very, very saturated market. Now becoming an A-list YouTuber is just as hard as becoming an A-list celebrity.
Yeah.
It's now the same thing. And so sometimes you just gotta give yourself a little bit of grace.
You do.
Because as much as you could, it's like, I should have done that better. I should have done that better. One, you're only noticing it because you're making it and the process. We just do this in movies all the time. I do this all the time to directors who are driving me crazy. They're like, but we got to move that thing 3 inches. I'm like, I guarantee you, if someone is looking at that, we've done something wrong. No one should be looking at that thing in the background. If maybe on the fourth rewatch, for someone, but at that point, someone loves the thing already. Let them notice whatever they're going to notice in the background. That is a little bit off. That's a thing that I constantly have to, kind of be a dick about on set. I'm like, hey, if they're looking at that, we're noticing that because we're crafting this thing, but no one is going to see that. And if they are seeing that, we've done something else completely wrong. That's a bigger problem because we're clearly not keeping their attention on
what's on the screen,
what matters, the script or the acting or the whatever the fuck, the visuals. We've done something. We have a bigger problem to worry about. And so that's the thing is like, of course we're going to notice it. We're making the thing. A lot of times no one else notices.
Yeah. It is kind of funny too, because like, I mean, I will, and I remember this would actually drive my ex crazy sometimes because I would notice like, continuity errors with hair or something like that. But at the same time, I'm like, but I would always tell her, I'm like, yeah, you notice that right there, blah, blah, blah. But I would always tell her at the same time, it's like, yeah, but this shit's hard. Like you realize like, if something happens where it's like, okay, we have a different, like, a different shot of this person. And like, I'm noticing the hair. 99.9% of the people are not going to notice it.
Exactly.
But I know because I edit all the fucking time and I know continuity. I see the shit and I see that stuff and I see it a lot. I'll see it a lot, but I don't point it out because I'm not sitting there going, it's not ruining the scene for me. It's not ruining the story for me. Yeah, there's little things here and there that I could point out, but at the same time, I'm like, I get it. It's like, it's not going to be, nothing's ever going to be super perfect. I mean, these, especially with movies, it's so hard to make. And yeah, there's times where it's like, there's pickup shots that could have been shot on a different day. I mean, if it's very noticeable, like in Justice League and Fantastic Four 2015 and shit like that, where it's like, Jesus Christ, it's like they weren't even trying. That's the stuff that you could point out.
Those are always my most nerve-wracking days on a shoot, is if I'm having to recreate a lighting setup that someone else lit on a completely different day. I've had a show where we were doing, it was second unit. And so I was second unit gaffing, and we were doing pickups or reshoots of a bunch of different episodes of this show. So all the directors were basically coming in and we were recreating looks that they had already shot, or we needed to match like the lighting. And that's always extremely stressful for me. Usually it's fine, but like, I'm always like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, if I lit it beforehand.
Do you have like the shot on your phone and you're kind of like,
you're
like, man, kind of like doing something like that. Yeah.
I usually have the shot on my phone or an iPad or something. And I'm like, all right, it's blue. All right. We've got a fire behind them there. So that should wrap around here. Like, but we're not on the same set. So it's like, okay, we got to cheat this here. And like, it's very stressful. I did a show in 2017 called That Moment When, and it was right before Bandersnatch on Netflix, that interactive thing that Netflix did. It was interactive. It starred Milana Van Trieb. She's the AT&T girl. And she was gonna be Squirrel Girl.
That's right.
And she did Squirrel Girl's voice when they canceled the New Warriors live action or whatever. I had seen the suit, by the way, and the animatronic. She had showed it to me. And that animatronic squirrel was insane. It looked like a real squirrel.
Wow.
Like Chippy or whatever I think its name was. And I saw her costume and stuff. It looked awesome. But we did this show, and it was interactive show and comedy. Some of the people, our director was, he was part of the guild. He was one of the cast members from the guild, Sandeep Parikh. So we did this big interactive show, and months later, they wanted to do ads for the show. And the ads, they basically wanted to take Milana's character from our show and put her in a bunch of iconic scenes. So like the pill scene from The Matrix, and the like a scene from Indiana Jones, and like the Scream, like Drew Barrymore scene. So, and basically it's like showing her character doing something comedic with a little choice like that you would pick or whatever. And I was very stressed out days before the shoot because I'm recreating iconic scenes that people know what the chair scene from The Matrix looks like. So I'm like, am I going to be able to light this correctly? Like, we have the chairs from Warner Brothers, like the prop house, like the actual like Matrix chairs that they're sitting in.
Fishburne and Reeves sat on.
Yeah. And we're not on those sound stages. Like, we're building these sets. And I'm like, up all night the night before. I'm like, I got to do The Matrix. I got to do a scene from Scream. The opening scene from Scream. I got to do Indiana Jones. I got to do The Sixth Sense. Like, I'm stressed the hell out. And, you know, it ended up looking great and working great, but you are
your own worst critic.
Yeah. And so you're like, I gotta make, everyone knows what these, that's the beauty, the freedom of music videos or things that are new, is there's no point of reference. You're making whatever you want to make. It's a new thing. But when you're making a remake or a parody of a scene that exists that's very famous, or even going to reshoot or add to a shot that's already been shot, you gotta nail that.
To me, that's got to be the worst. Is just doing, like, if you had to do a pickup shot or something like that of a shot that already exists and try to recreate that to make it seamless. Good God, that's got to be.
I mean, and there's a reason why it doesn't work a lot of times.
Yeah,
when you look
you can pick it out of. Yeah, it just sticks out like a fucking. You know, it does.
So
it's
that's
got to be work. If you're recreating for a parody, it's like, people are gonna not really care so much, something like that. It's gonna be like, oh, it looks close enough. It looks close enough. But if it's something where it's like you needed something within this shot that wasn't there, that needs to be there, it's crucial. So you have to do it. You have to make that seamless. Good God, that's got to be the most stressful. Oh, and
obviously, the more money you have, the easier it is. And you're just like, just build this thing, or like give me all of these lights, or the scalability always changes. But
I'm sure,
it's stressful.
It is stressful. Well, we got somebody joining right now. We got Axel joining in from the land down under.
Hey, how you doing, Chris? Nice to meet you. And
good to meet you, Axel.
Yes, and so I've just been like listening onto this conversation, and like that part where you talked about all the mistakes in like movies and stuff. I've been there before. There was this, so I've been making like a fan film for like 3 years now, and. And there was this one scene where the villain is on the phone talking to someone, and then in another shot, he's holding it in the other hand. And then when I was editing, I was like, oh no, and like we couldn't go back because we filmed that in school, and we were still in school during that, and now we're graduated, so not really much we could do there.
It's that's why script supervisors are the most important crew member, and they're somehow the one that gets cut first when they're like, we don't have budget for a proper crew. Oh, they get cut all the time. Script supervisors, they are their own department head. They have their own union. They do not get paid properly. They do not get paid the same amount I get paid. They get paid much less than me. And they can basically never leave the set. So like, they are one of the most important crew members, and they do not get the due or the pay or respect that they deserve. Constantly, they'll be like, "Oh, we don't need a scripty," and I'm like, "I guarantee you do," because they're the ones keeping track of. Did you cross the 180 degree line? Did you? Is that button the same? Or shit? Are all those props in the back the right props?
Yeah, I mean, I was just, when you said that, I was like, wait, aren't they helping with the continuity? They're paying attention to everything. I mean, it is crazy. Like, I mean, for instance, you have a movie like Ocean's 11. I mean, there's literally a shot in Ocean's 11 where Matt Damon and Brad Pitt are standing there. This is before Julia Roberts comes to the picture, and like the far shot shows Brad Pitt holding, like, he's eating shrimp, and it's in a bowl, like a cocktail cup or something like that. Then when it zooms in, it's on a plate, and it's like shit like that. I'm like, how did they fuck that up? I just go like, how did that get fucked up?
There's a lot of moving parts. Sometimes you lose shit. Sometimes you're like, oh fuck.
And sometimes with VFX artists can mess up, especially like there's that one shot where in Deadpool like falls into the garbage can, or no, not garbage truck, and his other hand is chopped off instead of the other.
Yeah, stuff like that. Oh yeah, like there's even like in Speed, the movie Speed, it just came to me right now. It's like Jeff Daniels got shot in the right leg, and then when he's on, getting his award, he's limping on his left leg. And it's like, whoa, it's just like, and then it's so like noticeable, But then but the general audience isn't going to notice unless it gets pointed out.
Yeah.
But it's just crazy because it's like, all right, you just, things happen on set and you just don't even know what went behind the scenes of why that happened.
Unless they're a Twitter user, then they'll notice everything and say how bad the film is.
That's the problem with nowadays is now everything is just under a microscope,
And that's what I want. Everyone that gets in these fucking discourse fucking things and this cape shit stuff and film stuff and cinema and this. Bro, there's so many of us and there's so many layers to this and there's so many people these things are going through that are beyond us or before us. Give us a goddamn fucking break. We noticed at some point, someone noticed at some point where it was out of our hands and it is what it is. It's like anyone who works any job, you got one dipshit guy that you work with, and you're like, bro, why'd you do that? And he's like, I don't fucking know. Like you got to give us a break. Like it's a miracle movies get made at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think people forget that it's just like any other business. You work at a fucking McDonald's, you're gonna have that fuck up that like, hey, the fucking said no cheese and sauce. What are you doing?
Yeah, but I got 70 other orders. Yes, you dickhead.
Yeah. So then, of course, even when it comes to the movie business, it's like, hey, someone's gonna fuck up. And it fucked up, and there's like really nothing you can kind of, you could do about it.
An example that our buddy Stephen Colbert, who he is very, very on it with this, was the chroma clipping from Obi-Wan.
Oh yes,
the blue chroma clipping.
Yes,
that was not on set. I'm friends with I'm friends with the saber techs on those shows. One of my DPs was second unit ACAM op on Obi-Wan. It was not on set. That was a thing that happened in post.
Really?
Yeah, it was just something in color that happened. On set, there was no chroma clipping on the camera, on the raw image. It was done right. Those sabers are fully controllable. Brightness, saturation, all the colors, all that stuff. The sabers are a 728 technician, electric lighting person, a fixtures person. So they are in the lighting department. It's just something that happened along the way in post-production. And it makes sense because there's so many different people touching this footage and so many different iterations, especially when you end up in like VFX and post, that like it could be fine completely down the chain, and then one other thing has to change right before the final thing that gets baked in, and that one thing fucked up everything else. And it's one of those things where it's like a lot of times we're pretty aware of chroma clipping on the most part as gaffers. Like it's something I joke about it whenever I see something and I see Steven posting it. There he is.
He's watching.
As soon as I see it, I always think of Steven now, and I'm like, oh, I gotta make sure I don't clip that. Like, there's been many sets recently where I'm like, oh, hold on, I gotta desaturate that a little bit, or I gotta add a little bit of a white into that. But a lot of the times it's a post thing that happens. Yeah. Sometimes it's on set. Like I watched something for the first time recently that I hadn't seen. It was that Andy Samberg movie, that Pop Star movie. Yeah. So I'd never seen that. My girlfriend showed it to me for the first time. Very funny. But there's a scene where they're in this like club and they've got like these blue lights on them, and it is not a post issue. It is these party mover lights, the DJ lights, and they are so blue that it's breaking just the camera sensor. And I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, you're like, just like you're pulling.
I'm like, no lighting guy on set said something about this. Like the DP, there are times.
Like when I was like working on a part of my film, and like as you can see on my screen, like I've got LED lights like on at the moment, and you can see like this little wave on my screen. Mm-hmm. And so like I tried doing that like in like a really dark scene, but it just did not work out at all. It just kept like, I don't know if it was probably like the camera issue. That's what it usually is.
So camera sensors,
it's interesting.
Are so they try and emulate our eyes as much as possible, especially. So film gives you a lot more latitude with straight colors with RGB. Red and blue, especially red, is very, very difficult for camera sensors and our eyes to get all the information out of, which is why usually it's an RGB CMYK mix of these things. I've been in rooms where all the lighting was just straight red, and we've had to take the monitor outside to like regular light to be like, okay, no, that is red. Like, because inside it just looks orange because your cones in your eyes cannot differentiate it. And a lot of digital sensors have a hard time with straight red and straight blue. Red is harder than blue. Blue is easier for sensors, and then green has the most information, which is why a lot of the times, sometimes if you're lighting something straight red, you'll give VFX an option like that scene with green as well, so they can comp it. They can just, you can switch the color. But yeah, it's hard. It's film gives you a lot more latitude, obviously. Film workflow, different costs, different experience levels. You have to be very, very specific with film when you're lighting it.
Yeah, that's great. But we got another Chris that's joining right now. What's going on, Chris? Mr. Chris Balga, how you doing?
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah,
how you doing, man? There can be only one, so I'm gonna have to.
That's okay.
I know. I'm like, yeah, the similarity.
You are the guest.
Yeah, the similarity. You guys got similar. You got Chris, and then even your last names are like,
Yeah, you got the Chris B's. Yeah,
the Chris B's and with an L in there and a couple of stuff like that. But thank you for joining, other Chris. We're just talking about just picking the other Chris's brain right now. I've been picking his brain for about the biz and everything that's been happening lately, especially. It's like, but just picking his brain on how things work, and it's one of those things where you just kind of go like, when again talking about when people start pulling things apart on Twitter and everything like that, you sometimes just got to take a step back and be like, this shit ain't easy. It's not easy to do,
Well, especially when they just want to nitpick or focus on like the one littlest thing.
Yeah.
That honestly, it's your product, so it's gonna matter more to you, and it's gonna always feel like it hits you hardest at that point, and what you focus on versus what it's like. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. Yeah.
Sometimes, like I said earlier, it's a business transaction, and I'm like, I could give a fuck. Like, I'm going to do the best job that I can do. Obviously, like I'm a professional, and I want it to look as good as possible, but at a certain point when there's all kinds of shenanigans on set or just not the proper budget or scheduling or whatever, you're just like, whatever, this is a business transaction. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. I've watched in my 14 years of my career, I've watched maybe 15% of the things I've ever worked on.
Nice.
Things get lost in limbo, in post-production limbo of like, wait, did this come out? Did this not come out? The things that you really loved working on that were a great time, that you felt like, it was a fun crew and you got to make something like really good. That's the stuff you tend to keep up with. And that's where you really, as a crew member, are kind of paying attention to what people say. And you're like, oh, fuck. Obviously, directors are usually always paying attention because they're the director. Like, from top down, they're like, they want to know what the public is saying.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, a lot of us crew members are like, when we see a lot of negative stuff, either we're like, nah, we know, we pointed that out 70 times during production, or it's you make something, go make something. And the general audience, it's usually not that. It's usually like, if a general audience is like, that was bad, that's fine. It's usually a lot of the critics, Twitter critics, who, or failed film school people who became critics, who very much have never made anything. They don't know what it takes to make something. Not even like something small with their friends. They've got this armchair analysis of it that is usually so brutal and so unforgiving that it's just like, all right, dickhead. We made more of what you could possibly make on any given day. and even if it's not good, like at least we went and did something. And that's a lot of where I have to hold myself back on Twitter sometimes, or like a lot of people don't understand the breakdown of how a set works. So they'll criticize, like, where was the gaffer for this? I get sent every day. I get sent the meme. Men in LA, stop being influencers. We need gaffers out here. Because a lot of the dark images, I get sent that every other day. At the end of the day, it's not our goddamn decision. Sometimes it's the DP wants it that underexposed. That's what it's going to be. And sometimes it happens in post-production. Yeah. Like most of the times we're shooting raw images. So the data is there. Like we're shooting a look. For those that don't know, raw is basically a camera setting. If you were to look on a monitor, it's very milky and flat. And like it looks like it doesn't have any like color correction because it doesn't. But within that image is like all of the camera information from the sensor. So in post-production, you can color it however you want. So usually the information is there, like for the exposure, and it's in post-production that it gets way too underexposed, Game of Thronesy. So it has nothing to do with me as the gaffer. And sometimes at the end of the day, the DP is my boss. The cinematographer is my boss. I am there to guide them and kind of they look to me for like suggestions. But there are some cinematographers I work with, not a lot of them. Luckily, I've built a lot of relationships with a lot of collaborative cinematographers who kind of look to me and they're like, what do you think? Or what's your ideas? There are some where I'm just a glorified set lighting technician with a fancy title. Where what they want a specific light, they want a specific look, and there's no getting them out of that look. And so when you see people be like, where was the gaffer? Like gaffers don't do anything anymore.
You just sit back and kind of laugh like that.
I'm like, you don't know what we do. You don't know the hierarchy at all. It happened when the Wicked trailer came out and the Deadpool trailer came out. When I see all the people be like, I recolor corrected, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, first of all, you're not better than an industry color correction person. Second, you're not color correcting the raw image. You're color correcting something that's already been color corrected via YouTube compression. And like, sometimes fans do make a better thing. That is completely true. Sometimes people do make it look better. They're like, yeah, it should have looked like this. But a lot of times people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
And I was emailing actually, friend of the show, Ray from Flightcast, and this is what I was talking to him about, like us as fans, and when we talk about movies, I'll use the example. I'm not trying to kick something while down. Like Madam Web, I'm one of the people that I recognize like what goes into a movie. Like tons of people, tons of work, things like that. And I try to, at least on my show Marvel Alliance, I'm a fan. I go to see the movie to see I go into it, I prove to me, as Ray says, prove to me that you're bad. I don't go in to say, prove to me that you're good. I like that idea that, I want to see a good movie. But it's also that balance thing, like, if I didn't like it, I'm going to say something, that's okay. Yeah. But I'm also going to be not the person that's going to be like, I'm going to beat it down to saying it's the worst thing ever. I'm going to say what I don't like, and I'm going to say what I like. And
how do these people get jobs?
I know we had our fun last week on the Vodka stream. Just kind of like
anyone was certain choices. Cruel about it.
Yeah. I watched it. I finally got to the theater like yesterday or the day before yesterday, and hilarious. It has its issues, obviously. Like it's not it's not a top tier movie, but by God, is it a silly ass goofy time? Like, and it's one of those things where it's like, you see what the problems are. You're like, this movie's been changed like 15 times.
But like, to your point, the general audience doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And they either doesn't want to know, or if they do, they don't really care.
But also, I feel like the general audience as well does not rip into movies the same way the online audience does. Like they'll go, like my girlfriend's dad will be like, "Yeah, that movie sucked," and that's it. Yeah. Like they watch it because it's a thing to watch, and they go, oh, no, I like that one, or that one sucked, or they have more of a middle ground where on Twitter it's black and white. Either it was a masterpiece or it was mid, and it was terrible. Like, I'm like, you understand that most general audience people are like, that was fun, that was cool, or like a lot of people don't give it this analysis that that a lot of online people give it.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's what the studios are their whole thing is to these people.
Yeah, I know. And it's interesting too, because obviously that that Chris Stuckman video that came out, and I commented on it, and because people are going hard, like either defending it hard or like trashing it hard. And it's funny because I've followed him. I mean, he's one of the inspirations I had when it came to the YouTube, to starting my own YouTube, because I always went to him and Jeremy Johns, which is a totally different beast. And I compared them to, like, I just off the top of my head, I was like, it's like Metallica and Slayer. Like Jeremy Johns, just like Slayer, they just kept the same they just were like pumping out the same stuff. It's not broke, it works, and he does the same. You watch Jeremy Johns now to back then, it's the same. He has the same opening, he hasn't changed anything. The only thing that's changed is his hair and his facial hair and shit like that. And he's grown up. But other than that, it's still just him in front of a green screen with maybe a leather jacket or a coat. And he's just doing his thing. And he knew that's just always worked. And it's always worked. Stuckman went a different path. And he decided, you know what? I'm not going to just be like this. And I think even a little while ago, he kind of just went like, I'm not going to just like, when I have a bad review, I'm not going to even like do. I mean, he's already expressed this, and even that video that he posted, he just talked about the studios, and I think we can all agree about, like, Sony. This was just Sony, and we can all agree with that. And it's just like, yeah, okay, yeah. It's like, this is what he does now, so accept it. It's like, yeah, you could still critique even his video of, like, certain things, in which I did. I was like, I disagree with him right here. But overall, I'm like, why is everybody upset with this? This is what he wanted to do. And he decided to approach it this way. And I'm like, I don't see why people are just like going hard at him. I didn't understand that,
I think it's just a thing with people who have a problem with nuance.
Yeah.
In online capacities, is just there's this lost nuance that everyone within any space now. You have to have a hard line.
You got to be
choice
tribal,
or something. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, guys, we're talking about art. We're talking about something that's so subjective that there has to be nuance. Like, you cannot, like, okay, you're saying that he can't be a film critic if he refuses to critique things because now he's a filmmaker. It's like, well, no, there's nuance within that. He is critiquing it. He's critiquing the system that a movie like that came to exist upon. He's critiquing that system that makes a movie that leads to, everyone trashing or laughing at or whatever. And, like, it's a system that's been around for a while, because Sony keeps making these Spider-Verse movies that in their own way are kind of successful, because they don't cost them too much to make, and everyone ends up seeing them as a meme.
Yeah.
And it's working for them. They're rewarding their bad behavior, quite honestly.
That's one of those things. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
It's one of those things where, one, no filmmaker, no crew are ever gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna go out and make a bad movie." Yeah, that's never the objective at that point. Like we said, the studios get involved. and they put it out there, but it's that line. Like, one of the questions I would like to say is asking you is, like, what's the one thing you wish, like, people would, like, if you had to pick one thing that you wish general audiences, fans would understand that they constantly keep on getting wrong, and going along with that, people going into these movies with, I want the movie that I expected that to be, and if it didn't meet if it wasn't the movie that I wanted, it's terrible. And I was like, you can have your expectations, but that's you're putting an unfair kind of expectation on something that it's never going to be met. And you get the idea of, all like people say, oh, they're rebooting and remaking some old thing that you loved. It's like, oh, it's terrible. You may not liked it. It's not your tempo, but guess what? That thing is still there. That thing that's still there that you used to love, it's still there. You can go back to it. It's never going to go away.
They didn't take it from you, buddy. It's still there.
You go. You know, you
talking
go to
about
Twitter,
remake,
you go to,
right?
just in general.
Yeah.
Just I mean, the Donner Superman's still there, guys. Reeve is still there.
Still
they didn't ruin it.
I just saw a report saying they're going to make an American Psycho remake.
Nah, are they?
Bret Easton Ellis, I've worked with. He's egotistical enough that he would want that.
Is he really?
He's terrible. I worked with Paul Schrader and
Snyder. So
Paul Schrader. What about Paul Schrader? Is he?
I worked with Paul Schrader and Bret Easton in 2013 on that terrible movie, The Canyons, with Lindsay Lohan.
I don't even know.
It was like the stunt casting with her and the porn star James Dean, and it was back like at the height of her like drug use and stuff. So when she was getting banned from Chateau Marmont, that was like during our shoot and stuff. Bret Easton Ellis is a dick, very egotistical. American Psycho is American Psycho for a reason.
Hey, he made a good. I mean, and
Paul Schrader was a very interesting individual.
He seems like it.
He fired us every day.
Did he really?
Every day we were fired. Every day. and we'd go wait. And this is early in my career. This is 2013. So the key group would be like, go away by the truck. And then obviously would be hired back and fight. He constant yelling. I didn't have a good time with him.
I can't imagine why when you keep on getting fired every day at that point. I mean,
it was one of those things where it's like he'd have a tantrum. And then we'd be like, all right, Paul's having a tantrum, Schrader's having a tantrum, and then
no, you go get fired now. It's your turn, not me.
Yeah, and it's like, well, it's funny because he's firing the whole group, like everybody. Like you'd be in a department, and the entire department would be fired. But we're 3 hours into the shooting day, so clearly we're not fired. He's just having a tantrum, and like he was a very interesting individual that I would not like to work with again. And so whenever I see like tweets of his like Facebook posts, and I'm like, you guys have no idea how fucking crazy this man is. It's very interesting. But if American Psycho, if they do a reboot, I would not be surprised if Bret Easton Ellis was super excited to do a reboot of his film, even though he has a perfectly good film.
I know.
He's very egotistical.
It's one of those that's saying people want to remake a movie. It's studios want to get it behind it. Go for it. It's just like, all right, with everything. I was like, I'm curious at the take of how you're gonna, what bell are you gonna ring and unring at that point? So sure, go for it.
Yeah, like I had an idea because I was like playing like a board game, and it was like for like Universal monsters like Frankenstein and like the Invisible Man. And I was thinking, why can't I know we're getting movies like that. We had The Mummy and stuff, but like, why can't I feel like they should remake those movies the same way Godzilla -1 upgraded the original movie. So have it be set in the same have it be set in like the 30s and stuff, and just keep that same. I don't know.
Well, I mean, no, you bring up a good point, because I mean, it's kind of funny because Chris and I attended the premiere there, and I mean, that movie really was phenomenal. I mean, it kind of just showed you like, hey, we could have this over here, this crazy stuff where we could have Kong and Godzilla fight each other, and then they team up, and Kong has a gauntlet, and there's and Godzilla can run. Apparently, he's done cardio. We could have that crazy shit over here, but then you just give it to a filmmaker like over here, and he just goes, well, I'm just gonna kind of just like start it again and bring it to present day without doing all the bells and whistles.
I'd say he upgraded it, not to be not to like bash the older film, but he reinvented it, and that's how I would say. So that's So
He
I feel
paid,
like that's what they should really do.
He paid homage.
He paid homage.
While
Yeah.
keeping the spirit but bringing it to a modern like appreciation of it. And I do agree that studios need to allow more of that. Obviously, there's the whole thing of like the Batman and then Batman Brave and the Bold type thing is like, yeah, we can have both.
Yeah.
Like, why not? Like, yes, audiences are stupid, but they're not that stupid. They know the difference. Like, maybe your mom and dad might be like, I thought Ben Affleck was Batman, you know? But for the most part, people know that there's different. Like, that's why when like Warner Brothers goes and like cancels all their TV stuff because they don't want to confuse. They don't want. I'm just like, you guys, you got to give the audience, you got to give your viewers more credit than that. People know. It's like, oh, the movie one's a different thing, and like, and if not, who cares if they don't know? They're gonna watch it anyways. They're gonna watch both. They're gonna watch Superman and Lois at home, and then they're gonna watch, you know, Gunn Superman, and then they're like, why is there a different Superman? For the older people who don't understand, whatever. They're not the market share anyway. They're not driving those sales. Yeah. The general people can be like, oh yeah, it's just different things.
And that's what sometimes fans forget. It's like, why aren't they making it the way I wanted to make it? It's like, because they're not making it for the fans that represent like such a small, you know, contingent at that point. They're making it for everyone else. And that's the demographic they're going after.
And I think that was the problem, really, that Warner Brothers ran into and forgot all about with their DC stuff starting in 2016 is they shifted. They started listening to the online, very online community. And the problem with that was you're always catching up to something that's already happened. And by the time you release the thing that everyone on Twitter has asked for, the trend is already changed. Yeah. We got to the point with these DC films where they started introducing the humor, the Marvel-esque type of humor, but now we're at a point with the audience, trend-wise, for the most part, people are tired of it.
Yeah.
And so that's the problem with chasing a trend.
And that's what happened when like
and some people don't even know the difference.
I was just talking, Axel. Come on, man.
Sorry, I got a delay.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I was just saying when Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, then everybody was just kind of like, oh yeah, can we get more of that? And then Restore the Snyderverse hashtag trended, and then you get people online that were reacting to it. And I remember, and people would send me those videos, and people would post those videos and be like, wait, we're not getting more of this? And it's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, people were craving this style where it's like, hey, we didn't have, what Marvel was doing. This is what
it's like that scene from Toy Story 2 where like Woody is like watching the shit that TV show.
Yeah.
And then they said, oh, they canceled it. I'm like, god damn.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Phil?
Hey, guys, Philly boy, what's up, man?
Hey,
Phil. Yeah, you guys, we was at full.
Yeah, we met.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100. Yeah, I would have came in earlier, but I didn't even see your link until about 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. But thank you for joining.
Yeah, well, to be brutally honest, I was just listening to the conversation the entire time because it was just so good. So
yeah, I mean, this is why I wanted to get Chris on here, because just to kind of give us some of that information and somebody who's been in the biz. And, we can even kind of just like, go, now just, I actually want to know, Chris, like especially with Superman Legacy, with all the stuff that's happening, it's going to be shooting, I guess, next week. I mean, we're going into March. I mean, how confident are you with like things that are happening with Superman Legacy and Warner Brothers right now?
I mean, Warner Brothers, I haven't been confident in years. I don't trust anything that they do as a company anymore. You can only burn an audience in a group of filmmakers so many times before it's just like, we'll see. It seems like they're going all in on what, at least Legacy, since it's shooting and casting is out and all that. I think as long as they have the person who's in charge there, that's in charge, David, even someone like Gunn cannot be guaranteed to get the slate that they've announced As much as him and Peter are supposedly in charge CEOs of the DC content, at the end of the day, you've got a guy who is a tech CEO. Here's the thing about studio CEOs. Back in the day, they were all terrible people. Yeah. But at the end of the day, those motherfuckers still loved movies.
Yeah.
And now these studio heads, they're not movie people.
No.
They're tech people. They're Silicon Valley heads. They're merged. They're from 4 different mergers, and they don't give a shit about movies.
No.
They care about
look at them like products.
Prices.
Yeah, products.
It is a product.
Yeah.
It is a stock option. It is a stock price. The numbers go up or the numbers go down. And in their head, there is no, I'm going to risk it for this film or filmmaker. One number go bad, no more. No more of that. Yeah. And that's a huge problem. They were always bastards. All of them were always bastards, but at least the old bastards loved movies and loved the art. And that's why we got the movies that we got for so long. And there are a few of those people still around, but they're not the tippity top head. And so Superman Legacy, it'll come out. Mm-hmm. It will presumably probably do great, quite honestly, because if that much of a vocal, minority majority didn't like what Zach was doing. And, I know people that have never watched the Henry films, the Man of Steel, the BVS, the Justice League, that they've only heard, oh, I heard those were bad. Mm-hmm. Because it ended up in the zeitgeist as those were bad. And then they end up watching and they're like, oh, I really like that. But because it's so much in the zeitgeist and it's so much of the, those movies were not good, that this movie will do good. Whether it's something that I personally vibe with or not, or fans of, I wanted to do good. Here's the thing. As much as I loved Snyder stuff and I wish that WB didn't fuck him over and we got the finale of that, which would have ended in 2021 and they would have been able to naturally reboot. That's what's so funny. Once again, Warner Brothers, no forethought. I want all these movies to be good. Yeah. I'm a fan of the characters. I don't want, that's what the thing that's annoying of online of I'm not going to watch Legacy, or I want it to flop, or it's, or I want all these things to flop, gun stuff aside of things that I don't like that he's done. I want the films to succeed. I want the universe to succeed, because why wouldn't I? It's kind of like the Kevin Smith type viewpoint of all these characters I love, there's a shit ton of things I can watch with them. Cool. I want it to be good.
And different versions. Like you just said, we have, though it's ending this year, Superman and Lois, we have that version. And now we're going to have a different film version at that point. That's the, you look at where they're coming from is comic books. Yeah. How many different creators, creative teams, reboot or give their own take on Superman? How many different Elseworld stories? How many different eras have we gone through with just a singular character in the Man of Steel, Batman? Name them all from all different types. That's what's fascinating always to me. It's oh yeah, I want to see that interpretation. If I don't like it, all right, fine, not for me. It's for someone else.
I'll go watch the other one that I like.
And I think the problem, and we've probably said it over and over again, Warner Brothers takes panics because yes, should Batman versus Superman been $1 billion movie? If we were to put a number at it, it could have easily been at that point. And so they panic just based on a number, and they say, "Oh God, we didn't do the Marvel money. We've got to go do that." I bring this up because look at what's going on with Marvel Studios. Okay, they're pivoting, they're making changes at that point. But they're not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Yeah. They're saying, okay, we overcommitted to doing way too much. We oversold and we did too much. So now we're going to pull back. We're going to change a little bit, and we're going to try this. That's what Warner Brothers should have done. They should have kept with it, make some sort of changes at that point instead of just outright panicking. Yeah. And did the screw up job that we all ended up getting, and now we, instead of the DC EU going out with a bang, it went out with a whimper.
I'm Aquaman.
Ooh, that was rough.
You know,
that was
and that's, I mean, how many different creative teams put their, I mean, I feel, you know, when I say I feel bad for James Wan, I feel bad for everything that going through 3 different changeovers and bosses to appease at that point. And again, like, he's going to be fine. He got paid, but the experience that you go through in that sense, it's just like, yeah, I don't blame him for probably never, unfortunately, ever stepping foot in a superhero genre ever again,
or just a big franchise, even, because I mean, he was with, you know, the Fast and Furious franchise too. I mean, obviously he had to deal with like the tragedy of Paul Walker, and you know, he did a good job. I still think like that ending of Furious 7, the way that he did it, I was like, man, they should have just fucking ended it right there. But of course, Vin Diesel was like, no, we're gonna keep going, and then they made Fate of the Furious, which was horrible. But you know, but I thought Furious, I fucking cried at the end of that because I thought they ended it so beautifully. But I mean, yeah, it's like Juan, such a talented filmmaker. I mean, obviously his first movie, Saw, was just something that was like, whoa, that just blew the doors off the horror genre. And then he kept on doing that. But I'm like, man, same with David F. Sandberg. I'm like, both of these guys are just, they can't wait to get back to that genre and doing something where they could just make the art that they want to make, you know, get back into the groove of what they do and not have a fucking big ass studio breathing down their goddamn necks and just like, you know, change this, change that. You got to reshoot this or something like that, man. I'm like,
this Batman. No, you can't have that Batman.
Yeah,
to Chris's point, like, feeling bad for James Wan and Bolga having to like go through all of that and still manage to it.
You're the good one tonight.
Sure, both of them, whatever. Anyway, like having
excellent.
Like,
that's what I want.
Yeah, that's what he came on here for, to be the good one. Anyways, go ahead, Phil.
But I was just gonna say, like James Wan and Andy Muschietti basically went through the same process of having to appease the same people while trying to do what they wanted to do, and yet ultimately at the end of the day they could not. And yet you see a lot of the online vitriol aimed at Andy Muschietti about the new Batman movie, and it's like, you guys have no fucking clue what is even going on behind the scenes, and you're just like, based on this movie, you think this movie is gonna have the same end result. Get the fuck out of here. Fans are a fucking mess, and I can't stand it anymore. That's why I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah, it's hard to like, and you know, like, it's like, hopefully when it comes to what's happening right now, and again, it's just like, I'm looking forward to seeing what Gunn does. And I mean, we got that cast photo, and we were all hoping for something like that. It seems like everybody's in good spirits. Everything's going well. But I mean, I know, you know, what's looming in the distance is like, you know, what we were talking about, Chris, you know, this Chris right here, good Chris, is the fact that they're, you know, we got the crew member stuff, you know, and things might be happening with that when it comes to strikes and everything like that. I'm just like,
that movie will finish probably if there's reshoots to be had.
No way.
Depends if we strike.
That
once again, it's
failure.
It's so. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so fucking annoying. I'm like, you don't. The word reshoot. You're not allowed to use it anymore. Twitter people. You're not allowed to use the word.
Sorry, Twitter. You can't.
Yeah,
do it
sorry.
anymore,
We're taking it away from you. They're like, oh, reshoots. It must have been terrible. No, bitch. We just couldn't get some shit on the day we were supposed to get it, and we have all this other stuff to shoot. So now we got to do it on a different.
Like, there's a thing with reshoots, and then there's pickup shots. You know.
Yeah, there's pick, and sometimes when you get into the edit, you're like, oh damn, like this doesn't work unless we add this connective piece or like this shot, and sometimes you don't realize it ends, so you do a reshoot. Yeah, you know, or a pickup.
Or the director wakes up, you know, a few weeks later, said, you know what, I got a better idea how to shoot that.
And if the studio is like, yeah, we'll give you the money for that, then cool. But with the strikes looming, if we do go on strike, I don't know if it's February. It's starting in March, basically, the shoot.
Yeah, like next week.
A week from today.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they need a bunch of reshoots or additional photography. If we go on strike, they're not going to get it. But it's so up in the air. Everyone's so fucking broke from the past, because everyone crew wise recovered from COVID strikes. or COVID, and like, you know, the industry picked back up and we got back into it and everyone kind of recovered from that, only to go very shortly after into these strikes that you know, like I told you earlier, a lot of people didn't realize is work stopped way before the strikes actually started. And the strikes, the strikes went as long as they did, partly to bone the crew members, to cause division and as broke as possible for the upcoming contract negotiation. And a lot of people who don't work in film don't know that. And why would they? It's not something that the studios are, you know, and unless you have a friend that's a crew member or kind of someone on Twitter that is a crew member on there.
I had a friend who was telling me that shit. He was like, oh yeah, they're holding out. He told me, he was like, they're holding out. Just for that notion, you know. I was hearing that shit and I was like, Jesus Christ.
And that's why, like, if you're wondering where a lot of shows are in terms of like later, like you're like, why is that show not back yet? They're not shooting. A lot of stuff that started shooting again right after the strikes was stuff that was already shooting that shut down because of the strikes. They went right back into production, and you know, a few things here and there like went back in, but like a lot of the big stuff hasn't. And all that.
That's why like when we get Stranger Things back, the kids are all going to be fucking 30 years old. Jesus Christ.
Well, one of my buddies is a Steadicam op on Stranger Things. He's one of the camera operators on Stranger Things, and he was like just waiting for the strike to be over, and so they can jump right back in. They were ready to jump right in, like they were ready to shoot like a year ago.
Sounds about right.
It's just the strikes, and so he's been on it for however many months now, few months now that they went back. But
that's what's so inexcusable. It's just like, these are people's lives, you know. And just how, and again, preaching to the choir, we're not surprised how studio heads look at it in the sense of commodities. I get that they have shareholders to report to, but these are people's lives, these are people's families, and it's just like, it's been like that since the unions have been around forever at that point. But now it just gets it gets worse and worse, and the microcosm is saying, oh, we're going to hold out till they have to be evicted. And
that was Iger, by the way.
Of course it was.
If you're not aware, that was Bob Iger, who anonymous studio exec. That was Bob Iger. So that's I like to imagine that he would look out his window at night and Ron Perlman would be standing on the street corner saying, "There's a lot of ways to lose a house, motherfucker." From that video.
It's sickening.
It's pretty bad. Like they're at the level of an example. I lit a lot of Housewives of Beverly Hills and some Housewives of Orange County. And on the last season that I ended up doing a few years ago, these ladies are rich, very rich. But Kathy Hilton, Paris Hilton's mom, was one of the cast members on the last season that I ended up doing. And her sister has been on the show for quite a while as one of the main cast members. But first off, their house, very crazy, very insane. But Kathy, she's a very nice lady, very funny. But she's that type of rich that a lot of these studio execs are, where very Lucille Bluth, like, it's a banana. What could it cost? $12? Like, that is not a joke. Like, these people do not, like, she doesn't know how to pump gas. She does not know the cost of like just like normal day-to-day things. So like that's what is so genius about that line from Arrested Development of like, it's a banana, Michael. What could it cost? $12? Having worked around these people and interacted with these people, and as sometimes as nice as they can be, it's the obliviousness of it that adds to the evil when they're in charge of so many people's lives. Is these studio execs are so fucking rich that there is that disconnect. They don't know. They're like, what? They'll figure it out. Like, it's rent. How much? They should be fine. Why don't they have rent?
It's an afterthought for them.
It's not. Yeah, it is. There is that. I don't know at what cost of money your brain breaks like that. But once you have a certain amount of money, you literally just. And I've interacted with plenty of these people. You know,
you just lose touch. It's like, oh, what are you talking about? I could find the change in my pocket or in the couch cushions for you to afford your rent. It's like,
you can.
And
I'll say this for a lot of the people who think it's actors and actresses that have that vibe. 99.99% of the time, it is not.
Okay. I was going to
They
actually
are
ask you about like that, because it seems like when it comes to actors and actresses, I mean, you hear their backstory, you hear their upbringing. It's almost like, yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, you obviously they get to the to a point where it's like they're making a ton of money, but at the same time, it's like it's almost like they know, like, you know, what it's like.
99%
Yeah.
of actors and actresses are very chill, cool people. I have had a talent since my first film when I was 19 of making friends with the talent on set, which there's a thing with crews. Sometimes some older crew guy, if you came up under older crew guys, they're like, oh, don't interact with like talent. Like you're to be background. Like, you know, I don't really function with that. I have enough social tact to know when an actor doesn't want to be talked to, or if they're kind of working, you know. Some crew members don't have that. I have the talent of making friends with talent. I am friends with many people that I was a fan of, and they are some of the nicest people that I've ever met in my life. They are some of the kindest friends that I have. And a lot of times when I work with new actors and actresses that I haven't worked with before, they're great. They're nice. As long as you have some social fucking tact of like, and also I'm a
being actually.
Yeah, I'm a department head. So I have a little bit more leeway in terms of my interactions with them. You know, I'm putting a light meter in front of their face. I'm on set with them. I'm being like, I'm telling them, hey, like your light is right here. I have a reason to talk to them in the first place. But there's very few actors and actresses who are that type of like evil, don't talk to me type shit diva. Yeah, they're there.
Oh, of course.
But almost everyone I've worked with has been fantastic. Yeah, no, I haven't worked with her, but she's very particular. But like I have some friends that I've made that they were the whole cast basically was from the show Dollhouse, on the first feature film that I worked on when I was 19. Joss Whedon's show.
Yeah,
from back in the day.
Dushku, right?
Yeah, with Eliza Dushku. Most of the cast from my first feature were actors from that. And I was a fan of that show at the time. It had like recently ended. And I was very nervous to work with them. And they were all super kind. They're very close friends of mine now. You know, gone to their weddings and such. And in 2020, during the pandemic, I was going through a very, very difficult time. And I tweeted something, you know, kind of eyebrow raising about my mental health. And one of them, she was working on Jurassic Park at the time, Jurassic World. She was in that, and her husband was in the UK as well, working on Ted Lasso. And they called me. It was like 9 a.m. in London, and it was like 3 a.m. in LA. And they saw my tweet, and they called me on a group call to check on me and make sure I was okay, and then called another cast member from, you know, who's been on other Marvel things and Dollhouse and all that, and who was in town to pick me up and get me out of my house the next day, to like basically take care of me. And these were people that I was a fan of, actors on set who I became close friends with. And I've had many experiences like that with actors and actresses.
Good. And
a lot of the times they're just normal fucking people, dude. Like they wanted to, like a lot of times they'll find out sometimes that a call sheet says, do not speak to so-and-so, or do not, a lot of times that's not them. That'll be like
somebody like Paul Giamatti who goes to a fucking In-N-Out after winning an award, and he's just like, because I want a fucking burger, you know?
Yeah, they want to be talked to like normal people. Yes. Obviously, like I have plenty of them that I'll be talking to, and they're like, oh yeah, so and so's nice on the crew, but like, man, they don't know when to stop talking. And like, they can recognize like, yeah, that person is nice, but like they don't kind of know when to give me the space to be an actor or be at work or let me get into the zone, the social tact of it.
Yeah.
And there are people that don't want to be talked to. There are people who are very method, and it's not that they are mean, but they are at work and they're in a certain mindset, and, you know, they could be completely standoffish at work while we're shooting, but show up to the wrap party and they're great, super fun. And that's what a lot of people don't realize sometimes. It's like, guys, we are at work. Our jobs are weird. And like, yeah, you're interacting with people that like are seen different status wise. And a lot of times, yeah, they want to be talked to. They're normal fucking people. They want to come sit at lunch with you. They want to talk to the crew.
Yeah. They want to just,
but sometimes they got to focus, and that doesn't make them dicks. You'll know when they're like the whole Christian Bale thing that happened years back on Terminator.
Yeah.
The yelling thing.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
He was a little bit right. He was a little bit in the right. He kind of got fucked on that. There we go.
I have the drop.
So they're rehearsing an action scene. They're in blocking rehearsals. And what blocking rehearsals are, if you don't know, is the director is telling them, okay, so you're going through the lines and you're going through the action and you're like, okay, and then you're this is where you end up here, this is where you end up here. And they're doing a blocking rehearsal for an action scene. The department heads and anyone who's relevant who needs to see the blocking rehearsal is to be on set, and you're there, but you're there quiet, you're observing. So you know, okay, all the actors, this actor ends up here, here, and here, and here. So I need to place the light here and here. That's where I can be. Or the boom op can be like, all right, cool, that's an open space, camera's not going to be facing there. I can boom op with the sound from here. That's what blocking rehearsal's for. But it's so the actors know what the fuck they're doing and where the camera's going to be and where they need to be. And then we do the marking rehearsals after. So block, light, shoot. That's the order. You block, then you do the lighting, then you shoot. What's happening is, I don't know if it was the DP Shane. I believe it was Shane Herbert.
Shane, yeah, or something.
Yeah, he has a bunch of master classes and stuff and YouTube classes. He's very knowledgeable. I don't know if it was him fucking with the light. I think it was. He's adjusting a light that is hitting Christian while he's rehearsing. A very intense scene, supposedly. Very emotionally driven scene where he needs to focus up. And when you have a light, someone's working, the light's making a noise. It's fucking distracting. It's hitting you in the face, and supposedly it's happened a couple times. He's not in the wrong.
Yeah.
It's blocking rehearsal. What the fuck are you doing? Stop working.
And if it's an intense scene, he's already getting into that intensity.
He's already up there.
He's already amped up. He's amping up himself. So naturally,
and Christian's not a method actor per se, but he does very much get like into modes where it's like, all right, like, don't talk to him right now because he's preparing. He is no! And so I do, when that came out, and then like, you know, I kind of found out what was actually going on. I was like, man, he got a raw deal on that. From like, if you know the process, it's like, yeah, no one should have been fucking with lights.
But I mean, he even said something like this.
You're a nice guy. You're a nice guy, but I don't fucking cut it when you're bullshitting and fucking around like this on set.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was almost trying to be like nice, but he was so intense. He's like, "You're a nice guy, but fuck." Like
exactly. You know? And it's a funny outburst after the fact, and that's why there's been so many parodies of it. And like, you know, like Tom Cruise's thing during COVID.
Oh man.
Totally right.
Totally. Everybody was backing Tom on that one.
There are some crew members that were in the crew pages basically being like, listen, I don't give a fuck if he was right. If he talked to me that way, I'm off. Which, yeah, I don't allow my crew to be talked to a certain way in specific situations. But they were putting at risk a lot of people's jobs.
Yes.
That was one of the few productions that was up and running, that was paying everyone. They paid everyone during the downtime as well, when they weren't working. So it was a big deal for that movie to get made.
Yeah. So it's totally understandable.
He was in the right during that. There are not very many it's very few and far between where someone yelling at a crew member or at anyone on set they're in the right. But there are times where it is understandable. But I've beefed with producers, I've beefed with talent on set where I'm like, you will not talk to me or my crew that way. I'm so many years into my career at this point, I'll burn a bridge.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'll go work on something else.
Something else. Yeah.
You're not going to disrespect my crew.
But sometimes it's justified, like in those circumstances.
Those two circumstances. The bail one was like he definitely got pushed into that position. Like it was like, oh man, like
nice. Axel.
It definitely got like, it was like kind of like one of those like if you knew, it was like Shane, you were kind of asking for it. You know, and the public perception is like, there's no way they would have known. So of course Bale got the raw deal on that. And then with the Tom Cruise thing, fully justified. Yeah. Those guys were putting, and as a crew member who had to deal with COVID protocols, they were very annoying. They were very difficult to work within, you know, with the masks, and you're carrying heavy equipment and you're fogging up, and you've got like, it's very hard to breathe when you're carrying equipment, and your shield is like fogging and stuff. It was extremely difficult to work within the COVID protocols. And we did give COVID people a hard time on set. Because we'd be like outside, like, you know, properly distanced, like talking with our masks down. And, you know, a COVID person would be like, oh, you need, I'm like, brother,
we're good. We're good.
We're good. And we're also being tested every day.
Yeah.
So it's like, I've had the amount of nasal swabs I've had in my nose.
I'm sure
from COVID was definitely double the amount of a normal person who didn't work within the industry.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
So many things up your nose, my God, and not the right things. Just kidding.
Not the
hey,
fun
William,
what's up, man?
William's joining right now. What's going on?
How you doing?
We're doing good. We're just, you know, we got Chris right here, just, you know, giving us the, you know, the lowdown of Hollywood and all this stuff, and it's been a great conversation. How you doing?
Hopefully, some insights.
Oh yeah, some great insights for sure. Yeah. But how you doing?
All right. Like I said, I had to get a new phone.
Yeah.
I crushed my other phone. So I was handling something on the truck and something fell, or it fell in between the truck and the bed, and it got completely crushed. So so that's the old phone.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, it caught the back wheel.
Yeah.
The new phone. So thank goodness for corporate insurance.
There you go.
Corporate account. They came out to me, Billy. But now, how's everybody doing? I guess.
Yeah, we're doing good. You know, we were just going through. We talked a little Superman Legacy. You know, I did want to talk about a little bit of the Marvel Studios troubles that they've had. I mean, obviously now it's officially that Kang Dynasty is now like, yep, they're not doing that. They're retooling. But it's kind of funny because they already in that article that came out, they were already saying that they were already retooling to get rid of the Kang character because. See, this is what I don't get. It's like you introduced Kang in Ant-Man Quantumania. I don't know why. I'm like, all right. I mean, to me, it's like maybe they were trying something different from, you know, Thanos, where it's like, oh, there's just teases and teases and teases. But then he introduced Kang. It's like, all right, we're going to put him in here. But then he's going to get defeated. But then we're going to be like, yeah, but it's multiverse. And there's all these different kinds of Kangs. And a lot of people just didn't like it. Now, Kang and Loki worked. All that stuff worked. Loki worked. But then they're just kind of like, hey, all right, we were before the whole Jonathan Majors thing, which is like a thing. Obviously, you know, it's like, all right, it almost was like, all right, we were already moving away from Kang. And now that the whole Jonathan Majors thing happened, it's like, well, now we'll officially move away from it. But it's just like, Jesus Christ. I mean, they are just really just trying to just like correct the correct course their stuff, I guess you could say. But I want to hear what you guys had to say about that.
Your biggest thing, in my opinion, is just two different sheriffs in charge. A lot of this stuff happened under Chapek, and Feige had to deal with that because that's his boss. And then once he was gone, he gets to recalibrate things. There's a lot of stuff that probably happened in the last couple of years, 2 to 3 years, that would have never happened under Feige. But because he is still all powerful, but he's still an employee, when the boss changes, the situation changes. That's the whole thing about with DC. That's why I'm doing it at arm's length. New bosses mean new direction.
Mm-hmm.
And there's none more evident than what Feige had to go through under two different CEOs. And that's what literally happens. Everybody wants to put their vision on it and their stamp on it, and it changes things. But fortunately for Disney, they were able to get the guy back that got that off, going in the first place. But unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that got done under Chapek that has to be kind of undone. I like this stuff.
And you look at what Joanna Robinson's book, about the reign of the MCU, a lot of the supposed behind the scenes stuff that she kind of looked into. One of the things that she points out is Kang was not part of the plan originally. Kang, they were very impressed by what Majors was doing on there, and he did do a great job in the sense of separating art from the arts. Yeah, it was a great part. Yeah, okay, the ending of Kang in Quantumania was a little bit wouldn't be my choice, but it was a choice. But when they went all in on one character and didn't necessarily pan out, and they're in a decent spot where, okay, the ending of Loki, okay, we can move on if we wanted to, or we can bring back. They're in a win-win at that point as well. But it's kind of like what I brought up earlier is that, okay, they're pivoting. To your point, William, Chapek went overboard with, we need content. Well, that went a little over the edge, and you didn't need to do that much because you oversaturated the market and misunderstood the market of what they wanted. And, it's rather interesting. We have Madam Web on this end, and now people are seeing the Marvels on Disney Plus and saying, the movie ain't bad.
It's a fun movie.
It's actually it's actually enjoyable.
Well, I think the biggest problem is the content wasn't very good.
There's that too.
I think saturation, you got to be careful with the saturation, because without a certain amount of content, your streaming services are going to become stagnant.
True.
And I don't care what they tell you. And Zazoff got up there again today and did his thing. We've made $120 million profit, and the streaming services is doing well. It's doing what we wanted, until you realize how he did it, and how he did it was pretty fucked up. So what he ended up doing is either cutting a bunch of shit that a lot of people subscribed for, cutting out contracts so he didn't have to pay residuals, or he hoarded it off to other streaming services, which is what I always thought they were going to end up doing. But they weren't really managing it to the point where you're creating something people want to subscribe to. You just basically shrunk your liability, which I thought was pretty. That's the same thing he did when he came out here to Vegas. He came out here and basically it told people, we're going to prioritize the cinemas and we're not going to prioritize streaming. That was a lie. That was a lie. If I were off stage, all his accountants and all his COOs were laughing, saying, "That's good. I'm glad you were able to keep a straight face." The streaming genie's not going anywhere. It's only going to get bigger. It's just going to. They're just figuring it out. COVID gave them a glimpse of what it was. And they're never going to go back. Once COVID,
they can't.
They're never going back. So you're going to see.
The streaming world destroyed the way we work on set.
I can imagine. Yeah.
It what those contracts are currently called, which they shouldn't be called anymore, is new media. And so basically when new media was introduced, they were a contract back when YouTube started to get big and companies started making stuff for online content. They were like, well, we shouldn't have to pay crews as much for this because it's an unproven medium. We don't know if it's going to do well. So they created these new media contracts. So there were commercial contracts, commercial union contracts, which are commercials. There was the tier 1, 2, and 3 union contracts, which tier 3 is the tiers are the budget of the film. So tier 3 is think your Marvel movie, your $150, $200 million movie. That's the highest budget thing. And then there was a new media thing that they introduced. Now, the problem with new media is even though new media became regular media, they never changed the contracts for us.
Of course.
Which is part of our negotiations and why we should have struck last year or 3 years ago, is they're still giving us these terrible contracts for, they're like, well, it's new media, it's streaming. It's like, it's no longer new media, it's just media. Everything is streaming. All of the major studios have a streaming company, have streaming sites. Nothing is broadcast anymore. It's not new media. You need to bring our contracts in line and our rates to what these broadcast rates were. And they still try. Well, they're like, oh, well, it's new media. It's not proven yet. Like, we don't know if that show will succeed. We have to give you the new media contract rates.
And that was where I knew the strike was going to end when it came to SAG and everybody else, because they were never going to open up their books. Because what that allows them to do is they can go ahead and say, let's say Peacemaker. They can go ahead and say Peacemaker was a smash hit, even if the numbers never supported it, because we'll never know. What that does is allows them to justify any decision that they want to make, no matter what it is. They could say Dave the Film Junkie Does Full Monty was the most successful thing on the internet, right?
You're not supposed to spoil
it broke everything. Absolutely.
Yeah, it was bad.
I don't have to pay Dave.
And I did some Quibi shows, so I know how bad those fucking contracts are. I worked on a Quibi show, and those contracts fucked us really bad. Jeffrey Katzenberg, fuck Jeffrey Katzenberg, that failing upwards motherfucker.
Oh man,
no, Chris, tell us how you really feel.
Listen, none of these studio execs are going to see your friendly neighborhood gaffer and go, that gaffer, he's blackballed. But that Quibi, those contracts were very, very bad. They were extremely bad. They were $4 or $5 million shows. The one that I worked on for a couple of weeks before I ended up leaving, because I found out that none of the union hours counted, even though it was a union show. You had to be permitted or in the union to work on it, was called The Stranger. It had like Dane DeHaan and some other girl in it. And it was like a $4 or $5 million show. I believe Sony or Fox was the like 20th. I think it was 20th Century Fox at the time. It was right before COVID, I believe Quibi was happening / during COVID.
I think
the contracts were really bad. The rates were really bad. They were basically minimum wage rates. So if my full rate, like I said earlier, is $750 a day on a new media contract, I was making like 300 something, 400 a day.
They were easily taken advantage of because there was nothing forcing them to do anything but that.
And HBO contracts are also very bad. HBO contracts, overtime doesn't kick in until after hour 14.
Really?
We do. Wow. Yeah, we do it. A union contract is usually a 10 to 12 hour day, and usually want it on 10s. And then so your OT kicks in, before then. But usually the overtime is for 12 hours is already calculated into your day rate. And then after 12, you start going into the overtime. But all of HBO's shows, their contracts are on 14s. So your overtime doesn't kick in until after 14 hours. And so like you see shows like Euphoria, which are beautifully lit. They're a dream like to look at. And as a crew member, as an artist, you're like, man, like I really want to make something like that. But then knowing I have friends that worked on Euphoria and I have friends that have worked on other HBO stuff, that beautiful images, nightmare to work on logistically, and just it
really is.
It's and there's a lot of shows like that, a lot of the companies, a lot of the studios, and that's that's a lot of what the push of 3 years ago with our contract stuff of why almost every local went on strike. And I think we mostly authorized it. It was really our leadership, Matt Loeb, who led it, who took a bad contract. And that's why the studios push so hard and have been pushing to slow down work to really bind us to not. Because if we go on strike this time, it's less for us as crew members, right? As of right now, it's less about the AI stuff. Even though those protections do need to be there, it is getting there. Because, a lot of what the SAG stuff and writing stuff is okay, if AI replaces extras, then you don't need a second unit to light those extras. You get rid of wardrobe, makeup, craft services, all the lighting and grip people to light them, all the extra like camera shit, catering that goes to outside companies for all it, like, so that stuff did the AI stuff in terms of like where it was hitting with actors definitely trickled down to us. But in terms of like creating, even with that Sora AI bullshit, that's not so much of a threat yet to us as it is the labor stuff, our turnaround times, the amount of hours we put in to get these shows made, because these companies want us to do 14, 15, 16 hours because they want the content in a timely manner to push out for the streaming services. And it's just not sustainable. We have crew members dying. I've had to pull over many times on set, like driving home, just to like get a quick 15, crew members, actors. And you got to think about it. There are crew members that come in really early. If our call time is 7 a.m. and you have an actor that has like heavy makeup prosthesis stuff, then hair and makeup has a pre-call. Say it's 4 hours to get that application on the actor. Mm-hmm. The actor has the call to come in at 3, 4 a.m. and then hair and makeup is coming in at 2:30 a.m.
Jeez.
Yeah. And sometimes you have swing crews that rotate in to replace. But like these streaming sites, it's broken things in just more than the way that we watch stuff of like, we no longer have the 22 episode type seasons.
26. When are 26?
Yeah. Me and my girlfriend are currently rewatching Supernatural, and that's a show. Obviously it went very long. It went 15, 16 seasons, 20 something episodes, other than I think season 3 or 4, where you were like, oh, what year was that? 08? Okay. That was the writer's strike. They had, 15 episodes, but it's not only what the viewers are seeing of like, we only get 6 to 10 episodes of a show that might get canceled because it didn't hit the right numbers for whatever tech CEO is doing the number game for the investors, but it's affecting top down to crew. And like, they think the volume is like a shortcut, which as you see now as viewers, you see good uses of the volume and bad uses of the volume. And the volume is not a shortcut. You have to know how to use the volume.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what some people also like. I would have people say, why is the contract that they both sides negotiated so short? It's like, the reason it's so short is because of all the different changes that are happening so quickly in the industry that you make it a long term. This is what got into the problem in the first place, with studios taking advantage of everyone.
Yep. And they still take advantage of, there's a reason why our contract does not line up. Our expiration does not line up with actors and writers. Mm-hmm. Far too much leverage that way.
Yeah.
Imagine if we had been able to partake as crew members at the same time of the writers and actors strike. Perfect. The studios can't have that. So all of our contracts expire at different times. Mm-hmm. The only help that we have in this contract negotiations is that it happens that the Hollywood Teamsters contract are expiring at the same time. So they can kind of help us out because the Teamsters have a lot of power, but it's not going to be enough. I don't think. I think we're going to take a severely reduced amount of things that we need, and that in turn is going to affect the content that you guys as viewers see and watch.
Yeah, that's what I worry about when I see stuff like that's looming. I'm like, what's going to happen to all this stuff? I mean, Jesus Christ.
They've already been not approving a ton of shows. There's a lot of stuff that usually right now there should be a bunch of shows being like hitting pilots.
Yeah.
And like a bunch of castings happening. There's maybe like, I think 3 or 4 out of the hundreds that usually happen. And I think they're all at, is it NBC? I think maybe that's NBC. Nothing new is coming. Like
so if it's holding to the stuff that they have versus trying to do anything new, just to wait it out.
And a lot of reality stuff. A lot of people don't realize Zaslav he's the person who made the shift with Discovery going into a lot of those reality shows that Discovery is built on now, those cheap reality shows. That is now when you go to HBO Max or Max on the front page is just like half of it is like, instead of legacy HBO scripted content, all I see is a bunch of reality shit.
Jeez, yeah.
He was the one who pivoted that decision for Discovery back in the day, that basically destroyed the educational aspect of Discovery. It was far cheaper for them and far more made them far more money to create all these cheap reality shows under the Discovery banner.
That's how you get $9 stock. You see, that was cool for the umbrella. That was Discovery. Pimple Popper is great if that's what you've been fed. The problem is HBO had a brand long before him, and that brand, if it's not held up, people will go away from that brand. Like I said, in 2018, when the last episode of Game of Thrones, the original series, left, HBO lost 52% of their male demographic, and they suffered until they found something else again, because HBO has that brand and has that reputation for when you see that static on a Sunday night, you know you're in for something that's probably going to end up being special or a classic. The problem with and I never agreed with merging that content. I thought that was bad, because even the Discovery fan got screwed, because now you got off cheap with the Discovery app, and and this little thing, you got off dirt cheap. Now you're being merged with a lot of content that you may or may not like, and then as a result, people who like HBO Max or Max are seeing some of their content migrated to other streaming services that they weren't purchasing. So that's how you get some under $10 stock. There you go.
And to your point, William, what was that tagline for HBO? It's not TV, it's
Yeah,
HBO.
it's
It's a status.
I mean, all of us that work within in the industry, like, we constantly talk about why would they do that? Like, why would they take away that legacy naming? Like, everyone was befuddled from every level down. From people that I know that work at the studios, around the executives, to crew members above and below the line, actors, actresses, writers. Everyone collectively was like, what are they doing? Like, you're taking the HBO part away, the name. Like, forget what they're doing with the content itself and how they're formatting or licensing things off or deleting things. Why are you getting rid of this name? This is like you said,
That's
William,
brand
it's
recognition.
Total brand.
Right.
Home box office. Come on.
It's very, very confusing. Everyone within that works is just like, we constantly are like, fucking Zaslav. Like, it's like literally like fucking Zaslav. And it's especially with he is the one who emboldened the other streamers and companies to do this tax write-off shit.
Yeah.
He was the first. He did it first with Batgirl. It was basically that moment of, there's this Shane Gillis, the comedian bit, where he's talking about the presidential debates. He's like, you got these politicians and they're just like, the economy, religion. And then Donald Trump came in and was like, his wife's ugly. And then everyone was like, we can do that? What? And that's what Zaslav did with deleting something for the tax purposes. All the other studios were like, well, hold on, we fucking do that, dude?
Wait a minute. Yeah.
And it's a problem. Like, it's like a problem to the point where like the FTC needs to get involved.
Here's the thing though, with Zaslav, as opposed to a lot of those other guys, he actually had it built into the merger laws. And when you merge a company that's in debt, his is different than the other ones. And as much as the guy kind of gets on my nerves every now and then, he inherited a heaping, steaming pile of shit from a lot of people who greenlit things that should have never happened and shouldn't have happened at the time that they happened. You can curse him for getting rid of Batgirl. The problem is, it's if you didn't have a plan when you put Batgirl on the map, you were doomed to fail anyway. And these guys were going to give you Wonder Twins. The same people who gave you Batgirl were going to give you Wonder Twins.
They even had castings for Wonder Twins.
Yeah,
which
should have been termination right there. That should have been.
But those things aside,
You're
it's
not
just
wrong.
those things aside, whether those movies were going to be good or not. Obviously, Wonder Twins. Yeah, you can. That movie's not even started. You can nip that in the bud, buddy. But when how many films has he done it with now? At least 3, right?
3. Scoob, Batgirl, and now Coyote vs. Acme.
Coyote might get it.
And it's insane. And I don't think we've had shelving of movies before where it's like, oh yeah, we filmed this like 5 years ago and now it's just coming out because whatever reason, but the movie is coming out. I don't think, as far as I'm aware, that we've had straight up a deletion, whether it's actually legitimately being deleted or just stored away, and because they were given a tax refund, they just legally can't ever show it type thing. I don't think we've ever had that where the work is done. The maybe you don't have the money now to market it. Usually back in the day, it gets shelved and it comes back, you know. Cabin in the Woods is a great example. The Goddard and Whedon one. So when I was making my first feature film with those Dollhouse people, Franz Kranz, who plays the stoner in Cabin in the Woods, he's also in Dollhouse. Yeah, he showed us the trailer came out for Cabin in the Woods when we were shooting the movie in December of 2011, and he was like, "We shot this like 2-3 years ago," and before Hemsworth had gotten the call for Thor when they were doing Cabin in the Woods. Wow, basically, and but when the movie came out, I think Thor had already come out. He was like, "Yeah, we shot this like 2 years ago." It just they didn't have like whether it was the right time of release or the marketing for it, and then they shelved it and released it later. But now they're just,
you can do that when you're not 29 billion in the debt. See, that's the thing, is that's a unique. It's not comparable to anything else because you had a company that was once purchased at 74 billion, and that pimple popper guy with far less money was able to purchase for $30 billion less. So the fact that you even had that situation, and the guys who created that debt were the guys who greenlit a lot of stuff they weren't doing very well. And yeah, it sucks that, you know, some of the stuff had to be cut, but you only have a limited opportunity to use these tools when you merge with a company that's in debt. And to be honest with you, I blame the people who greenlit Batgirl. I blame the people who greenlit Scoob. I blame the people who greenlit Acmeverse without a plan, without anything going forward, without looking within the situation that they were at, looking at what they were doing. I blame those guys before I blame Zaslav. And like I said, I'm no huge fan of him, but those particular situations, it's easy to compare other situations, but name one of those situations where the company had been driven in the ground 30 billion south. I can't name one of them. So you have to apply that to those situations of stuff that he got rid of.
I think the problem now, though, money or not, is as artists, which he is not clearly an artist. He's a tech CEO. And what I talked about earlier of you know, they've always been bastards, but at least they were bastards that love movies. You know, something like Batgirl, where they've kind of have this like whole jumbled up cinematic universe. Are they doing this? Are they not? That one's tough of like, yeah, what's your plan for that? Something like Scoob and Agni versus Coyote or whatever, those are family films, and those usually do very well no matter what. And
they were projected to lose money. Both of those films were projected to lose money.
Based on what? Based on what exactly, though? No, they had their own people that they hired outside, and they were basically, because remember, one of them cost $70 million. Now, not only are you talking about the $70 million, in order for you to put it in the cinema, the studio is going to have to pay the marketing, and you're getting diminishing returns because you're only getting you're lopping off 35% of that right off the top, and you're in debt. So the math just wasn't in favor of any of these things. The math wasn't in favor of greenlighting them to begin with.
It's just not a good precedent as
I
for filmmakers.
It's not something I think it's not something that they can legally do on a normal basis either. There are laws, like, say for instance, like you wanted to sue and say you're not releasing my movie under these not bankruptcy laws, merger laws, you wouldn't be able to do it because it's a tool they have at their disposal. But once they come out of that limitation, then yeah. Now notice they're greenlighting, they're burning stuff that's not theirs too. They're burning the leftover stuff that the people who made that brilliant plunge downward made. So we're at one end, we're saying, well, that's awful that they're doing this, but you can't praise the decision makers of their predecessors because they were awful. This is the consequences of being bad sometimes, you know?
It's so interesting because you know, because obviously I would like to watch the Coyote versus Acme movie, but then
So would I.
but then there's like a lot of people that are like that post about like would they flock to the theater to actually go see? I know, I'm like, business decision. I mean, that's the thing, is like you have to, you know, when you look at it business, and then of course you look at it otherwise, it's such a weird thing, because then the fanboy in me goes, why hasn't these types of movies been so popular? I mean, Roger Rabbit came out when? Early 90s?
1988.
Yeah, but it was late 80s. Why wasn't there more of that when it came out? And there really wasn't. And Space Jam came out. That was a phenomenon. And then there was just, I mean, like, and then there was the Brandon Fraser one that came out too. Not so big. But it's just so funny how like that genre didn't take off, and so that's where my brain goes. You know, we could talk about logistics and all the other shit too, but I'm just kind of going like, man, with Roger Rabbit being such an iconic movie, and I've watched that movie so many times, I'm like, how did that not start like this whole new genre where they had so many live action and animation movies just like that? And it just took, I mean, they take a long time, and there's a lot of factors that have to be involved with that, but it's just so weird how like we only have like just like what, that Space Jam and really not much else when it comes to that. I mean,
that Chippendale.
The Chippendales one that came out like a few
Disney
years
Plus,
ago,
2022.
that did well, and a lot of people are raving about that.
Well,
and
you have Sonic
like,
now.
Yeah,
Sonic.
I think it is. I think it is coming back.
It is.
And what's funny is because of the outrage, whatever of people being like, "Yo, why are you deleting this movie?" It's funny that they could probably pivot it into being very successful.
That's the thing. Use the bad marketing. Yeah.
Obviously, the argument is how many people will actually go see it versus being vocal about being vocal. I think a lot more people would see it in terms of, it's now got this insane free marketing push from the outrage of it.
Use the hashtag. Yeah.
But I think what they stand to lose in terms of not favorability, but like trust from not only credibility from not only audience, but like other filmmakers and people who might take their movie to their studio or something else. It probably at this point, because now this is the third movie it's happening to, like whether it makes sense for them financially or not, I think in the long run, it has hurt them far more, like visually, and the credibility and the trust and all that.
Even if it did, there's nothing they could have done about it. The math is the math. I mean, there was no way around. They're going to have a lot of credibility issues no matter what, just because of how they've handled things in general, period. And plus the situation, like I said, there's going to be no explaining math to people who just look at a Twitter story and for the first time in their life realize these movies exist, and now they're 100% behind them. There's no math that works for that. And in order for it to work for your return on investment, you have to have a lot of things at your disposal saying that this is going to be worth it to put this in there. And they came to the conclusion that it wasn't. Now, I could see if they were creating their own stuff and doing that way. But once again, it's the situation. It explains itself to most people. And guess what? The rest of the people are going to come back eventually at some point. I mean, but you have to understand, like I said, the uniqueness of the situation, and it's easily explainable, but you can't expect a company, like I said last time, I can't expect anybody on this screen to take a deal or do something that's going to cost them money or put them in the red when they're already in debt. Nobody will openly admit that. Nobody is going to do that. Not one of you guys on the screen. I would let you are sitting on a pile of money are going to say, hey, let's go ahead and do something with some shit that we inherited that's going to cost me money just because it might make 12 or 13 people feel good. Why don't we go with the law of averages? If we get the 100% of the break that we need, or we can play guessing games with people on the internet that may or may not come see our movie. That's a tough one when you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars.
It's true. I mean, it's true. We also, Rhea is joining in right now. Hey, Rhea, what's happening?
Good evening, y'all. Sorry, I'm 3 hours late.
It's all good.
Or I guess not 3 hours, maybe 2.
Yeah, maybe like 2.5. Yeah. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Just got done doing some hardcore adulting, and I don't know where to begin as far as like contributing to the conversation, but I love the discourse.
Yeah, we're just kind of talking about Warner Brothers right now when it comes to decisions that they've made, and then of course, I mean, like, it's kind of funny too because this actually can lead into like the fact that okay, so we had the first Joker movie, $55 million, and look at how much it did. The second one, $200 million. Whoa! They just threw. I mean, I get it. Like, you have something that was successful, $1 billion, R-rated, Oscar award winning, but man, they're throwing $200 million at this sequel.
If you look at the breakdown, a lot of it's going towards Joaquin and Lady Gaga. Like the base budget for the film is very close to what it was originally. It's just their rates.
Yeah, you get that Oscar win or Oscar nomination. It's an automatic change in your contract and expectations.
I think I saw
their draw.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's accurate, but I think I saw he was making like 20.
Yeah, he's making 20. She's making 12. So that's $32 million between the two of them. Just two actors, the two leads.
And now Todd Phillips, being that you created a movie at that point, you get to ask for more for your payday.
Yeah, he's getting a good payday too. That's not been reported, but I'm sure it's pretty hefty as well.
It's probably a large part of it as well.
Yeah. I mean,
because a movie like that isn't very expensive to make. One of my DPs was a camera operator on the first one. He did the stair shot. Yeah, he did the stair shot,
nice.
Or whatever. And that movie very, very not expensive in terms of like a general superhero like film, in quotes, superhero type movie. So I think a lot of it is going just in. It was the first one was so successful that everyone's rates just shot up because they expect to make the money back.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, hopefully they do. I mean, let's face it. I mean, like, I'm hoping that with the whole musical aspect of it, but again, it was even explained that, hey, it's not just like full on, everybody's just singing the whole time. There's probably going to be each act has their sing and dance
Musical
number,
too.
And it's like, okay, so yeah, that's cool. That's perfectly fine. Of course, there's probably going to be sets that were built and it's probably going to be, everything's going to look a lot more crisper than the first one. Sure. But I'm just like, I worry that, it's just not going to have that impact that a lot of people, that the first one had, and it drove butts in the seats. But, we'll see. It could still be something and everybody, raves about it and it gets nominated for all kinds of things. And, it becomes that thing again, and that investment is good. But man, when I just thought double it, 120 million. Okay, that makes sense. 200 million? Wow.
You know how you justify that though sometimes is when you have a movie and Dune is going to be the same thing, because usually you're wondering about, okay, how much 82% of your movie revenue comes in the first 2 weeks. Here, you're going to have movies that are nominated for Academy Award that are either going to get re-released or going to stay in theaters longer. Like Dune is going to make a lot of money on the back end because it's being released in March.
Hopefully.
Yeah, but what's going to end up happening is the Dune Part 2 is going to get re-released because it's going to get a buttload of Oscars, and then you make money on the back end after you've already done it on PVOD or things like that. Same thing with this one. There's a good chance that both of these people that are making the pay raise are both been nominated for Academy Awards. One is one for music, and the other one is one for acting. So there's a good chance that they could get nominated again, and then you release those movies. So you're talking about a longer life on these movies, and you're talking about more demand on different platforms. So yeah, they got a pay raise, but the desirability of their work is also they're already been proven. But like I said, in the old dinosaur rules, you'd be risky. But when you're making a lot of money on the back end on a lot of these other platforms, you can soften the blow of a pay raise every now and then. But I think it'll be fine though.
I mean, that's one of those things like where we talk about, like you said, a $200 million budget. When we keep on hearing we're going to bring costs down, but to the point of what Joker did at that moment, it became kind of like, no, you got to see this movie. It became kind of an event movie. And so, should they have a $200 million budget? It's not for me to say necessarily, in the sense of what, like we said, once you break it down, what you said, Chris, confirming, yeah, the actual production budget is pretty much in line. It's just all the price tags of the key players have gone up.
Yeah. And that tends to happen a lot. Obviously, the production budget will come up a little bit, and that's usually the difference of, is this going to have the same feeling as the first one because the budget went up so much, or is it going to be this whole other thing? And if it's one of those things where, you know, the filmmakers are taking that extra bump in having the budget to make it easier on themselves to create that same feeling that they had in the first one, where they don't have to stress out as much from top down, crew members being like, yeah, no, we can get that shot because we have the money to build this set or whatever. Like, or if it's one of those things where
The pressure.
yeah, or if it's one of those things where, because the budget went up and the expectations are so much different, that they have to try and elevate it, and it ends up being this different thing from that takes away the charm of what the first one's success was. That's usually the main difference, is what that goal is. Is it just taking that bigger budget and now making it much easier and less stressful for Todd and co to be able to just achieve that charm that they had in the first one? Or are they now are being directed to, you know, do this whole other big thing because the budget's higher? And it's probably the first thing, where it's being able to keep that same charm of the first one and the feel, while also having the comfortability of having a higher budget and being able to pull off the things without kind of being like, we got to cut this one because we got to cut this scene or this thing or this set piece.
And we can only hope. And I think that I think it's gonna, like, my only hope, and I still think that it's gonna be the case, is like the fact that it's going to be that movie again. You know, it's going to be something different. It's going to be something that's going to surprise people. It's going to be something that, you know, it's going to kind of shock people, and it's going to get the award recognition. It's going to be praised, hopefully, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, okay. And then it is going to bring the butts to the seats. Now, is it going to make $1 billion? I mean, that's one of those things. I mean, again, this was pre-pandemic when that happened. Now, post-pandemic, it's a different kind of beast. Will it make that? Who knows? Might get close. Maybe, you know, when it comes
I feel like really nothing has recently.
No, they haven't.
Most movies don't make $1 billion. I think that's one thing that people forget. Most movies, the vast majority of movies, don't make $1 billion or even close to it. Yeah. So you had that streak for a while because you had a one in a lifetime story with the way the Infinity Crusade was set up. That lent itself to being that way, but that's why the expectation of $1 billion, you know, for every superhero movie was stupid. You didn't just be smacking people in the head every time they said that. Don't even let them just close your hand up and just, you know, go across their head, because that really caused a lot of damage. You had a lot of dummies who should have known better, that were, you know, it didn't make $1 billion. This, you slap an S on it, it's supposed to make $1 billion. Well, a bat's supposed to make $1 billion, when none of you got so lucky. And I don't think people realize how lucky they were to have Heath Ledger's performance be one of those all-time top 10 or 15 performances. If you don't have that performance from him, the trajectory of the Nolan movies are still going to make money, but they became a phenomenon with him. And then you had a movie that came out, the third movie, which wasn't that good, that made $1 billion off of the momentum of that one. But for the most part, you know, 800 million, that's good money. You know, 871 million, you know, if you can frown at that, you're a fucking fool, you know?
And that was before any home stuff. That's like before any home release stuff. Like that is the case. Yeah. Is people definitely got, I think there was a streak for so long, especially because of the Infinity Saga, of like almost every superhero movie was hitting that $1 billion during that time period. And that's part of what the Warner Brothers panic was of everything, of like, our thing didn't make $1 billion, everything else right now is making $1 billion. I'm like, guys, nothing makes this much usually, and nothing really has since.
And even they're having a problem. They're having a problem doing it.
Yeah.
So. It's not sustainable. It was bound to come crashing down at that point, but they were self-inflicted wounds in the sense of what the streaming age has done.
And also budgets are ballooning.
but
That's
budgets
true.
are ballooning. You've got me with a family of 4 that, yeah, we don't go to the movies necessarily with all my family. I see movies for my channel at that point, but my wife is completely happy just waiting for it, doesn't need to have the theater experience. And my kids don't really, they think the theater is just one of these things we randomly go to at a time. You know, it's,
Sure.
the studios, you have one of the last movies to make over $1 billion. You have Avatar. It became an event. They create an event movie. It is not sustainable to make every single movie an event movie. So the idea of all these movies becoming $1 billion, okay, no, they've got to readjust their opinions of what success looks like now in an age where not every movie can be an event, but they need to market it in order to make sure that people saying, hey, we want to go see this in a movie theater. The movie theater is becoming a different idea now.
It's an amusement
I'd love
park
to
now.
jump in if that's okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Hi, Chris. How do you pronounce your last name?
Boulos.
Willis. Oh, nice. My name's Rhea.
He was at full circle actually.
I think I recognize you. I feel like I saw you there.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't get a chance to chat with you.
No
But
worries.
yeah, in regards to the topic right now, I have a feeling that the state of the theater system, as far as like my perception of it, like to Chris Belga's point, there is this, fluctuation of films that, are either event films or just, sort of like carrying along the attendance rate, maybe not as big as the tent poles, but enough to kind of sustain theaters to keep the door open, at least for ones that are like, the AMCs maybe, or like the Cinemarks, who kind of make these, movie experiences like a little more, I want to say maybe luxurious, or at least like, making it like, desirable to go to the movies because you're going to have a good time to watch them. But my point is that as far as like the idea of the necessity of an event film to come to the theater and have these inflated budgets that we're kind of speculating on the reason why, I think I'm more of the opinion that a lot of the smaller budget films and a lot of like the lesser or maybe overlooked indie films are, like I said, they're kind of carrying a little bit of the foot traffic going to theaters. Maybe not as much, but they're there, and you still have that quote unquote luxurious experience of going to see them in the theater. And I'm of the opinion that that should be a priority for studios ongoing. If they're not able to sustain the billion-dollar budgets and they have a lot of either like their own studio or sub studios or partner studios producing these maybe like $50 million budgets or even lower than that, and you're still able to in theory, the lower the budget, the more likely to profit from it. And I think I go back and forth with William on this theory where I'm more of like the opinion of smaller films, taking over theater, promotion and the experience for viewing those exclusively at the theater, whereas he's more of the opinion that the tent poles keep the theaters in business. But again, to Chris Belga's point, that's not sustainable. So yeah, I guess like my, personal, sort of like roadmap of how I feel the movie viewing experience in theaters is going. It is something that I would personally like to see as far as like where distribution of these films is going, because I see a lot of really great films that maybe didn't cost that much to produce and don't get a lot of distribution in different theaters for X, Y, and Z reasons. There are limited releases, but depending on, how much it costs to, distribute it to other theaters, I'm not, privy to that information. I think it would be worthwhile as a way to not only like encourage more audiences to see these films because of the increased accessibility, but it's also, an incentive for the theaters as well, because, the less theaters that are running films, or, the less foot traffic that are coming in from quote unquote tentpole films, over a period of time, yeah, I think that, you know, that would be one solution that I'd like to see. So I just want to get y'all's opinion on that.
I think that, I don't know if any of you guys live in Los Angeles proper like I do. I'm in East Hollywood. It's interesting because living over here, I have the luxury of like, we do have all these like auteur theaters and stuff, or like the theaters that have all the like, we get all the limited releases, all the like smaller budget films that only do like a week or two run, or the Netflix things where like, oh, we'll do a week in theaters. It's interesting because having the option to see those and having the option to see like how impactful it is, like audience wise, it's like, okay, are people actually going to see these smaller like films in theaters? And usually, at least, maybe, I don't know if it's because it's Los Angeles and a lot of people in this part of the town work in the industry or want to work in the industry or industry adjacent, it usually does very well. And I do usually see the like call to like, hey, give this a larger release or give this a longer run, at least via the internet and all that. And I don't know if it's because they don't want to spend the money on marketing anymore, like back in the day, like, because back in the day we had releases small, medium, big, across all theaters. Obviously, less people are going to the theater now because just the cost of living, and you know, things like the AMC A-list stuff kind of makes it a little bit more feasible for people to go to the movies a bunch. But I think it would benefit the studios to try their best to go back to that old release style of give these movies that maybe you're not giving it a wide release. You know, if you don't see the value in giving it a full wide release, maybe test the markets, you know. And Godzilla -1, for example, that was supposed to be in the US for a week.
Yep.
And ended up in the,
how long?
A month or more, 2 months
and a half.
Yeah.
It was about a
Almost
month
2
and a half.
months, I think. Yeah.
Because its release was November 29th, I think. I think the official release of it was December 1st, and then it stayed in theaters until about I think January 11th.
Okay.
Maybe even longer. Maybe even longer.
Yeah. And I think the problem is they don't, if you don't give a film a release like that at all, or a medium release or a sample release, you're not going to get that word of mouth that goes around like something like Godzilla -1, and then they don't see the call for it and the need for it, and they're like, well, why? No one wanted to see that. Why do we want to see that? Obviously, there's the risk there that they would have to take of actually putting the money forward to give these smaller budgeted things a release. But you gotta, if you want, people have to have the option to see these movies, to then gather a word of mouth and a fan base. And a lot of times, if something didn't already have a release, if it was something that was streaming, it's very few and far between where it gets the traction where the company decides like, we are going to give this a limited release because it did really well, if it didn't start with one.
Right.
There's a flaw there, because Godzilla did well because there's a brand name there.
Yeah, it's
True.
true.
If it were you know, Chris the giant, you know, atomic breathing lizard, yeah, you know, so you're gonna hedge your bets by going with a brand name. And I hear a lot of that. You know, you know, how come they don't do this? How can they do that? And it's a valid question, but the problem is, and I always say this, you have to go in the direction of the customer. There's just no money in it. There's no money in it because by the time, you know, that same wage that you were making when they used to do this has now shrunk. Like I said, it's a 10-foot tent trying to cover a 20-foot space, and it's just not going to happen. I think a lot of what they're having to adjust to is the fact that just normal people can't afford to experiment like that. They're going to go with trusted brand name. Like I said, Godzilla, and even Godzilla -1. You know, that was, you look at the money it made, and it you know, quadrupled its profit and everything else. But that, you know, that kind of movie here, you have to pull in hundreds of millions just to justify a movie like that even being made. A lot of it sucks because a lot of the indie movies have been sacrificed like that. You don't have that kind of thing. But once again, it's easier to say when you have to pay for having it made, and then you're taking diminishing returns from the box office and everything else. And now what justifies it even being, you know, done once you count all the money? It sucks. And I'm not saying
I think
right.
we get into the speculation aspect of this discussion, and you know, William, I enjoyed the discourse on your channel and going back and forth about it. But yeah, I think y'all touched on it earlier as far as who's to say who would go and view these movies. There are, you know, IP attachments for a few of the films that, you know, were canned and were potentially going to be produced. And it's not that us personally see the value of them existing. It's more about giving them the opportunity to exist, whether it be having, you know, the budget justifiably allocated to them, whether it be on like, you know, the back end, you know, Chris Boulos, sorry, I mispronounced your name. I apologize.
Boulos.
But Boulos, yes, apologies. Yes,
Okay.
thank you. And I think you could probably speak more to this as far as like, you know, production costs, timelines. Obviously, time is money. So the more, you know, back and forth of like, you know, scripts and, you know, visual design and things like that, editing, that could all add to, you know, the cost of that production. Therefore, it can probably determine if a movie goes straight to streaming, if it gets like, you know, maybe licensed to a streaming platform, or if, you know, it would be worthwhile to get that limited release to qualify it for a wider release. So
Here's the thing is from someone that works within the industry, the money's there. The money is fucking there. It's just about who wants to give it up. Yeah. And that's the biggest hurdle right now is there's a lot of people who are in charge of these things that their personal money only gets bigger by saving money. And so a lot of the studio heads and a lot of the people who make these millions upon millions of dollars that most of the time they're not deserving to make. They're working off the backs of all of us and creators and people who make the art happen. Like your salary only exists because of us making the thing. There is no product without us. They don't want to lose that bonus. They don't want to anger any investors or stockholders or anything. The money, our industry has so much money. It's just about who is willing to move that money around, invest that money, who's willing to put a risk forward. And nowadays, unfortunately, people don't want to put the risk forward unless it's like a sure thing, which it's not thing. Nothing's a sure thing anymore, really, especially with the economy. And like William said, is just like, you know, most people can't afford to go to the theater like they used to, but it sucks because the money is there. I see it. When I'm in production meetings, when I'm in budget meetings for like just within my department of like, hey, for me to make this show work with like, here's the lighting budget that I need to make this work, and I get pushback on it. I'm like, the money's right there. I see it allocated right in here that it doesn't need to be allocated for this. Logistically, you guys need to put this over here and here for these departments for what you're asking for. And a lot of times it's just the people who are in charge of that, they don't want to.
I think potentially, and maybe you can speak to this more, you know, with you know, reference to your career and experience. But I notice a lot of more modern movies are, whether it be executive produced or financed from different companies, and there's just, you know, a laundry list of different companies that, you know, appear before, you know, the film actually starts. So my interpretation of that is, okay, there's a lot of, you know, hands in, or like a lot of cooks in the kitchen as far as like who's going to, you know, come out with like, you know, the biggest dish once the revenue starts coming in from this film. And in order to, you know, kind of, I guess, qualify the, you know, potential of a film getting invested upon, it definitely has to, you know, get those financiers to come in. Whereas like, you know, with films or film studios that, you know, we cited, such as WB, for example, you know, we may expect a lot of financiers to come in who have that incentive, especially with like a bigger brand or IP like a DC project, like y'all mentioned Joker. I'm also speculating the larger budget is because of the amount of finances that they've gotten invested in, because it has a proven track record of making $1 billion off of a smaller budget
and a brand name and a brand name.
Sure. Yeah. Again, like I am, sort of, pondering if the intention of inflating the budget on the back end off of, the speculative market of that film to make some exponential, return to, incentivize the financiers is part of the reason. Perhaps maybe you can speak to this. I know for certain you can speak more to this. The allocation of the funds, for example, like, we kind of speculated about that, and why are funds not allocated to certain production needs, and where's the money being allocated at that point? And we know that marketing budget is separate from the production budget, and we know that a film production team has, like, goals that they need to execute in, like, the visual presentation of the film from, various, heads of the production. But I'm wondering if maybe there is justification in terms of, like, how they want to, present the film, and certainly, like, with Joker there is, or Joker 2, maybe there's, more focus on set design, visual effects, maybe something that we're, not privy to. Maybe you can speak to it a little bit more certainly, but yeah, that's just my thing as far as, like, where allocation of funds is going.
Sometimes
Lady Gaga. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, for Joker 2, for example, there's definitely probably a big allocation going towards just the music production and the collaboration of composers and artists, and definitely whatever big focus the film has on that. There's probably a big allocation going into that obviously the first movie didn't have to go into at all. Sometimes when, like, budgets are getting allocated, depending on, like, the producers or the people in charge of allocating said money, there are certain biases sometimes of, like, an example that I have of something. I did a BMW commercial one time where I absolutely did not need to be there. It was all day exterior on a racetrack. There was no lights needed. Like, and so I asked the DP, I was like, hey man, obviously I enjoy the paycheck, but, like, why'd you call me out? Like, I'm not lighting anything. Like, I literally was hanging out all day. And he was like, if I don't put a gaffer in the budget, the next time a commercial comes around, they go, and I need a gaffer. They're like, well, you didn't need one last time. And then they don't allow you to have that thing in the budget because they're like, well, you didn't need it last time. So even though this is a different job, a different look, a different thing. A lot of the people who are in charge of allocating money and producing these things, clients work in a different little brain sphere than the rest of us. And a lot of times it's stuff like that, where it's like they have a bias from a past job or movie or experience where they're like, well, why does this department need $5 million for this? The last thing I did that was similar, they did it with this and this, but it's not comparable. And that happens across our industry, like, massively, on, like, almost every job that I do. Sometimes from season 1 to season 2 of something, I'll get that question. I'll be season 2 of something where, it's a bigger budget, but they want bigger budget than season 1, but they want more episodes than season 1. Therefore, the budget isn't actually bigger, but now we're doing something on a soundstage as well as location, where season 1 was only on location. Well, now I have to order A, B, and C amount of lights and have A, B, and C amount of crew because we're doing more stuff. But they're like, well, season 1, you didn't need that. I'm like, yeah, but season 1 was different.
Oh my God.
Season 1 was different. We didn't do all the stuff that you guys want to do for season 2. And a lot of the argument and a lot of the conversation with these budget allocations are simply that, of, like, making them understand, like, no, but you want to do this. We can't do this without the money to do all this extra stuff that I need to order for this.
Yeah.
And it happens like from the top down, like from like the biggest departments all the way down to the tiniest things. And so, yeah, a lot of the budget stuff and like allocation of money and like how they decide to prioritize stuff is a lot of like biases and past experiences from the money people. Now, if you have a good producer and a good production company behind you or a good studio behind you, they understand that. They understand that, yeah, this is a different beast. This is a different thing we're doing. Yeah, it's Joker 2 and we did Joker 1 and like we didn't need all this stuff in Joker 1, but Joker 2 is different. And if you have good producers, you know, if you have a Deb Snyder or a Emma Thompson or someone who understands that it is every project is different, every project is ever shifting, and something you didn't need for project 1, you maybe need it for project 2. Those go smoothly, and you see that in the end product and in the prioritization of you know, the focus of that movie. So in Joker 2, we'll probably see that big prioritization of the composition and the music and maybe the set pieces. Maybe if they are doing a lot of like transitional performance stuff from sets, maybe that was something that got allocated to that. But when you have people who all they really focus on is saving as much money as possible, because that's a producer's job, is to spend as little money as possible. That's their job. At the end of the day, on set, when I'm in the production office talking to producers or line producers and be like, hey, like I need an additional 2 crew members for this day because we have all this action that we have to do. They're like, well, can you do it with 1? And I'm like, and then I have to sell them on why I need 2 people. And I'm like, the general rule that I tell productions that are giving me a hard time about budget and money or equipment costs or whatever, I'm like, you're going to pay for it now or you're going to pay for it later. You can pay for it now, or you can pay for it later when it's going to be much more expensive in post-production and it didn't look good, so the movie doesn't do as well, so the reviews are bad. You're going to pay for it no matter what. It just depends if you want to do it now or you're going to fix it in post, which is usually more expensive. I told you what we needed. And so that happens even on the biggest budget films. And unfortunately, there's a lot more mediocre producers than the good ones who recognize that.
I guess on the flip side, sorry to, dwell on this topic. It's really fascinating to me. I deal more on like, the projected side of, once
projections, yeah,
of when a film is, in production, doing test screenings, things like that. Mm-hmm. So once that, kind of like qualifying factor of audience reception, as well as, budget assessment and, appetite for risk, as far as like, the studio having all of these, incentivized investors to appease, to justify their investment, there is this, I guess there is a need to not necessarily over project, but, reasonably come into, range of, okay, like, if this is a sequel, we project to, raise this amount of money. Oftentimes, sequels make less than the original. So you kind of have to account for those factors too. And I would imagine that impacts the budget, but we've also seen where sequels cost more. So the returns might, be less, but the production costs go up. And, for the reasons that you outlined too, and I think for my point of view is that once the, product is out and those projections are somewhat correlating to what is actually happening in reality, as far as like what revenue is coming in, that too could, kind of qualify exactly like what are we going to hand over in terms of like finances if and when, we get more financiers to come to the door for the next film. So I can see your point as far as like if funds aren't used in one production, you'll get a lower budget in the next one. So yeah, I think in on the flip side, as far as like projections failing or falling very short of what was predicted based on trends in the audience space, Whereas, and let me see, like, yeah, basically, like, I'm, trying to align some of the factors that go into, well, if a sequel fails or falls short of the expected returns, then maybe that also kind of like correlates to a budget going down, as opposed to, well, we used all the budget in the previous film and we justified that. So unfortunately, we would probably expect a smaller team on the next film, or in response, probably the, lowering of quality, maybe not necessarily, but also just, more of a bootstrap team, like you were that you were discussing earlier about a skeleton crew, things like that. So yeah, I can kind of see
that
those
does
two,
happen.
like, kind of like, going back and forth. Whereas like, yeah, your budgets are going up, and then my speculation of like, the projected sort of like, performance of the film versus like what is actually happening on the performance side, kind of lowering it as well.
That does happen. Yeah, that happens. That's like every show, every like film, that does happen, especially if it's like following up something else, like or a different season, or it's a sequel or threequel or whatever. That absolutely, the like end projection, whether it like met it or underperformed, absolutely like comes into play when they're talking about either like how much, even when they're like writing the scripts for something, like for like say it's a show, like I mentioned this show earlier, this AMC show called Cooper's Bar. It was for AMC Plus. Season 1 was just on AMC Plus. Season 2 was on AMC Plus, and they aired it on IFC. And season 2, they wanted longer episodes than season 1. And now the speculation for season 3, I don't think they market the show very well, even though it has like Better Call Saul alum in it, and like other like notable names in it. Whitney Cummings, Phil Lamar, who voice of Green Lantern, Static Shock, and all that. I don't think AMC markets the show very well, so I don't know if season 3 is going to happen. But I can assume, based on like my assumptions on how it's done for season 2, that if season 3 does happen, it will either stay the same budget, or they will just let them do less while writing the script.
Yeah.
In the script, like they'll be like, no, like
can't do that.
we're not going to give you the budget to shoot like all of that, because season 2 didn't do as well.
I think as far as like the budgets going down in like, let's say, diminishing returns on season 2, season 3, I think once it hits season 2 and season 2 ends, that could be a qualifying factor to saying like, okay, this is a legitimate like IP as far as like it existing and having some sort of audience retention, albeit smaller. And yeah, like I said, potentially that would result in a budget being smaller. However, I think that that's a greater opportunity for higher returns. So in the event of the season 3 sort of being the determining factor on if a show continues, I think projections could possibly also determine the actual product that comes out, not the reverse. So like my point is that the projections could possibly influence the story that's being developed, and like the potential product that is being produced, and multiple endings and all these other things. And yeah, it could be the determining factor of like whether or not a series wraps up in the 3rd season, or if it's kind of left on a cliffhanger because the projections fell short and everyone thought it was going to be a banger and go into season 4. So yeah, that's just my perception of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty correct perception. That is usually how they operate, honestly. Like sometimes it is just unfounded. Like guys, if you just commit, like there's a plan here. Like commit. Let us do the arc that the show creators have done out, and I can guarantee you, in the long run, it will, work better, gain a better audience because the full vision is there. But a lot of the times, it's about getting the money people to commit to it. And so, yeah, but like you are correct. A lot of the times the projections either can absolutely undercut what could have potentially been like a very good project, and vice versa. Sometimes the, you'll sometimes see shows that you're like, this isn't very good, but for some reason it has an audience somewhere. Like it's gotten some type of latch on.
You literally like read my mind, because I was going to segue into the CW, and I feel like I am probably the only one cheering for them, and I wish I had joined earlier, because this is a topic we can like really, shred to pieces and dig into. Like as far as like my perception of how CW works, and I'm going to do my best to have positive intent as far as like why it exists, and not that it's a money laundering scheme, which, all signs kind of point more directly to that. However, I want to lean on more positive intent. So again, my speculation is that these shows are so cheap to produce, and although there's this, common, I think it's a misconception that, the cheap presentation of these projects, and the low budgets, it kind of turns people off to even like patroning it. And I feel that, to your point that you made earlier, as far as like very little people understand, the production back end, as far as like what folks are even allowed to do and what the final project even is. So I kind of have that empathy because, what little knowledge I have about it, I still feel that, this is someone's hard labor, went into this, and they might have seen all the issues that came about, but like as far as like the budget that was allocated to them, they don't control that. Like you said, that
you have 2 weeks to shoot an episode. There's 2 weeks for each of these episodes, and a 22, 23, 24 episode season. A lot of the CW stuff they're doing crossovers with each other. So now they're scheduling actors between shows. I have a lot of friends that were on a lot of the CW hero shows, played main characters on those shows. It is a scheduling nightmare when they do those crossovers, and they have 2 weeks. Basically, when you're doing TV, you're on a rotating crew. So one episode is like one director and crew, cinematographer and crew. And then while they're doing their episode, the crew for the next episode, the director and DP and production heads, they're prepping their episode. So then episode 1, they finish shooting. They do their 2 weeks. They finish shooting. They're now in post-production. And episode 2 crew comes in, that director of photography, that director, and they're working. And then at a certain point, the director for episode 3, whether it's a different director or if they're just switching off like 2 directors or 3 directors, that one will kind of leave the post-production process to start preparing for their episode, which is episode 3. It is very fast paced, and they're shooting for 8 to 10 months of the year. Those types of shows like Supernatural and Arrow and all of those shows, they don't have an unlimited budget. So a lot of the things that they're doing and trying to do is actually spectacular for the time that they have. And especially when you look at a lot of I think a lot of things that get ripped on sometimes is like some VFX stuff where, man, these VFX crews are doing this in very little time.
They're
and
really doing the most. And a lot of those shows, they have my, compassion and empathy, because a lot of them rely on practical effects, which I'm a big fan of. And, the crew behind them are, maybe it's not their, first, choice as far as like how to present the product that they're a part of. Maybe the practical effects were just the cheapest way to execute, but in reality, I kind of feel that the intentions of the production may be not in favor of artistic quality or anything like that. Maybe it's just produce ad revenue and then break even on an episode and then justify funneling the funds into the next episode. But it's kind of like 50-50, whereas like at least content is being produced, and there's some, like, I would perceive some job security coming in the fast-paced pipeline that's coming in from these shows, albeit exhausting and things like that. So I kind of see both sides. Like we as the audience are getting more content, and it's up to us to kind of say if it's good or not. But knowing that the presentation of the shows that is coming out, in a way, it's, you know, not reflective of a higher budget, but it does a lot as far as like what they are able to produce. So that's why, you know, it has my big respect.
Yeah, I mean that at the end of the day, the choice is on the audience whether they like that content or not. But at least the content is there, so you can make the choice. And you know, let the audience make the choice. And then, you know, if there's really no one watching it, then yeah, you got to cancel the show or whatever. But like when a lot of these companies now are kind of taking the choice away for the audience to even decide if they like this thing because they're just not making anything.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's tough.
It's tough.
Yeah.
You know, but it's funny. Well, first off, I wanted to say, like, you know, talking about Todd Phillips, I'm just saying, you know, when it comes to you, Chris, you're giving me some Todd Phillips vibes. I'm not gonna lie, but Todd Phillips from, you know.
Oh my God! Yeah,
Jesus Christ, what is that from?
That's from Old School.
Old
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Like when I was looking at you, I was like, "Oh man, what is?"
I was actually thinking about that when I
That's hilarious.
I was
I just
you were
watched that
giving me
movie
that.
like a
I was
week and a
like,
half ago.
and then we started talking about Todd Phillips. I was like, "Oh, I get it." So I wanted to bring that in there.
That's so funny.
Funny, yeah. I was like, "Oh yeah, Todd Phillips in Old School when he had that little cameo in there."
God
But
damn.
before we start, you know, talking about some other stuff, I know Axel, you got to go because you got to work.
yes, I do gotta go.
All right.
I also have to head out
thank you,
fairly soon.
Yeah.
yes,
Well, yeah. Okay. Cool.
Thanks for having me on, Dave. And
Yeah.
you can find me at Droga52 on YouTube and Twitter.
Yeah, for sure.
And see everyone, and I'll see y'all
Later.
Bye-bye.
He's just like, I don't know what to say. But you know, before I know we're like getting later in here, but I did want to get everybody's opinion on the fact that we might, when it comes to Superman Legacy, going back to Superman Legacy, and the fact that we might get the Kingdom Come logo. How are we feeling about that? Like there are a variation of that.
I like that logo. I think that logo's sick as hell.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where it's like, you know, people are like, oh, you don't use that logo if you're not going to do the storyline. I'm like, bitch, it's cool. Like you can you're pulling things from other things. It's comic books. That's a cool thing. Slap it on your fucking new Superman. It's cool.
Now I don't want to like put, you know, I remember because I was on Twitter, I was like, you know, when people were, of course, arguing in my mentions, stuff like that. They're like, yeah, nobody's going to recognize that. The general audience is not going to know, and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, I'm like, well, it's worked for Batman. I mean, how many times have we seen a different Batman, you know, iteration? So many. But I mean, but then it was like, well, it's not Batman. Okay, sure. But when anytime that we get a new Bat logo, like especially with like Pattinson's Batman, I mean that logo was just like that was like something drastically different. Still, people were like, "Oh, interesting." So you get a new Superman, but then I saw something on my timeline that was like, "Well, what if like you kind of take that that Kingdom Come logo, but then you kind of like tweak it to be like something like this?" I was like, okay, so it's still kind of like that, but it has like that. I was like, interesting. You know, this guy Drew, Goodnight Drew, like made this right here where it was like, okay, so it's like, it's the Kingdom Come logo, but they added a little bit to make it more like an S. And I was like, maybe James Gunn could do something like that too. Is he going to do that? I don't know.
I feel like the general audience, that's not something that I feel like even enters their head. They see,
ooh, a cool symbol.
Yeah, they see the diamond. They see it's an S shape. It's clearly going on Superman's fucking chest. You're watching a Superman movie. You know, if you see a commercial for this upcoming film and you see that diamond and something S looking, and then the rest of the trailer,
it means Batman.
Like no one's getting this confused.
No.
Like I think the only people who are very specifically harping on it are those of us who are very into whether it's the comics or the character or the you know,
or
I think or very much are like you know this movie's gonna flop flop like it's whatever biases you have. But once again, catering to moms and dads who are going to go, oh, there's a new Superman, like everybody at home. And a Superman S is a Superman S, and they usually don't notice the difference too much. Like, I think it would have to be very drastically off course. Like, they would have to make like something very weird to get
They would have
general
to totally like redo the design. And it's
Something
funny.
we've never seen before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like when it comes to comic book people, I mean, we know that design, and we've seen that design in live action too, of course, with Brandon Root. Like, when he came back and they had that Kingdom Come,
and it looked great.
It looked fantastic. So now if you have like a version of that where it's just like, okay, I'm just kind of I'm really curious because it seems like James Gunn has like teased that from the beginning, because he's like he tweeted out, we're making plans, and then he tweeted out, a picture of the Kingdom Come, Superman with it did all that. Yeah. He's already been laying he's been teasing that for a long time. But then what that's leading us to believe is like, oh, he's going to be taking elements maybe from the story, which is like, okay, so he's going to be referencing that story. It's not, obviously it's not going to be a direct adaptation, but at the same time, it's like, you could take elements of that story, just like Snyder took elements of various stories prior, and it's like, okay, so he's like doing something like that. And then of course he's like, okay, so we have a Superman that already has other heroes involved, but maybe not the best heroes. And then of course we have, obviously we just found out that Otis is actually going to be part of the cast with that cast photo. And it's like, okay, so he is really, and I've been saying this from the get-go. It's like, find that balance between Donner and Snyder. That's what he needs to do. Find that balance. And it seems like maybe he is like, from what I'm seeing, I'm like, okay, he's doing a lot of Donner stuff, but at the same time, if he's going to be referencing a lot of Kingdom Come stuff, because I've always said Snyder would have been perfect to make that type of movie. Maybe if there's elements of that injected into this, it's like, okay, he is trying to find that balance to the story. And that's, to be honest,
he may be taking themes from Kingdom Come, just small themes of like, less so of like, it's Superman who is, left this world of heroing or exhausted from it, and probably maybe he's flipping it a little bit. Maybe it's these heroes that have already been around and all that. It's probably, so like you said, it's probably just a mix. And I think it's one of those things where people, obviously we're in a culture of everyone wants to know everything about their favorite character and the favorite, especially
before the movie comes out.
Especially maybe when it's coming to this DC stuff, because it is going to be such a transition and a make or break from what is perceived as a failed brand or universe, that maybe that's why there's this extra focus of what's he doing, it's got to be different. Because that one didn't work, right?
That's the question. Like, what is James Gunn going to do different with the DC universe that hasn't been done before, or what has may or may not been before?
I think really what people need to do, which they'll never do, especially online, you just gotta fucking wait, man. Just let the man cook. Let the man cook, whether you're a fan or not.
Oh no, people want to show up in the kitchen and start, dipping their finger in the fucking stir bowl and be like,
yep.
I do think he needs to shut the fuck up.
Okay. So that's an interesting point, because so I'm with you on that, Chris, but at the same time, I'm like, there needs to be a built up to it, but he needs to shut the fuck up when it comes to certain things. Yes, he doesn't need to answer every little fucking question. Right. And I think he'll relax on that when shooting starts.
You will have time, yeah.
Yeah, but little things like posting pictures from set, posting little things, you have to keep, because in the age of the internet where we have instant gratification, you need to like build up, because this movie, we're not going to get it for another, we're over a year before we get this.
Yeah.
So the fact that you need to like keep the hype up, sure. Okay, maybe answer things that might be like debunking. And I've been saying this, like, well, sometimes he answers really ridiculous things where I'm like, why are you even fucking taking the time right now?
Why are we answering who's cast as Batman? Why do we keep answering that question?
Brother, aren't you in pre-production?
Yes.
I kind of commend him for I think he's finding a good balance between viral organic marketing and sort of, keeping things veiled a little bit
Yeah.
to encourage even more discourse around the product that he's producing. So
I think
there is a method to the madness.
Yeah.
I think what's working against him though is because he is answering so often, and because the nature of production changes so much, even sometimes in ways that you couldn't predict, and there is a stigma around this movie of whether people really wanted to succeed or really wanted to fail, that no matter what, both sides are looking for trip ups, and there's no he's gone against his own answers multiple times, whether it was on purpose or, you know, things change because production changes. That is just the nature of production. Sometimes shit changes on the fucking day we're shooting. I understand that. And I think that is because this is the movie, it is taking place with a discourse it's taking place around, and the universe it's replacing. That's where he needs to have a little bit more restraint. I think he does need to, you know, post some pics, like, I think the crew, the cast pic, great. Yes. The like logo reveal, awesome. Like those are I think he needs to go a more of the Batman route of how they kind of reveal things, like the slate in the chair and the little things here and there. I think he needs to dial it back a bit. I think as much as Stephen Amell sometimes can be a dickhead, I think what he was saying a little bit had a little bit of a ring of truth in terms of, hey man, stop. This was old WB's problem. We had a whole slate of things, just constant. Make the shit. Release a couple things before you keep talking about all these other things. Like, we have some casting announcements. Yeah, we got the Supergirl casting announcement. Now shut up for a minute about the future stuff.
The next thing that should be announced is the director. Like, find the director. Or, I mean, they might have already found the director. I think they already have the director, to be honest, but I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah, but like release, let Creature Commandos release before your next new update on something that's like further down the line, like that you're not actively shooting or is in post-production or pre-production. Like, you got to stop, because it's going to turn with the byproduct of how the industry is and how money changes and how decisions change and leadership changes. You're going to shoot yourself in the foot. You're going to do an old DCEU thing where, you know, we don't get a Flash movie for fucking 10 years. We don't get a Cyborg movie at all. We don't get all these things that are on a slate. You got to chill. And I mean, even there's a reason why Feige and them, even when they do those slate releases, they leave a couple of them blank, because they probably have a good idea of what they're gonna put there, but as you can see, things changed.
Yeah,
and
no more Kang Dynasty.
Exactly. And I'm sure they probably were kind of annoyed at themselves that they had.
Feige didn't want to do that. That supposedly that was a push by Chapek saying, no, you need to put it out there. He was not a fan of doing what he did at San Diego 2 years ago.
So it's one of those things where I think Gunn needs to. I think once he's in production, like you said, with Superman, he's going to be too busy to really like focus on answering all this shit, and I think it'll slow down dramatically. But whether you're a fan of him or not, there are people on both sides looking for him to trip up.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
And it's one of those things where there's a no-win situation if you keep talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you need to relax a little bit, and I mean, and I think that will happen when production starts. But you know, just do the things that's like, okay, if something comes out, like, you know, Fires that came out, like when it came to Bassam Youssef, that whole thing, it's like, all right,
you got to say something.
Yeah, you got to say something. He put that fire out, and then Bassam went like, hey, I talked to James, we're good, everything's great, we're great, and it was like, within a fucking weekend, it was squashed. You know, it was like it turned into a controversy, and then it was squashed within a weekend, and stuff like that. Cool. Anything that needs to be debunked, fine. But yeah, don't answer the fact that there's not a Batman script so many times. It's like we don't need to know that.
It's one of those things that he even called himself out, but he's not following his own advice at times. He said, okay, I'm gonna, like, at one point he was like, I'm not gonna answer everything, I can't debunk everything just to satisfy like the trolls to say like, is this I'm not gonna do it. But it's just like he caught himself in a situation where he's still doing it.
I think he has a very hard time not doing it. I don't know. Maybe he's a fellow ADHD goblin, and when we read something that we feel is an injustice and like not right, we're like, I know, dude, I gotta let you know, like, you know, it could be that, but like, it also, like, let there be some mystery, man. Like, obviously, there's the double-edged blade when you don't debunk things, as people build an expectation. They're like, no, this thing is going to be in the movie, and then when it's not, they're like, you know. Not that it's the filmmaker's fault at all. It's like, well, why'd you set your? No one said this was going to be there. Like,
I think for oh, sorry.
No, go for it. Go for it. No, go for it.
Yeah. So again, like, you know, I'm kind of, you know, trying to go to bat for Gunn a little bit, where, you know, there's a method to the madness in my perception of what he's doing, but then there also might be the you know what y'all were speculating. He's just an agent of chaos who needs to be reeled in. Yeah. So I'm thinking, like, you know, in terms of like the studio system and how, like, you know, Gunn, I would argue that he's an auteur to an extent. You know, these big personalities who, you know, give them a little bit of power, give them an inch and they'll take a mile type of personalities, where it's kind of hard to, you know, I guess for anyone around them, especially when with Gunn being, you know, co-head of DC Studios, like, you know, who's to say, you know, who's able to, you know, tell him otherwise. And I kind of align it a little bit to my frustration with Todd McFarlane holding back the production of Spawn, where it's literally his IP. Like, you know, like, who's going to tell him? Like, it's literally being made into a film with his permission. And he's, you know, like, you know, he's going to take his ball and go home, basically. He's that kid. And it's frustrating because as much as I love his IP and I just want something to come out and for him to just do something with it, it kind of aligns to what y'all are talking about with Gunn, where it's like, stop doing this and like show, like, actually like produce something, because y'all have like not even like started production on these projects. Yeah, there might be, you know, some pre-production writing here and there, but to y'all's point, you know, anything can happen, anything can change. But yeah, I just sort of feel like they're these folks, like, you know, so empowered by, you know, the state of like productions being even executed, they are kind of shooting themselves in their own foot a little bit, and it may have some drawbacks as far as like audience, you know, reception, but at the end of the day, we're still talking about it, so we're kind of still doing the legwork as far as like keeping them in the zeitgeist.
Yeah, I mean, we are keeping it out there, but yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens moving forward, especially if it's going to, like, you know, it's filming next, but at the same time, it's like in the internet age, you want to keep the hype up, and the fact that these projects take a long time and we're not going to get it till next year, it's like you do have to keep like some hype up and not, you know, because for instance, you know, the Crow remake got bumped to where the ballerina was going to be, and the ballerina spinoff from John Wick got bumped to next year because apparently that's not going well. Then the Crow, I had a couple of people in my mentions go, I forgot there was even a Crow remake. I'm like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, was it Jason Momoa still in it? No, totally different. It's a Skarsgård.
I didn't forget.
Yeah, that's the thing. But that's the thing, is like people forget so quickly.
Did you see the reason why ballerina got pushed back?
Well, I think they're adding more action sequences or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to Ian McShane,
when
it came to the Continental TV show, no one who worked on John Wick was consulted for it.
Yeah,
so
that was fairly obvious.
Apparently that didn't do well.
Yeah,
that happens. Yeah.
So allegedly, Lionsgate isn't thrilled with how Ballerina turned out on a test screening, and now they want Chad Stahelski to come in and beef it up more or less. That's what I read. I don't know any truth to that, but if it's coming from Ian McShane of all people, I'd probably put some stock in it.
If it gives us a better film, yes, do it.
Sure, absolutely.
Do it. But at the same time, it just kind of shows you, like, I mean, I think I saw people that just forgot that those movies were coming out, and I was like, I remember that The Crow was coming out. Of course, I'm worried about it because the first Crow, I watched it 2 weekends ago, and I was like, God damn, this movie is just so perfectly toned, and it's just so it's going back to the Spawn movie, how the Spawn movie in the 90s didn't follow suit to the Crow movie. Because I was just watching it going like, this was the tone of the Spawn animated series that was on HBO. How did they not follow this right here? Because it was so freaking good. Anyways.
I feel like they were, so ambitious. They flew too close to the sun. They were trying so hard to emulate the look of and feel of the animated series, if not the graphic novel. But technology and budget was just not there. So I have a soft spot for a lot of stuff. But the Spawn movie, it gave us Michael J. White. I wish his amazing on-screen presence would be in the new Spawn project, but
maybe
that's neither here or there. But yeah, I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
My only thing that I fucking care about anymore is Gunn. I don't care. Approve the goddamn Batman Beyond animated
I was
thing.
just about to transition to that.
Just
before we get
please, fucking God, I beg of you. I've got 2 Batman Beyond tattoos on me, bro.
Yes.
I like my literally hand is tattooed with him. I've got him over Neo Gotham right here. Like he already said that he wanted the Spider-Verse directors to do something for DC. Like Jesus Christ, if you won't give us a live action, this is the perfect medium for it.
Animation.
I mean, the guys who pitched it said it was sorry, Dave.
No, go ahead.
Just the guys who pitched it said that when they went in for the pitch, it turned into we can't do a Batman Beyond. Then by the time they ended the pitch, it was a maybe.
Maybe.
Like, okay, do it.
Like,
better.
Just do it.
I will sell my body in front of the Warner's lot. It's not that far of a drive.
I'll be with you, man.
Listen, I believe
we know you're watching. We know it's tempting.
Let's come on. And I'm hoping that's where I'm hoping how online Gunn is helps with this, because it trended. I haven't seen Batman Beyond trend, I don't think ever. Maybe once or twice. It was trending not just like within my interests, it was trending United States entertainment. And so it's like, please let his very online ass have seen this. Like, if this was all the like proof you needed, because I've shot a Batman Beyond live action recreation sequence from Return of the Joker. That was low budget. I came back to DP that, even though I don't like DPing anymore, because it was Batman Beyond. I have literally a $2,500 Batman Beyond suit being made for me in France right now.
What?
Yeah, it's like very.
We got to see that when that's finally done.
I have images of it. Let me see if I can. Hold on.
Ooh.
Let me see. It's not. I haven't finished paying for it yet because I'm poor. Hold on. Let me bring it up.
No, you're in Hollywood. Come on, man. You're all.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, poor baby. Let's see. Hold on. Wait. Let me.
All right.
Okay.
So there's that.
Oh boy, look at that.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, you're Comic-Con ready, bruh.
Yeah. So I'm.
Oh, look at the
white eyes and everything. Love it.
Yes.
So hopefully, I'm as soon as I saw those storyboards, brother. I'm just saying, Warner Brothers, I'll forgive you for everything you did to Snyder.
See, this is the thing that I'm kind of, wondering why there aren't more litmus tests with, characters that potentially they want to, spin off into more content. Like, there could have been an opportunity to introduce kind of like some Easter eggs alluding to Batman Beyond, potentially like in the Flash movie. I could have definitely seen that happening, like,
I wouldn't.
But I think for my sort of like perception of how this could happen, and kind of soft, not maybe soft reboot, maybe like soft reintroduce Batman Beyond as an IP to the general audience. It may need a reintroduction, because maybe it's been, kind of shelved for so long, and it's kind of not been in, the public, sort of like perception of the Batman IP as outside of comic books for such a long time that it does need that, sort of like, okay, yeah, like this is this character, this is them as like a regular person, and then this is how they came about to become the character that we know as in the IP for Batman Beyond. So I think there kind of has to be these baby steps in order to get to that point. But yeah, I think that's in general how I would sort of like rationalize any sort of introduction to new characters. If it's just a hard, this is this character, or this is this esoteric, character from this one IP or this one story, I think it can work. It worked with Guardians, but yeah, I guess like I would probably pivot more to the soft introduction side.
I think go for it, Phil.
I was just going to say, I think if they go through with doing this movie, the one thing that you already know fans are going to have a tiss fit over is in the event they have to get new voice talent, which I would imagine they probably would, because A, Will Friedle is way up there in age as he was post 20 years ago. And
even
B,
though he's coming back.
He's coming back.
I know, but I'm saying if you want to get Terry McGinnis as a teenager again for this series,
you
got to go younger, and that would also mean that B, the big one is Kevin Conroy's not here to voice Bruce Wayne. You're gonna have to get somebody else.
Man,
that's the unfortunate part.
This is where they should have got Michael Keaton back. I mean,
I can't get behind that idea.
I know. I get it.
I'd love that idea.
I know.
I don't.
I don't
because
no, but I mean, I know there was an actual live action version of this that was
Pitch.
like, pitch, kind of thing. And it was like, it's been there for a bit, but
20 years.
Yeah, who knows how long it's been there. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, as much as I did enjoy The Flash and like Michael Keaton coming back as Batman, I would have preferred him if they actually were to actually go like, hey, we're going to do a Batman Beyond with Michael Keaton and we're going to actually put some effort into it. I would have totally been like, I would have preferred that more than him coming back for The Flash. Again, like what we talked about, Chris, even at the beginning, is like, like The Flash had a soul, but it was surrounded by fucking beyond meat, I guess you could say. It's like
it was just
meat.
Such a awesome takeoff point in my while the film was like still being talked about, not yet came out yet, or any sort of like preview screenings, that it would be, even before Batgirl was canceled, I just saw it as, yes, this is the soft intro that I was asking for. So legacy characters introducing a new generation of characters to potentially branch off, not necessarily continue those stories that are being, that are the launch pads to us becoming familiar with them. But, again, like, reestablishing them outside of that launch pad and into, the stratosphere of them, existing in their own, whether it be multiverse or, correlating to the universe that, we were introduced to them at. Like, there was so much potential there. I was hoping that even like, being introduced to Supergirl, like that would be a case where we would probably get like a correlating, existence of her like in the multiverse, but it kind of, didn't happen, I guess, or it hasn't happened yet. So yeah, that I feel like it's a missed opportunity.
I think luckily, so even though Batman Beyond obviously hasn't been in the proper zeitgeist for many, many years, and it did obviously well enough to trend the way it did trend.
Yes.
I think much like Miles Morales, and he wasn't, Spider-Man is who's known, right? So Miles Morales was still kind of a not to the masses, not a very known character. I think the same way Terry is, but because Terry is tied to Batman and he is Batman the same way Miles is Spider-Man, that gives an in a way for that type of animated movie, that like it gives a penetration of the mass audiences who are especially younger, who didn't grow up with Batman Beyond and like his Justice League Unlimited episodes and like whatever Return of the Joker and stuff. Luckily, much like Miles and his Spider-Verse movies, because it's Batman and because it's Spider-Man, it already has that intro, and they would hopefully do things like really do a big push within, HBO Max and stuff of like highlighting the 3 seasons and his 2 epilogue episodes of Unlimited that kind of wrapped up his story. And then maybe if they really wanted to be smart, do a Fathom event type thing with Return of the Joker. to really push like into the mainstream view of like, oh wait, this is a different. This is not Bruce Wayne. It's a different Batman for the people who really like a lot of the younger people, I think.
It's a tough concept that we don't see that often in the sense of we're so stuck on Bruce Wayne as Batman. That's the only way that works is Bruce Wayne as Batman. But the idea of Batman Beyond saying Bruce is still there, what happens when he can't be Batman anymore?
Yeah.
Physically. Yeah. And so what is the legacy of there always needs to be a Batman, which is what, Waller's whole big thing was when in an epilogue there needs to be a Batman, and how crazy that was. What ended up happening.
That was an entire thing in and of itself. And I think honestly it's kind of ingenious too. And I'm not trying to be a contrarian here and pushing back on it, but the whole Michael Keaton being old man Bruce Wayne for Batman Beyond film, I just don't think that his version of Bruce Wayne is similar enough to warrant him being the Bruce Wayne of a Batman Beyond. Sure, yeah, thank you.
We can be more creative.
Yeah, I mean, there was talks years ago, we can get Clint Eastwood. It's like, okay, that's safe too in a different way. I don't know, but I really think you can get someone else in there to play old man Bruce Wayne.
No. We can find enough drugs to incentivize him to come back.
Give it 10, 15 years, get Ben Affleck in there. I don't care.
What's funny? What's funny is Batman and Robin, real quick on the George Clooney thing. Batman and Robin was I believe the first Batman I saw in theaters. I was born in 92, so I'm pretty sure that was the first one. That's the first one I distinctly remember. And so obviously growing up, I didn't see it as bad. And even when I grew up and learned that that's the bad one, I was like, I still like it. And I rewatched it recently. And for as silly and campy as it is, my God, Clooney got the short end of the stick. He did really fucking good because you see the way he talks.
Great Bruce Wayne, absolutely.
The way he talks to Alfred when Alfred's sick and dying and shit.
Those are the best things.
I was like, I didn't remember that, and I watched it recently, and I was like, yo. This dude slaps as Bruce Wayne right now. Holy shit.
Just like Val Kilmer is a fucking fantastic Bruce Wayne. People give shit to the Schumacher versions of it, but I'm like, there's good in there. I mean, I'm always a defender of Batman Forever, because Batman Forever when I was a kid, I love that movie so much. It's a Jim Carrey fanatic and blah blah blah.
I still love that movie.
Yeah, I know. I still do too. But I can appreciate Batman and Robin too.
So baffling that so many Batman fans despise those two movies for whatever reason. And I'm just.
What's funny is when you really do look at the character work.
I know, but still, it's just like if you're gonna go out of your way to claim to be a huge Batman fan, but you have to crap on those movies. Either one doesn't really matter to me. But if you go, I hate Batman Forever, I'm really not going to invest any time in a conversation with you. You have no.
It's almost the same conversation that happens around Affleck. The people that don't like Affleck's Batman,
100%.
It's like, if you look at separate from the movie it's in itself and whatever silliness from Batman and Robin or darkness you might not like from BVS or whatever. If you look at the character work itself, Clooney's Bruce Wayne and the way he speaks to Alfred in those moments where he's sick, and the way he carries himself, and Affleck and the way he carries himself of especially his arc from BVS to Zack's Justice League, regaining that hope, faith, Alfred, faith. If you look at the character work, every one of these interpretations of Batman is spot on Batman. It's whatever slice it is in the big pie of the character of 80 years, 85 years of a character.
It's got to be one version.
Only had a Bat credit card. Hey, that was kind of like Batman 66. I mean, Batman and Robin is very Batman 66. But then when you get to those moments, again, like you were saying, it's those moments between Bruce and Alfred. I mean, when he looks down the hall and he sees a vision of himself as a kid falling down, and Alfred helps him up, and it's just Jesus Christ. There were some really good moments in Batman and Robin. I will not lie about that.
I think much like how we're probably going to expect a Miles Morales live action in the MCU at some point soon, in the next 5 to 7 years, probably maybe 10. I think if they're the best bet for something Batman Beyond live action to ever happen is the route of almost the Spider-Verse route.
Yep.
You need to reintroduce this new generation.
Yes.
To him.
Yeah. There was a
Animated.
rumor a while ago that they wanted to do something like this. Is like old regime stuff. This was like 6 years ago. I remember there was a rumor, and I even mentioned it when I talked about this concept. I was like, there was a rumor like, 5-6 years ago after Spider-Verse came out. It's like, hey, we should do something like that with like Batman Beyond. And it was like, yeah. And everybody was like going, yeah, please do that.
Easy sold.
Yeah, easy sold. I'm like make an anime. I mean, you got to lean into some of that stuff because I mean, let's face it, the Spider-Verse stuff is just killing it. It's just absolutely killing it. So, and lean into your comic books too, because what Joe Manganiello saying.
That's the thing you just mentioned. That's literally the only place where Batman Beyond has thrived since the TV show ended was comic books.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's the only reason that I'm watching that Crisis Part 2 thing. I watched it, the first part, literally like a night ago. And like I haven't been. It's all right. I haven't been a big fan of the animation style of that set of their animated films. I think the set they did right before was really great. The stuff that had the new DCAU. The Justice League Dark, and that's the Justice League War through or whatever. Post like the Flashpoint film.
I told Dave about this. I want them to announce the movie that I know about. I want them to announce that goddamn movie, and they haven't done it yet. I
liked that stuff. I think the Tomorrowverse stuff, maybe, I don't know if it's the character designs or just the animation style itself. I haven't been into, but
Archer, isn't it? Like
that's what it is. It's very Archer, and I don't, which works for Archer, I feel like. But for me, I don't like seeing these heroes like that. But the entire reason I watched that Part 1 and the movie before, the War World one, was because I saw the trailer that Batman Beyond is in Part 2 with the Bat family. I was like, oh, cool, I'm in. Let me go watch Part 1 now. When the fuck does this come out? It comes out on my birthday in April. Fuck, I gotta wait. But Batman Beyond is a thing they need to tap into. It's such a wealth of options for them, especially because obviously Neo Gotham is not Cyberpunk 2099. it is a Cyberpunk-esque world, but it has its own charm. But the aesthetic that people really, really like recently, with games like Cyberpunk, with games like with Ghost Runner and Blade Runner 2049 and the upcoming Blade Runner 2099 show, there is a big fandom for that aesthetic, the synthwave, vaporwave, cyberpunk aesthetic that I really think that Warner Brothers has this free thing that they've built in a fan base with from many years ago that they can reactivate. And I think they need to take advantage of it and really, really take that pitch that really landed in their lap from some amazing creators that they didn't work on internally, obviously. So it's like for someone to come to you with such gold like that, coming from other successful movies from technically your rival.
Yeah. Do you feel like
you got to change that maybe
the animated series that is coming out from the JJ era, it's still being produced, I'm assuming? Do you think that would be a good realm to kind of do that soft introduction? I think they need to take. I think it would be smart of them to take any option to reintroduce the character, if they have stuff upcoming that they can work him into, properly, that that is good for the character, obviously not just shoehorning him into stuff, then they should start really looking at that, if that's how they want to do it, without just straight, if they plan on making this movie, if it turns into a yes, and it takes however many years for this movie to get made, because that pipeline is very difficult and different than live action, obviously, and they have stuff that can be put out faster, whether it be giving him a comic, run, a limited, spotlight run that starts coming out, and maybe introducing him in some of the DCAU stuff that they do or whatever they do. I think it'd be very smart for them to recapitalize, even if it's something like, remasters. Like I have the 4K set Blu-rays from the season 1 through 3 that came with the little metallic
Batman
Yep,
Beyond.
same here.
Yeah, I have that.
Same here.
So I don't know what like remasters they could do. They could probably do a Return of the Joker remaster. I feel like they haven't done that.
They haven't. I don't think they have.
not.
Yeah.
They have
I
not.
think that alone is a huge untapped, thing, and it's something that really doesn't take that much money from their end that they would make a lot of money back from. I feel like taking probably those soundtracks, remastering those music pieces. They had some very iconic, specific music in Batman Beyond, from the intro to the action pieces.
I absolutely adore that intro of Return of the Joker. Like
it's fantastic.
That's an amazing jam.
And if they really, really wanted to invest a little bit more, they could do a straight to VOD streaming, how they do the current animated films. Do the sequel to Return of the Joker that they planned on doing, that they just didn't end up doing because Return of the Joker didn't perform the way they wanted it to.
Yeah,
that outline is there. Dini's there. I've worked with Paul Dini before in person, and he
really,
he's a great guy. He told me all kinds of Jeff Johns tea.
No shit.
Yeah. Mr. Johns does not like. He despises Harley Quinn and Joker as characters. So
Okay.
as you can, it may clue into why certain Suicide Squad things were changed the way that they were changed.
Oh my God. I mean, we're so late into the stream. This is going to have to be another conversation here.
Another conversation. But he is not a fan of any live action interpretations of things that are not his characters or his stories.
Of course.
Then
again, that's, that kind of speaks for itself. You look at the track
record
be
so selfish.
he meddled in with.
But
Dini, he's got an ego.
Yeah, Dini though he loves those animated characters that they made. He loves that world that they created, and I personally think it was years ago that I worked with him. I haven't worked with him many years, and I think that he would be more than happy, along with Bruce Timm, to probably come back and do that follow up. I think they just haven't been afforded the opportunities to revisit that world, because every time they talk about that world, it's just like, yeah, if they asked us, they just haven't been asked.
Yeah, they just don't.
Sounds
I
right.
consider Paul Dini is even his run on when he did
Gotham City
Hush
Sirens
at that point.
Oh, sorry.
No, Hush. It's a better Hush than what Loeb and Lee did at that point.
Oh yeah, he did do Hush, didn't he?
He did a better sequel to Hush than the original, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Forgot about that.
Man,
It's yeah. But yeah, that's that.
Wild.
Sorry, I'm very passionate about Batman Beyond, so I kind
I'm
of
with
jumped
you.
in hardcore
Absolutely.
with that.
So did you work with him after Arkham City, after he did his tenure on Arkham City?
I believe so. I worked with him. It's on my Instagram.
Because
I took a picture with him.
if I remember correctly, that was like the last thing he wrote that was like mainstream Batman.
So
outside
the
of some
thing,
comics.
the thing that I worked with him on, it was a personal project of his that was like a passion project. It was like a live action thing of like a kid who kind of gets sucked into his comic book world. And we were kind of doing like proof of concept. And it was cool because Alex Ross, who, is a buddy of his casually, he did all the character art for the characters, like in the like fake comic or whatever. So it was like very cool. I had some Alex Ross art pieces in my living room. I'm trying to see what year this was. I'm scrolling down my Instagram. So it was just like a live action thing that he was kind of directing, producing, and he was super nice guy. We talked about, I asked him about a bunch of the animated series stuff. I asked him about, the live action stuff, and that's kind of where I got some of the tea on John's.
Yeah, because him and Burnett turned into live action Batman Beyond script in 1999, 2000, somewhere in that ballpark.
Something like that. Okay, I worked with him in August of 2018 was when I worked with Paul. Yeah.
There it is.
There we go.
There's
Very
Paul.
nice.
Hold on, let me there it is.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
So worked with him then, and he was super nice guy. I don't know, because Arkham Knight came out in 2015, and he didn't work on that.
No, he did. The last one he did was City.
Yeah, so City, and he just kind of gave me just stories and stuff, and just fun little things about certain characters, and how, like, Harley Quinn, they obviously didn't expect to turn into what Harley Quinn turned into, and all that. Like, it was supposed to be a 1-episode thing, and just a general love for like that world and stuff. And it was, as a fan, just cool to work with him and hear those stories and stuff. Very chill, nice guy. His wife.
I can't wait for Cape Crusader, man.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, that's gonna be like, I mean, the fact that I think it was him that said like it's gonna be more Batman the animated series than Batman the animated series. I was like, that's all you need to say.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I'm glad it didn't get canceled, shelved, or whatever the limbo.
Very worried about that. I was very worried, but hey, it's going to be what on Netflix, right? They
Amazon, I believe.
Amazon. That's what it is. Anyways, I think this is a good spot to end the stream, man. This has been fucking great conversation, Chris. I mean, I'm going to be hitting you up every week if you want to come back on. You are welcome to come back on and talk shop and do all the stuff. It's been a great conversation with you, man.
Definitely, man. Yeah, just always feel free to hit me up. Day before, day of, give me some lead time, and if I can hop on, I can hop on. I'll hop on. Yeah,
it's been a long time coming, but and I appreciate everybody who has joined. Of course, Axel and William, and everybody who's here. Rhea, of course, Phil, Chris, everybody. But let's go around the horn and just kind of like promote ourselves. And well, first off, the featured guest, Mr. Chris.
Hey guys, so my @ is Broken Cinema, pretty much everywhere on Twitter and Twitch. There's an underscore at the end, just because there's inactive users that have tried to steal my @ but I'm the only active one. So Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Nintendo, Xbox, everything @ Broken Cinema. Instagram is the place I am most active. If you want to see like me working on set, I post a lot of stories on set. A lot of posts are from there. So if you're kind of interested about the film world or what I do, @ Broken Cinema on Instagram is the place I'm most active. Twitter is more for shit posting, chain of thoughts / retweeting bullshit. You won't really get much like information wise from me there. That's where I go to be mentally ill. so
for a lot of us do that. Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
No problem, man. And other Chris.
Yes, other Chris. Oh, Chris, this was fascinating. This was just worth staying up late. I'm on the East Coast, so it's almost 3 a.m. here at this point. So very worth staying up at that point. So great pleasure to meet you. You can follow me at Chris Balga. My 2 shows on the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network, Marvel Alliance. You can follow that at Marvel A Podcast, and World's Finest True Believers, where you might see Mr. Dave over here making his first appearance this Sunday morning. That new episode drops. So subscribe to the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network on all podcatchers of choice.
Yes, might be talking about a certain Batman story, which is pretty freaking awesome. We had a lot of fun talking about short Batman story, but a very
outstanding one. Yes,
one of the best. One of those outstanding ones, that's for sure. All right, Rhea.
Hi. Hi. You can follow me at Glimmering Harpy on pretty much every platform. And although I'm not currently active making content, I love to come through and watch everyone else's content. And I like movies, I like video games, so come on through.
There it is. And then Phil.
Thanks again for the invite, my friend. It's always a blast getting to chat with you and our friends here. If anyone wants to follow me on Instagram, Vero, not X, and Blue Sky, do so just at Unfiltered. You can also listen to my podcast, a Batman-centric podcast, The Eternal Night, on any podcatcher you can. My friend Craig and I, we talk Batman pretty regularly. Matter of fact, we just did an episode that I put up today talking about the very thing, the Batman Beyond concept, as well as Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. And outside of that, you can also catch me on the 4 Nerds most Wednesdays.
All good. All right. Well, thank you guys. And again, thank you, Chris. And
thank you for having me
back on for sure, and talk more shop, because there's just so much to freaking talk about. We only scratched a little bit of the surface right here. But anyways, guys, we appreciate you spending time with us, and we will talk to you guys later.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't think he ended the show.
No, he did not.
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't
like,
think he
"Okay,
ended the
bye."
show. I think he forgot to end the show.
I don't know if he meant to leave.
Yo, I totally hit the wrong button. Jesus Christ. Wow. Yeah,
I was like, he left. We can't end the stream.
I know, right? No, I know. I totally messed up that. Anyways, guys, see you later. I hit the wrong. I was like, that's not the button. I totally exited out of the whole studio. I was like, Jesus. Anyways, bye.